What's up guys, I'm Pause Build, and in this series we're going to create an ethical, eco-friendly zoo in Planet Zoo. That means we'll be playing in franchise mode on normal difficulty, but we're adding the restrictions that animal ethics must be at the forefront of all of our decisions, including only breeding animals that are near threatened status or worse. And everything we build must be done in the most eco-friendly, sustainable way we can, using sustainable materials, creating biodiverse wildlife areas to offset our built-up areas, and recycling water where we can. We've done an ethical zoo and an eco-friendly zoo on the channel before, so I thought it would be a lot of fun to combine both of these concepts and see what we can come up with. I hope you enjoy. And this is our zoo. We're in farmland, what it looks like, in North America. And if I keep turning the camera, you can see here we got some really cool terrain because we've gone for the sculpted map. So we've got, as you come in from the zoo, you can see we have this huge hill here with what looks like caves already built into it. So that'll be interesting. We can kind of explore that as we expand the zoo. And we've got this very nice kind of pre-dug lake area, it looks like to me. And then just a couple of hills that we can probably utilize in our builds. This one will be very interesting because that is quite a cliff. But for now, we just need to start in front of our entrance here. We need to get our first paths in. So if we click on paths, we can choose what kind of path we want to go for. And we've got the asphalt already here, but I think seeing as we're trying to be environmentally friendly, it would be better for us to go for some kind of wooden one, like logs maybe, or tree bark. Tree bark could be a good shout. If we look down here though, we have got the natural paths. These might actually be nicer because we're not really, there's no real need to do anything to the ground. It's just going to be dirt anyway. We can obviously put different ground on our actual guest areas where we're seating people or something like that, so it doesn't feel outside. But the paths between things don't really make that much of a difference. And we've currently, if we go into our settings, we've got the curbs turned on, but we've got our railing on ground path turned on. And I quite like this because it means that if people are bringing kids to the park, they're not just running off and jumping into a rhino habitat, you know, or just running off into the woods, because this is really in the middle of nowhere. I feel like we can help the parents out who are visiting by just adding some fencing along. And actually, maybe this natural path here is a good one, because it has got some interesting wooden fences. If we have a look at these, I think they're pretty good. They're quite cute. So I think we'll build out with this one. We need to get the right width for our path. So I think 7 meters is what we start off with, and that is about right. So let's go with 7 meters. And then I just want to build out kind of into the zoo, into the land that we have. I'm just getting a nice straight path here. And then we can go from there with what we want to design up. It would be quite nice to have a first habitat kind of in this section near the entrance, maybe even one on the other side, and then we can have a nice big plaza for our guests where they can buy stuff, they can have some food and drink, and we can probably throw our staff buildings in there too. So with that as kind of a provisional plan, I think let's start building the first habitat for our zoo. The first animal that I'd like to get in the zoo is the brand new bush dog. I'm very excited to see these guys, and they're near threatened. So that is important. I want all of the animals in this zoo to be kind of at least near threatened. We need a reason to be breeding them. I don't want least concern or domesticated animals in here because that doesn't really align with our whole thing of it being ethical. Like, this is designed so that it's more of a breeding zoo where it's a necessity rather than having the animals in captivity when their population numbers are absolutely fine. And unfortunately, the bush dog have suffered quite a lot from agricultural land conversion, so they've lost a lot of habitat, and we can give them a little bit back now. If we click on species data in the Zoopedia, we can see that these guys live in a group size of 2 to 12. So we can have up to 11 males and up to 11 females, so just one of the other. That's really interesting. Or we can have bachelor sizes of 2 to 4 males and 2 to 4 females. I'm thinking, let's go for a nice breeding group. I don't know how many we're going to have, but I think we'll have to see how many are available. But if we know the maximum size is 12, we can go from there when we click on our natural habitat tab and we see the minimum habitat requirements. So if we put in that we're going to have 12 adults maybe, and let's say half of that as juveniles as well. We're going to have 12 adults and 6 juveniles. That takes us to a nice even number, actually, of 1,200 meters squared. Now we know how big the habitat has to be. We also know that they don't need climbing enrichment. They do want some water area, though. So we need 1,200 meters of land and 425 meters of water. That is important. They really like their water, but they don't need deep water. So they're kind of more shallow, splashing around kind of animals. And then the fencing requirements, grade 2, taller than 1.25 meters. That is our little fences. That's absolutely fine. We can easily do that with some 1.5 meter fencing even. It's probably easy for us to do, or even 2 meters. But we want to have it low if we can, because I think these guys are quite little. So you don't want to obscure the view for the guests. And whilst their natural biome isn't temperate, I do think that they'll be absolutely fine in this zoo, because then their temperature requirements 13 to 42 degrees Celsius, and that's pretty normal for a temperate climate here. If it gets a bit colder, we'll have a heated area to make sure that they're staying warm during some of the colder months. But I don't think we're going to get too cold in this area. Like 13 degrees should be fine most of the year, I would hope. Though I haven't played on this map before, so let's see how cold it gets here. Right now, it's a beautiful 26 degrees C. So I think that should be fine. As the bush dog's minimum land requirement for their habitat is 1,200 meters squared, we're going to put in around 2,400 meters squared to give them double what they need. And then the same for the water. They need 425 meters squared, so we're going to give them 850 meters squared. And in total, this whole habitat should be 3,250 meters squared, which is actually quite a big habitat. It's a reasonable size habitat. And that is before we add in things like enrichment and plants like trees that are going to reduce the actual navigable land area. But I think it's a good rule of thumb to use, where we're going to double the habitat size and then add in that stuff, because they're definitely going to have a habitat that's big enough for them that they can be comfortable and thrive in. The first thing I'm going to want to do is take our barriers and put this small wooden habitat gate in. And we do have the choice between the normal size habitat gates and the small ones. But as their fencing requirement is really low, we only need the small one to stop them getting out. I think the small one's 2 meters, and whereas the large one is 4 meters. And I want to just position it a little bit further back from the fence, just to give a little bit of space here. I want it to be close by, but not immediately next to where our walkway is. And then we're going to use null barriers the whole way along, because I want to design up a unique fence that's just for the habitat. If we put the length on this to be 10 meters, I think we can build this out to be the right size and then go from there. I think 3,300 is good enough for this habitat. We're aiming for 3,250, so 3,300 is pretty close there. So now we've got our barrier in. This isn't going to work for an actual habitat, as obviously it's an invisible barrier that, you know, when you click off it, they can just walk straight through. So we need to put a physical barrier in the way. I'm going to turn this into null barriers too. So we just have our fence, then nothing. And we're going to need to use the construction pieces to build in our own habitat area. And we can kind of do this however we want. But I would like to use, if possible, I'm going to filter them by material and look at any wood pieces we have, because that's obviously going to be the most sustainable objects that we have. And I'm sure we can find some cool wooden pieces that can be used to build a 2 meter fence or thereabouts. If we get our 2 meter planks, where are they? Like a wood wall 2 meter, you can see that this is very high. So actually, I think this fence might be 1.25 meters high. But it'll be suitable for these the bush dogs, don't worry. And my plan for this, instead of just going and building a fence the whole way around the outside and then adding decorations to it, I'm gonna design up a few fence pieces and then fit them the whole way around the outside. When building this fence section, I really wanted to use sustainable materials, and none of the wood pieces were jumping out at me until I saw the bamboo pieces, and I thought, this is perfect. They're South American, which fits in perfectly with the bush dogs, and they look great. So I decided I would use bamboo heavily to build our low fence around the bush dog habitat. I quite like this. It's very simple, but I think it's quite cute. And if we have another piece like here, we can alternate them as well and maybe change the leaves up that are on the front. So let's delete this leaf as well. And then we can probably add some different ones in. So it just looks a bit more varied. And then we should just be able to duplicate these so that they align nicely. I'm going to actually have to move this one over. And then we can duplicate them so that they slot in every other one, basically. And I'm going to put one over here. This isn't going to be in the habitat. And then I'm also going to just duplicate this one over here. So I can easily grab them and duplicate them. And I don't have to worry about them being next to each other. So we've done that the whole way around the outside. Now we need to just decorate up our entrance there and delete these panels. I'm going to delete them at the end just in case we need them for anything. But we're almost there, just the entrance to go. There we go. I feel like that's pretty good. Let's delete our additional pieces here that we don't need. And it's fairly simplistic. My reasoning is that most people should be able to see over this into the habitat. Now I'm looking at it though, I do think this fence might be a little bit high for some of the children. Adults will be fine because this is a very low fence. I mean, this is just over 1 meter fence. So this is kind of a waist height gate. Adults will easily see over this, but children are going to struggle, I think. So let's maybe just put a couple of breakpoints where we add some glass viewing and just create a hole in the fence on this side effectively where the guests are going to see them. I'm also just going to extend this path along this way because I think this will give some nice viewing for the guests as well. And I think I'll just take it to there. So they've got 2 sides of the habitat touching the path. Okay, that's much better. We've just added in all the glass and the viewing areas, and now there's definitely spaces where people can easily see through. If the adults can see over the fence, great, but the kids can definitely see under the fence on these areas where the fence is kind of elevated. So I like that. The next thing we need to do is put a nice water area in for them, and this over here seems like the perfect place because that's going to be their main play area. Now, if we're roughly marking out, this is going to be 20 meters. We need one of these across, and then 2 of them up, and that should be about 800 meters squared. So if we're marking like that, this whole area here would need to be their water area, unless we have a little section that comes off, which might actually be nicer. So I've just taken this down by 10 meters and added it over here, and I think this area is about 800 meters squared. So if we have this in our minds, this is how much space we need for the water area. Let's delete this and actually build it in. So to build it in, we need to go into terrain, and then we're going to use the push brush. We might actually use the terrain stamp tool, and this way we can get a more accurate reading on it as well. So height, I think we only want to go 4 meters. That we don't want more than that down. And then width, let's do 10. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get this to be as straight as possible, and then hit X. And then we should be able to pull this up and make it even shallower. Yeah, I think we want it about here. We don't want it to be very deep. I believe this will be about 2 meters, which should be a good shallow pool for them. And then we can click tick, and it'll dig that down. This seems a good depth, I think. Let's do that, and then let's build it out. So they're going to have 1, 2, 3, and then we want to go this way for 2. And as you can see, I'm just moving this around with the arrows and then clicking tick when I want to dig out. And if we get these little bits here, it's fine. You can just go over them again and dig them out. It's going to dig to the same height. That's why it's really important that we stay in the advanced move tool so we can get exactly the same edges. And the same here. I want to make sure that this blue edge on the left-hand side is straight so that it digs the same size along here. This is about 800. We take this down to be about 5 meters in width. We should be able to get our 50. And I think I'm just going to take this out of the corner here and make it less of an odd shape there. This should be about 850 meters squared. I can see I've done an error. I've come out of the terrain mode while this is still here. I'm just going to use the push tool, turn the intensity down very low, and then just do that, and it'll quickly remove that area. And then what we can do is we can smooth out these edges. So I'm going to turn the brush size down, and then I think maybe put this on like about 20% intensity, and I just want to smooth the edges a bit. That area will need a bit of attention because it looks quite strange having it like that. But I do want to smooth all the way around to make it more of a slope in. And we could have some more varied height. That might be more fun for them, honestly. So we can always go back to this tool. And now we're in this area. We can maybe near the middle, it gets a little bit deeper. If we turn it back to maybe about 15 meters in the center, this could be a little bit deeper. So if we have it come up again, but just very slightly dropping down, that might be more fun for them. I don't know how deep they're going to want to swim. But this is kind of a pool that we've made for them that should be quite fun. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to smooth this area even more. So it's a bit of a ramp in. I might even just pull in the middle. And push these sections down. Just to make it more of a ramp in. And I believe this should be 850 meters squared. So let's go on our water tool and finally put the water in. Look at that. That's huge. And how much have we got? Oh, we got 1,000. I've overshot. So we can always right-click the water if we want. And then we can go on our terrain tools. Maybe we should pull some of the sections back. Or maybe just really smooth this area out. Turn up to like 60. Kind of smooth this area to take back some of the water. We can even flatten to foundation and just pull this wall along a little bit. Don't need to go quite so far out. But I think this is going to be pretty close to what they're after. There we go, 981. I'm going to call that good. That seems good to me. And we've got a couple of viewing areas that can look on to them playing in the water. And then we've got one over here on the nice land area. And I'm thinking maybe we have some bedding back here. And we could do some viewing into that. But I want that to be very quiet if that is the case. I don't want it to be noisy for them. And actually, I think I'm going to put their bedding elsewhere. Because I just feel like from an ethical standpoint, they shouldn't have to put up with people being noisy when they're sleeping. It makes the most sense to put their sleeping area as far away from the noise as can be. And given that this is the entrance to the whole zoo as well, I think the back corner over here, just trying to get it further away, maybe here is a good spot for it. So let's build that next. We're going to go into construction. We're going to get our wooden pieces again. Material wood. And I think we used the bamboo before. I think maybe we'll actually make this out of wood. So I might use the Australia wood because I do think it's a very nice texture. And I don't know how high this needs to be. This might be better to see when they're in here, but I think 2 meters should be high enough on the walls for them. So I'm going to create a few little huts around the back that they can sleep in, just using the wooden pieces. And then for the roof, probably we could go for a nice thatched roof. I think that might look cute. I think that looks cute. And now we just need to put some bedding in for them. So if you go to habitat, we can filter by the species. You can just type it in here as well, but I like to just filter by the bush dog since it starts with B anyway. And then we can go probably medium-sized bedding and just add a couple of bits of bedding in here. Maybe some small as well. Just so they've got some nice area to sleep in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put random rotation on for these as well. I think that looks quite cute. They've got a few little places to sleep. We need to sort that out and make sure they're the right height, but we can easily just pull these buildings up and they'll be correct for the habitat. So I think really the next thing we want to do is get them in here because that'll determine what we want to do for our outside playing area and things like that. I want to see them in here and kind of get the feel for how they interact with the habitat first and how big they are and what it's going to look like. So for now, let's call this habitat good and move on to the next step, which is getting some staff. If you click on the zoo tab and then click staff, the first staff we're going to need is a keeper, a vet, a caretaker, and a mechanic. So this is our little superhero squad. They're going to do their superhero jump right now. Pow. This is our core team. We're going to need these 4 staff members to kick things off. And you can see we're already getting alerts that we don't have the buildings that they need because we don't. I'm going to also click this challenges just to clear the notification. It sets some challenges for us to hit and then we can start getting some rewards. But for now, no one's going to come to the zoo because there's no animals in here and there's just 4 people walking around with nothing to do. So to kick things off, let's build them a little staff area. And I'm not going to decorate this up because, to be honest, we don't have the money if nothing else. I don't want to spend money on it right now and I'd rather just get the zoo up and running. So let's continue our path along here. And I think we have our staff area around here. Maybe this is like the entrance. If we build a little path there, that can be the entrance to our staff area over here. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a 4-meter path and extend it along. I'm also going to add in, if we go facilities, under bins, benches, and security, we should have the barriers that we want. Yeah, so I want little guest barrier curbs, I think, that say no guests allowed in this zone. You can use the staff paths, but I just find them to be quite ugly, honestly. And I'm going to just push this into just past the fence post there. So this is a staff-only zone. And we can maybe put a sign up saying that when we decorate this area. But this is good enough for now, so guests won't go down here. And the reason you don't want to do that is because guests don't like staff buildings. For some reason, they really don't like staff buildings. So if we click and turn the blueprints off, I'm just going to put the basic ones that we need along this area, and they will be moved later. For now, the starting buildings we need are the Animal Trade Center, so we can actually get some animals. Then we're going to need a small keeper hut, so we can look after our animals. A small quarantine to house the animals when we get them and check that they're okay, or if we get any disease outbreaks. A veterinary surgery to treat animals if we do get a disease outbreak. And a staff room so our staff can chill out when they're actually doing their jobs and they're a little bit tired. Now, I'm also going to go one step further and I'm going to get a research center and a workshop so we can do a bit more. We can unlock a few more things, essentially. All of these are connected up, so they should work perfectly fine. So the research center is for your vets. So you're going to get more stuff for your animals, like enrichment, bonus, like boosts to your knowledge about them when you're teaching guests. Things like that, which are really good for them. Better food as well as a key one for us, trying to be ethical as possible. And then the mechanics do their research in the workshop, and that can unlock scenery pieces and solar power and other things. And that brings me nicely onto the next thing we're going to need, which is power. This area isn't very well powered, and the staff are going to have absolutely nothing. And you can see all of these buildings need power apart from the Animal Trade Center. So I'm going to go into facilities and just grab utilities, solar power, solar panel. And I'm going to put this just in here at the end. This is not where you'd put a solar panel right next to a building like that. but it's going to work. I think it's also facing away from the sun. Just the worst positioning possible. But that's fine. And that is a very funky fence. I don't know who installed that fence like that. It's almost impressive how badly they've done that. And now we've got all of our staff sorted out. And crucially, we've got the Animal Trade Center building here. We can start getting our first animals. So if you go to the Animal Trading tab, you can then search for the species we want. We want bush dog. And then we can see which ones are available. It looks like there's only 3 boys available now, but that's fine. And they're all from Frontier Zoo, so we know that they're not related. I'm just going to check the Zoopedia again, just to see how long they live for. So they live to be 20, and they can breed until 10 years old. So that's okay. And from 2 years, so they're all able to breed. At the minute, we can only have 2 to 4 males. So I think maybe we get them. And it looks like at the time we were checking that out, a couple more have come onto the market, which are a little bit better genetically. And we've got a female, crucially. So I think let's adopt this female. And then if we're looking for a mate for them, it might be better to go with this one. I'm just thinking about their age. So I believe if we get one that's older, that is going to be the one that's going to be breeding, because there's only an alpha pair that breed. So family packs are led by an alpha pair. I assume that will be the oldest ones. But please let me know in the comments if I'm wrong. But I think that it's the oldest ones that become the alphas. So then if we're looking at the genetics of the males available, I feel like as far as having kind of an ethical breeding program, we want to get one that's got great genetics in on the breeding. So let's get this one, because they've got really good genes generally. Like as a starting point, this is very good. So let's adopt them. And then I think we'll leave the others. If they were younger, we could get some more. And maybe in the future, we'll add some more to the habitat. But for now, 2 is probably okay. And it meets their minimum threshold. They need 2 to 12. So we can see if any more come in the market. You can refresh it here. And if any more come on, we could maybe have a look. And if they're younger, we can add them to the zoo as well. But for now, I think we've got enough. So if we go to Animal Trading now and go to the Animal Storage tab, we can then grab both of these. And you can then put them straight in the habitat. But what I'm going to do is put them in quarantine just so they can get a once over from our vet and see if they've got any scrapes or illnesses that we want to pick up first. So if I hit play, our vet is now going to run there. And I'm actually just going to move them ourselves and drop them outside, because it's a little bit quicker to be picked up by us. And they're going to move them from the Animal Trade Center into quarantine, and they'll get a bit of a checkup. And our caretaker is moving the other one across, because caretakers can also move animals around. And one thing I think I've missed is this water area has no treatment. So we need to do that before they get in the habitat. So let's go facilities, utilities, and then we're going to need water treatment and water temperature regulator, because these guys have specific temperatures that they're comfortable at. And if it gets colder here, they're not going to want to be in the cold. I think they'll handle the heat a bit better, but the cold, we want to make sure they're okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe extend this path along. So if we make this 7 meters, we can have this go to there. And then I want to just take a 4-meter path down the end. That's not going to quite work out. So I'm going to extend it a little bit further. And then we can have a 4-meter path that comes off of this one. And if you hold down control, you can then place the path like freely. So I think if we have a path here, that can then connect in. And then this one's gone a bit strange. You can even delete this. And then it will have a nice curve to it around the end. So I think that's fine. And what we'll do again is we'll just go in facilities under security. We'll put a little guest curb so that the guests know they're not allowed in this section. Let's put the guest curb there. We're also having them pass quarantine. So one of our bush dogs has passed quarantine. That's great. But we're not quite done. So let's continue this path along here. And I think we want to have our water treatment around here. I don't want it too far out in the open, but it does have a negative influence on our guests. So when you click on it, it'll automatically open the water tab. If you scroll to negative impact on guests, you can see this big red ring. This is where we don't want guests to be. And if we look on the blue, it's got a huge area that it can work in. And I'm thinking if we put it more centrally over here, actually, it might be able to get 2 habitats, which would be worth it for the cost. So let's carefully plan. I think if it goes somewhere like here, that would be fine. So I'm going to put this here, and that gives us a decent ring for another habitat, because it just has to touch the water area. It doesn't have to cover it. So you can see it's gone blue because it's within this radius. And then we also have to think about power, actually. I didn't consider the power. This is not going to be powered out here. So we're going to need a solar panel to go with it. And I'm going to put this next door. Again, this is going to have a radius on it, though I don't think the solar power panels are as big. Oh, they don't have one. Okay. I think the transformers do. Yeah, the transformers do, but solar panels don't because they're eco-friendly. And obviously, we've got to go for the eco-friendly one. So I'm going to put a solar panel here and then a water temperature regulator just next door as well. In fact, I might even angle it like this. And then we can have a little path that connects all of this up. Okay, I think that works. There's a little slope in here, and then there's a little area for them to fix, and we can definitely decorate this up so it doesn't look quite as ugly. When building this little maintenance area, I wanted it to be in keeping with the bush dog habitat that it's next to, so bamboo pieces were the obvious choice, and the thatched roofs look so good with those pieces, and they're all from the South America pack, so it works perfectly with the bush dogs. So I decided to create a hut around the water treatment facilities and then have the solar panel off to the side. And realistically, the solar panel needed to be elevated, otherwise it's not going to get any sun. So I raised it up and decided I'd use a ramp to make it more accessible than stairs. And then realized that where the ramp is, that is now impossible for any less abled worker to access. So I had to move it back so that there was a bit of flat area for them to actually work on, rather than making them work on a slope. Okay, so this wasn't meant to be quite as elaborate as this, but we've made a little utilities hut over here. So we've got our water treatment here that keeps the water clean. We've got our water temperature regulator here, which obviously regulates the temperature of our water. And then we've got a solar panel, which I've elevated because I don't know why the solar panel would just be on the floor next to a hut. Like, it's not going to get very good light. So I'm going to assume that this rotates, is very clever and rotates and follows the sun on this little arm here, which it kind of looks like it does. And then it's at least elevated so it can get more sun, because at the minute the sun is behind over there, but it will cross over. So I feel like it's going to get some reasonable sun exposure. And then obviously because it's elevated, we're going to need some kind of access up. And I put a ramp in to be more accessible so that hopefully someone should be able to go up here and stop at the top and then repair it and then come down. Although it is quite steep, but it's okay. I think they'll manage. I think it will be fine. And now they're in here, the water will be clean and this habitat is ready for our animals who have passed quarantine. So let's click on these guys here and send both of them to the habitat. And then we can change the name of the habitat as well. So instead of Habitat 9, it's going to be Bush Dogs. And now we've done that, our guys are going to run and grab them and then take them in. And here they come. The first animals in our new zoo. Ooh, I'm excited. Here's the vet. Oh, they're only little. Oh, look how small they are. The little bush dogs. So is this the male or the female? This is the female. And then what does the male look like? Very similar. Oh, look at them. Oh, well, please suggest some names for these in the comments, guys, and we will rename all of the animals in this zoo to whatever you guys think. So suggest what you want, and we'll have them renamed as soon as possible. Oh, look at them. I think they'll like this habitat. What do they think of it? If we go terrain, we can see they're happy with the swimming area. They're happy with the land area. And they don't like this much long grass. So we can fix that. But they're pretty happy generally with terrain. So the next thing we need to do effectively is make it so that like the habitat meets all of their needs. So let's go into terrain and start doing that. If we go painting, we can take out some of this long grass. So I'm going to go short grass, maybe on 30%, and just kind of get rid of some of this in place of long grass. And that's probably enough. I could have left this up actually so we could see. So yeah, they're happy with this amount. They could even get rid of a bit more. So I'm just going to take it out over here as well. Just thinning the grass really. Not fully mown, but it's in the middle, and that is 100% on everything. They're happy with all of that. We could even add a little bit of light soil around the areas that they, you know, they've worn down by playing. They go in and out of here a lot, and maybe a little route to the water. The grass would be a little bit less thick here, wouldn't it? And then a bit more thinned out grass along the sides of that. I think that looks pretty good to me. And look at the beautiful sun that we've got. Is it sunset already? Oh, so the sun sets on that side. Wow. Okay, well, let's see if we can get any more in here. I'm going to go animal trading and see if we've got any more bush dogs. We do, and they're younger. So there's another female, but she's really not good genetically. I'm wondering ethically whether we should take her. Probably not, and I think these are older than our male. So let's just double check the age of our male. Yeah, he's 4.7. I'd rather get ones that are younger than him so that we're not competing. So I'll leave these for now. Look at them in the sunset, having a little swim. Oh, I love it. Now, our zoo is going to get a bit dark, so I'm just going to adjust the hours of our zoo. So if we go on the main zoo tab, you can see the name of our zoo. This is our ethical eco zoo. And I'm just going to make it so it closes a little bit earlier. It's going to close at 10. Which is kind of after sunset there. And then I think this is now 5 a.m. we're going for, which is super early. I'm going to make it so it's maybe 6 a.m. I feel like 6 till 10 is quite a long shift for our staff. But they're managing. In fact, I think it's wound back time. I don't know quite how this works when you change it as you're going. If we make this like 9... Okay, we're gonna close at 8. We're gonna do 6 till 8 opening hours. I think that's pretty reasonable. You don't normally go to the zoo after 8 p.m, do you? So 6 a.m. till 8 p.m. seems good to me, and it's nice and light now. We can obviously adjust that. Let me know what you guys think as well, because I want it to be visible, but I also want to get some nice, nice angles of these guys. You've got the beautiful light coming in. I mean, the game is very, very beautiful, and you can spend a long time just watching them do their thing. But we've not finished making this habitat everything that they need. So terrain is good. Perfect. Another thing we're missing is enrichment. And this one is crucial. And they also, although it's not here yet, they don't have any food. So that can kind of go hand in hand with enrichment. If we go on habitat, I'm going to click filters, species, and filter by the bush dog, which is here. And this will show us everything that's relevant to them, everything that they're going to like. And thankfully, because we've done a zoo before, we've got a few things already that that work with them. I've just realized they have animal burrows as well. So they're actually a burrow animal. I love that I've made these little dog houses for them and they sleep in burrows. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically put in a nice burrow for them. I think one is fine for these guys because they're quite communal and there's only 2 of them right now. So let's just put a burrow maybe in the middle of this area where they're going to commonly go to. And we'll try and like hide it under something because realistically they would, they're not just going to have a hole in the center of the ground. It'd probably be under something like a log. I think just this log, if we put some nature around it, I think that will blend in quite nicely. And we can always have another one just kind of around here, so it doesn't look that strange if we roll it as well. So it's not exactly the same. I think this could be quite natural for them, having this here. So we've got a couple of logs, and this one they put a little, they burrowed underneath the log. I think that makes sense, generally. And they've got a little burrow underground. So then our burrow is going to be, if you click on it, they've got a little burrow down here where they can sleep. And that's actually the hard shelter that they're going to want. So we have got some, with these little dog houses, we can maybe convert them into a bit of a play area if we make them a bit bigger. And then they've got more indoor area. Or this can be where they nap in the day. If they want to take a little nap above ground, this is probably quite a safe space for them to do that in, because they're secured at the back. It's a bit like a burrow. They would probably be happy with that. So the other items of enrichment they need, they're going to need some food. So I think let's put 2 food in, like 2 food enrichment and 3 toys, and see how we go with that. We're going to get a bamboo feeder. They're neutral about humans, so I don't mind putting these a bit closer to the guests. I'm going to put one here, and then another food enrichment that's a bit further in. I don't know if we've got another one, actually, looking at it. That might be the only one we have access to right now. Oh, a block of ice, I think, is food. Although not really. It's more drink. And the other one's on food. Oh, they've got a tunnel. That's amazing. Okay. I think that's probably... Oh, a skittle feeder. There we go. Skittle feeder can go over here. So they've got a couple of food enrichments, so our keepers can put food in those. If they have any additional, they can put them in a food tray. So let's get a small food tray and whack that, like, around this log, maybe. And they can eat here. And then they're going to want some interesting stuff. So we could put a submarine boy in. I don't think it's deep enough for that. Let's add a sprinkler. Let's have a sprinkler over here. And then we've got to have that tunnel, don't we? I think the tunnel is amazing. Let's put a little tunnel over here. Then maybe a tennis ball. Let's have a tennis ball over here. And see how they go with that. So what do they think? Enrichment, they've got 100%. They love that for enrichment. And then we can maybe swap them out as we go along. We're not on hard difficulty, so we don't need to do that. Like, they're not going to get bored of them. But I think for realism, we should swap out the food enrichment and the toys every so often. So just to keep them fun for them. Because I would get bored if I had the same toys all the time, you know? And then we go animal market. Let's see if there are any more. If we refresh the list, have we got any more bush dogs? No. And the last one they're missing is plants. Now, these guys are going to want plants from South and Central America. And really, I mean, the grassland, tropical, and aquatic, we can probably make these plants work in this climate. I think realistically, with enough care, you can make any of the plants work in the climate you're in. You just need to look after them and give them the right, give them the right things. I may be quite uninformed about plants, though. But I think some of these trees could survive in this climate here. And then we've got to make sure that they've got enough plant coverage. So they want at least, well, it looks like 25% plant coverage. So they're going to want quite a lot. And maybe we throw some rocks in as well. Make their water area a bit more interesting. I wanted to use these mossy rocks because they look realistic and like they've been there for a while with the water. And I also wanted to make a bit of a water feature on one end of the habitat. And I went very back and forth with whether I use the waterfall pieces that are amazing or whether I try and make something out of the waterfall effects. And in the end, I just decided to go with the waterfall pieces because they make everything look so good. And these waterfall pieces just work in so many habitats. I absolutely love them. And you can cover them with rocks so it looks like a little flowing stream. And of the trees that we filtered here, so the tropical grassland aquatic trees that you find in Central and South America, these are the ones that can survive in temperate North America where we are. So that's actually quite a few to play with. So I'm going to add some of these in now and see what we can do to this place to make it look a bit more lively. When placing the trees, I really just wanted to make sure we got a good variety of trees that are from their native lands, that also work in the North American temperate climate, and try and provide as much coverage as we can because they want a lot of coverage. So trees with big canopies are great, and they also don't take up much space on the ground. And then I did want to throw in some smaller trees to kind of flesh it out and make it look more natural, as well as some small ferns and elephant ear plants and things like that. They kind of add a bit more ground level for them. I've just realized we're running low on funds. I've spent so long decorating this, I got lost in it. So what we're going to do is just go in here and take the lowest loan, or give us loads more money. I think we'll just take the 20 grand loan on 5% interest. We'll easily make this back in no time. And then we can finish decorating up this habitat and start getting some money for our zoo. Okay, I think that is plenty now. We've got loads of plants in here. We almost drove ourselves into the ground financially just to put the plants in here. And if we click on one of our bush dogs now, we can see environment 36%. We're easily meeting what they need. They're well into the green. And we can always increase this coverage in the future, maybe when we got a bit more money. I've also just replaced the log with this tree because I feel like it would make sense that they dug it into this big tree. You know, it's a big safe area for them back here, surrounded by the little huts. And that kind of gives them their outdoor area as well. And these huge trees, what are they? The ombu trees, give them loads of shelter. So I figured this would probably be good for them. Instead of putting in like a man-made hard shelter, the canopy of this is really shielding. So hopefully that's a more natural version of an outdoor play area to have some bigger trees like this. And these, unfortunately, we're going to have to delete these plants back here, which I didn't realize comes at a cost. Because apparently you don't sell the plants, you just scrap them, I guess. But we've done this. We've enriched the area massively here. So the next step is making money and teaching our guests about the animals. If we go facilities and then guest facilities, we need a donation bin. This is going to be our biggest asset right now. I'm going to put one right in there, and then I'm going to change the color on paws to be something that kind of fits with our theme. I think we're going to have the same colors everywhere. And seeing as we're more of an we're eco-friendly, let's go for some greens, I think. I think this with the white and the green is pretty good because it's like an off-white, so you can still see the white logo to donate. I think that works. Let's duplicate these basically at every point where the guests clump together to see our animals. And in fact, there's quite a few around here. So, because they can see over the fence anyway. Ooh, I want to put them on the right side of the fence though. I don't want them to have to throw it through the fence to donate. So let's put a few like that. I think that works quite well. They're fairly spread out. We could maybe even move this more to the corner here. And then to give them more of a reason to donate, let's teach them about our animals. So if we go media devices and education, habitat education boards, we want to put these on here. And I think the best way to do this is just align to surface and turn random rotation off. And then we can fit them onto our areas like here. I think that makes sense. And you just need to select the bush dogs. And there they are. Now we can have a bunch of these going around teaching our guests about the animals. And this one is not powered. That's something we need to think about. Okay, in that case, I'm going to leave this one for now. And we'll maybe sort out a more central power system in the future. But for now, we just want to make sure we're getting what we can in here. And I'm also going to add in educational speakers for another way to teach them about the animals. So let's put an educational speaker in behind this board here. And it's going to be about the bush dog. We'll put it on the maximum radius. And then we'll put another one in probably behind here. And then another one in behind this board here. And you don't want them to overlap. So these slightly overlap there. So I'm going to turn The one near the entrance, I think I'm just going to turn the radius down so that they don't overlap, because we don't want that. 16 looks good to me. Oh, and it started to rain. That's not good. But it is looking lush in there, and hopefully they'll be donating and getting us the money that we need. What do the guests think? They think the zoo ticket price is great as well. Okay, let's put this up so it's maybe like $5 to get in and see what they think about that. And then they wish we had some shops. Yes, shops will be the main way to make money, which is probably the next thing we should do. But I want to have a look at our little bush dogs. Look, they've come out to see what this rain is all about. Not sure about this. Oh, look at them having the best time. Oh, and they've been fed. So there's obviously excess food after their feeders, and they've tipped it into the food tray. So they're coming here to have a little snack. They're very, very cute, aren't they? Are there any more we can get? There's some young ones. There's another young male and some females. This female's pretty good. Let's adopt her. And then, honestly, seeing as this is a younger male, I think let's get him as well. And then we've got 4. We've got 2 boys and 2 girls. So let's send these to quarantine. And we know that they just need to go through the quarantine system, and then they can be added into the habitat. So you can get a couple of new friends come join you. If you click on the burrow cams as well, you can enter a camera habitat view so you can see inside. There they are, they're coming in. Oh, they're adorable. Very, very sweet. We can actually hook these up to the habitat boards as well so they can see the burrow cams. We should definitely do that. And have like a live feed. Well, seeing as these guys are in, I think let's learn a little bit more about the bush dogs. The bush dog, also known as the vinegar dog, is a small species of canid found near the pools and rivers of forests, wetlands, savannas, and pasture of South America. It has a squat, stocky build with short legs and tail, a rounded head and snout with small round ears. It has brown fur covering its body with tan fur on its head, and then black fur on its legs and tail. Bush dogs are excellent swimmers. They have webbed feet, and packs chase their prey into water and then surround them. The bush dogs are more strictly carnivorous than any other canids, occupying a similar niche to cats as hyper-carnivores. The bush dog is an elusive species and has only become more widely known in the past 30 years. Anecdotal evidence from native people and scatological evidence are the best sources of information on the animal's wild behavior and ecology. The bush dog is the smallest pack-hunting canid, measuring only 57 to 75 centimeters in length, 20 centimeters to 30 centimeters in height, and weighing around 5 to 8 kilograms. The bush dog is also known as the vinegar dog because its unique scent has been likened to vinegar. So they smell a bit odd. Unfortunately, the bush dog is near threatened. Agricultural land conversion has destroyed much of their habitat by creating large areas of arable land or monoculture woodlands. This habitat degradation and poaching has also reduced the availability of their prey species. Bush dogs are also sometimes killed by domestic dogs, which also spread disease that they've not previously been exposed to. It is thought that bush dog numbers have decreased by 20 to 25% in the past 12 years alone, but due to their elusiveness, they are hard for conservationists to track. Protection measures have been introduced for bush dogs, including hunting bans, although they are difficult to enforce, and environmental corridors are needed to connect the fragmented habitats and populations. So unfortunately, it's not looking good for the bush dog right now. With only 110,000 estimated in the wild, it's a good thing that we're breeding them in this zoo so we can hopefully get their numbers up a little bit. And now our bush dogs are in here, I think it's probably time we focus on making some money because our finances are not the best right now. We could do with a little bit more income. And hopefully our donation bins, oh yeah, they're bringing in loads of cash now. So people are donating. That's what we want. That's definitely going to help us out. And we raised our zoo ticket prices up. But shops are definitely going to be our main income source. So let's go paths and find a spot that we want to branch out. I had talked about having a large plaza here, but I think what I might do is have... Oh, what's going on? Why is everyone running away? How did you get out? Let's call the vet. Oh no, Marta's escaped. Look at that little face. How could you be scared of them? I think she's jumped out from this rock. Well, she's gonna get darted by the vet now. Bless her. Oh no. Oh, bless her, she's okay. Yeah, I think we need to fix this. Where's our other bush dog? Hold on, before they jump out as well. You're over here. Okay, so if we go on heat maps and then select habitat, we can see, yeah, they can jump. That's hilarious. I think we just need to move this rock in. So you can see it's a jumpable escape point here. So if we select this rock, we should just be able to push it in slightly. There we go. Now no one's, oh, they can still do it. They can still do it. Let's push it in like that. And they can't get out. Cool. They can't escape. Why would they want to leave? Look how nice this area is for them. I don't know why they'd want to be going anywhere. Let's try that as well, because I think that looks a bit better. Oh, he's having a swim. Okay, I believe this area is fine. Yes, no red zones. They are all good. They're staying in the habitat. He's going to check it out, though. He's going to see if he can get out as well. He's like, where'd Marta go? Bless him. No, you got to stay in here, my friend. You got to stay inside. And she'll be put straight back in. She's probably already in here. Yeah, she's in here as well. Just having a look at the sprinkler. Living her best life. Well, we do need to move on from their habitat and get this set of shops in. So I think what I'm going to do is build multiple small plazas rather than one big one. And to do that, I'm going to get a 7-meter path and start branching off, I think, around here in line with this habitat. Oh, I don't want the bamboo, though. I do want the same ones that we had. I can't remember which path we went for. Actually, it was one of these, wasn't it? It was this one. Now, you guys did mention that although it is good as far as the fencing and everything, oh, that's gone a bit weird there, the fence. The dirt path isn't the most accessible, which is so true. And really, I think we should probably change it because dirt is not going to be the most accessible for all of our guests. And I'm sure we can come up with something else. Obviously, tree bark is the same. But if we got just some wood, that would be much more accessible. Have some wooden planks or something. So I'm going to have a little look at which options we have available to us. It could even be bamboo, because I don't actually mind the bamboo paths. I think they're quite nice. You know, I think we're going to go with the bamboo paths. Yeah, I think they are pretty cool. Because it's a very sustainable material. We can easily be planting this, you know, off-site. I'm gonna assume that we're just planting whatever we're using. We're replanting twice as much elsewhere in order to be kind of eco-friendly. But it does make a lot of sense to have this path along here, and it helps define the path a bit more for our guests as well. But this way, the whole area is much more accessible for everyone, and it looks quite nice, doesn't it? So we just need to fill in these sections over here. I'm not going to do the staff bit because that's all going to change. And then we can branch out here with our new section. And in fact, I don't actually think we want this to go this far. Ooh, it's very dark. Let me play around with the settings. I think we want it to open a little bit later. Let's do 7. I don't mind the early, you know, the red sun in the morning. 7 till 8 is probably good. Or maybe 7 till 8. We'll leave it as 7 till 8. We've got a nice sunrise here. And instead of building out this far, I think we're going to delete this section here. And instead click align to grid. And then we can make our plaza area right here. You can just build it out a little bit. And I don't want to have them be too big. I'm thinking maybe this is enough. I would maybe like to go one more around the outside. And have multiple small plazas like this that connect in. It is going to annoy me that they don't all join up, though. So I might have to build some things here to connect them in. In fact, I think I'm going to undo and have it be a little bit smaller. I don't think I want to build out too much. It could even just be a 3x3. And have them like that. And then what we can do is we can take out the middle square and put a tree in it or something, which could be a nice focal point for the area. But I think this gives us a lot of space. So let's go with this. And for the tree, I'm assuming we should go with the ones that are naturally here, really. I mean, we've got a lot of beech trees, and I think sycamores are the other ones we have. Yeah, sycamore. So maybe we just go for a nice big beech tree. Nothing crazy for the area, just a nice beech tree that'll be good for the environment. Let's put a huge one in here because it is at the entrance. And look at that. Isn't that a nice focal point? And then under this, we can put some of our facilities. So if we go guest facilities and turn off all of the blueprints, we've got just the base buildings here. I think it would be nice. Oh, it started to rain. I think it would be nice to build some buildings kind of on the edge of these plazas. We could have them go the whole width of the plazas even, and then there's a reasonable amount of space to queue too. So let's do that. Let's do that. We're going to have a few places. I'm going to use these buildings for now, and we are going to change them because I don't really like these. I'm going to use all of the food and drink options just because there's not many in the game. Although I get that some of them are more sustainable than other ones. There's just not that many to choose from, so I don't want to be limiting us there. So let's go for a classic. We'll go for Chief Beef. And we're going to have to align this up with the path so it looks nice. In fact, I think I'm going to delete this section and make them 8 meters by 8 meters because that will make it the right size for what we want. So let's build this out there, align to grid, and then we can just shuffle our tree very slightly back. There we go. That looks good to me. And now I believe this should be space because these are 4 meters. So there's actually space for quite a few of them here. It's probably not worth having them go the whole way. So we might just want to align them up to kind of touch the path in a line here. And I'm going to use some construction pieces to make that easier to do. Okay, so this should be space for 4 shops right here, you can see. I think 4 is good. It's gonna line up nicely. So let's have a food shop on one side. It is gonna mess up our path, but we can fix that later. And we may be able to avoid it if we place the middle ones first, actually. So let's have food in the middle. And then we'll have drink next to it. What's the first? Oh, milkshakes. That works. We'll have milkshakes. And then we're going to need an information center because we're near the entrance. And yeah, see, now the path is fine. We have the information center and then probably a shop. So let's have just a memento. And then we've got food, drink, information center, and a shop all in here. That cost us loads of money, but they should earn us a lot of money now. And we can delete these little sections there and get a little bit of money back. And now hopefully all our guests will go in here and buy some stuff. We've also had 2 animals leave quarantine. We've got our bush dogs. So let's move them into the bush dog habitat and hope that they integrate and make some friends. Yeah, these guys are in here now. They've already hired a vendor for each of them. So we are low on cash, but I'm hoping it's going to uptick now we've got some shops. Because these guys are all going to make money now. It was expensive, but I think it was worth doing. And if we look at our guest needs, they think the zoo ticket price is fair, so we should probably leave it where it is. And then if they want to buy an umbrella, they can buy one on our information stand. Yeah, they just want more animals. Perfect. As long as we're meeting their needs, that is fine. And if they need more animals, we can definitely do that. I'm hoping we don't need to take another loan, though, because that would be not the best, honestly. Our other bush dogs are arriving in the pouring rain, bless them. Here they are. Oh, straight away, run away. No, their little faces. They're getting soaked, though. They are going to want to get in some shelter, I think. You need to go meet the others. Where are they? They're in here, I think. Yeah, they're both in here. Go outside. Meet the other ones. Be sociable. Come on. You've got new friends. Oh, they're going in. Oh, we got to see. We got to see. They're going to go say hello. Oh, they're not being the most sociable, are they? I would notice if someone walked into my den. They haven't even turned round. Are you going to go over and say hi? You're just going to stand behind them. Oh, they're just going to sleep, I think, behind them. I mean, they'll see them eventually. That's cute, though. I think they've integrated into the pack, which is great. The pack is getting bigger, and our shops are selling things, which is good. Just Memento a little bit less than everything else, but these guys are making money, which is always helpful. If we look at our finances, we are making a bit of money as well. It is going up, although it doesn't seem it. I think we've just managed to avoid financial ruin. So let's hope that carries on going upwards generally. It's gonna go like a graph where it goes up and down, but I'm hoping the general movement is up. Looks like our burgers are selling better than anything else by a landslide. Everyone loves the burgers. We are going to need some bins as well now. Now that we've added food and drink and stuff, everyone is going to start throwing it on the floor because they're not the best. I quite like the conservation bins. I think they're quite cute, and it goes with our theme. So I'm going to put a bin here and another bin here, and then we are just going to have to dot them around everywhere. So people have they have a place to throw away their rubbish when they're done with it. Just don't mistake them for the donation bins, please. And then no one should be in here throwing stuff away. Same here. I'm going to put one over here, but that should cover this area pretty well. I'm conscious I don't want to spend too much money all at once. It'd be nice to let it tick forward a bit, honestly, time-wise, and hopefully get some more money, because we are making it. And one thing we can do is we can replace one of these to be their image from the camera. So we've got Animal Burrow 1. You can see them all in there. In fact, I may leave this as it is on default, but then I might get another billboard and put this somewhere else. Because I think it would be cool to see them, wouldn't it? Maybe even here on a lower level. But you can see the burrow cam. There we go. I think that's good. And then they've got a good view of them everywhere. That's such a cool, like, live feed to have. So this is them leaving now. And then they will emerge out of here. So cool. There they are. They're just waiting for the first one to go. One thing I didn't set earlier as well was the temperature of the water. So if you go on the water temperature regulator, you can see at the minute it's on 20 degrees, which I think might be a little bit too warm. Let's double check the bush dogs, because in the Zoopedia it does say the area, the temperature they like to live at. So if they're living at 13 to 42 degrees, maybe they're going to want their water a little bit colder. At the minute, it's 19 degrees. Although, maybe 20 is about right for them in that case. 20-degree water, if they like 13 to 42, 20 degrees is on the lower end, but it's not going to be cold. Because if it's cold for them, they're going to want the water to be a little bit warmer. So, actually, 20 degrees is probably about right. We've luckily got about the right temperature. And they're all in here sleeping and seem like they're having a pretty good time. They're just enjoying a little nap. Oh, it looks like our bins are getting pretty full as well. So I might put a couple more bins, like one at the exit. Maybe another one in here. It could even be here at the entrance. And that's... Oh, and our caretaker's going around. That's probably okay. Oh, and feeding times just happened. We've just taken a hit financially because we just fed everyone. But yeah, they've got their food out. Now, we should probably name our bush dogs as well, because they've been here long enough. Oh, are you playing? They're interacting. Hey, they're having a little play. They are so cute. I love it when they like roll over each other. And you guys suggested loads of names for these guys, so we should definitely get on the renaming. So our alpha male over here is going to be Snoop. That was the most popular suggestion from you guys for this dog. Oh, and he's using the tunnel. Look at him go. He's squeezing through. I was surprised that they fit through that because it is very narrow, but good for him. And then our alpha female is going to be Laika, after the dog that was sent to space, which is such a cool suggestion. Although I may be pronouncing Laika wrong. I'm not 100%, so please let me know in the comments if I am. Then our other young male is going to be Tango, who keeps trying to move away. And the final female here is going to be Hazel, which is a very cute name. Why can't you access the staff from here? Oh, our staff are all in at once. All of the vendors have decided to go on a break at once, which has hit our finances as well. You need to get back to work, and then everyone else can enter. Yeah, there we go. Now they're leaving, they're able to go to work. I think let's move you because we need the money. Move you manually. Anyone who wants to go back can go back immediately and start working. There we go. Most of them are back now. The money's good again. I'm hoping we can get a bit more stable with our cash, and that will definitely happen when we build our next habitats. But for now, I do want to give back to the habitat because we've taken quite a lot from it. I want to give back to this region. So, seeing as we did use up about 3,300 meters squared for our habitat, and then we built our little water work hut and the new plaza area, I think if we call that about 3,500 meters squared of land that we've taken up, I want to give that back to the environment. So we're going to build another habitat area that's like the same space, so 3,500 meters squared, but we're not going to put anything in it. We're just going to add more diverse plant life and let the local fauna enjoy it effectively, because a lot of the bugs and things will still exist in this habitat, and we have enriched this for them. And, you know, we'll probably get some more with the addition of some water and things like that. But there's a number that aren't going to get through. Like some of the smaller animals aren't going to, the fence is going to block them off, and they're not going to want to go in with the bush dogs. So by giving them a bit more stuff out here, we're kind of giving them a new home instead, because we push them out. We want to give them something better here than what they had. So let's build that in now. And to do that, I'm going to use the nature tab. I'm going to filter biome to be temperate, because that's where we are, and then continent to be North America. And then I think we're just going to go with a similar kind of layout to what we have here. I want to make this is kind of prairie, I believe, in North America. And please correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I believe this is what you'd call this type of area, which is some, you know, sparse trees and then long grass and plant life, essentially, like low-level plant life. So at least that's what I'm going to go for, is trying to build out more of a prairie area in this section, or at least if it's not a prairie, you know what I mean. It's that I'm going for. So I want to use the trees that are already here. We've got sycamore and we got beech already here, so let's put a few more trees in, but I only want a couple more trees in this space. And actually, really what we should do is we should put some null barriers in just to mark out where it actually is that we want to build. I'm going to put a little habitat gate in here just so we can see how big this space is. Oh, this is really huge. Yeah, this area here is well above. Let's call it 4,000 then. We'll take it basically up to the workshop, and I think that'll be between 3,500 and 4,000 meters squared. So that works. And then we can just delete all of this. In fact, if we undo, we get our money back for placing that. So I'm going to do that and then delete these null barriers that are free. So let's build in between this tree is like our end marker and the water hut over there. Let's make this area in this space a little bit nicer. So I'm only going to put in, I think, 1 or 2 more trees in here because we've already got quite a lot in this space over here. Let's put a beech tree here and then maybe a sycamore in near it, just to continue what we've got going on. So let's have a smaller sycamore maple tree here. We don't want it to be too near our solar panel, but I think that's actually fine. And then that's probably enough. We could add some more in here. We could add a new tree for a bit more diversity. I'm just wondering whether we actually really want that. I think we'll do that elsewhere. Let's put another tiny sycamore tree in here. And that is enough for the trees. We don't want to add any more trees. In fact, this has exceeded where we dedicated it to. So let's put this over here, because this is our line. This tree is fine in the space. We'll give them that extra bit. And then I want to put in some low-level plant life. So I think I will just pick a few plants that make sense on like low level. We're going to keep this all long grass and then put in maybe just a few bushes and things that we can repeat around. Even having like buffalo grass I think would be good, because it would give us another grass species that we've mixed in with this area. So I think we'll put some buffalo grass in. We'll put maybe, we don't have any reeds, we don't need them. We can add some of these in, the saltwort. Saltwort? Yeah, I think saltwort. And then I think maybe just some meadow buttercups would be good, just to give them that, and some tick seed. In fact, yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll use the very low saltwort. I need to learn what that is. What is it? Saltwort? Common saltwort. We'll use these for a few bushes, and then everything else would just be different grasses, and we'll enrich the area like that because it's similar to what was here already, but we're enriching it with a lot more plant diversity, which would be great for the animals here. And I'm gonna turn on random rotation and align to surface so we get some more interesting areas. And I'm also going to leave it on play so we can actually get some more money for this, because this stuff is expensive. And we want to make sure that all of this is long grass the whole way around. Except not on our area here. This needs to be short grass on the path, otherwise they have no chance of actually tending to this area. Oh my goodness, the inspectors arrived as well. They come to look at the bush dogs. Oh no, what are they going to say? They've got an intimidating demeanor. Look at them, walking in place, just bumping into everyone they can. That's how you know they're asserting dominance early by shoving all of the other guests out of the way. It looks like we're making great donations, though, on the bush dogs. Like 3,000 there, and then quite a few of the others still have donations. Oh, these ones around here haven't got as many, but we haven't got any. But we've still got like 600 in this one, so they're earning a good amount of money. We must be getting some good money in for donations. I think we need to wait on our money in order to put our grass in, but I do want to build this area up. You can see that Snoop is the alpha male here, and so is Laika. Right there, alpha female. So these two will be the ones that are breeding. Everyone else is happy just being there. And I do want to increase their pack size as well from 4. I think we should have at least like 6 with the 6 little shelters we built. But I just want to make sure we're sustainable economically as well. And doing all the stuff we're doing, it does make, adds a layer of challenge where we are going to be short on money at the start. That's okay. I'm also wondering whether the information center is worth the money. Yeah, it is making money. Yeah, it's just not as much as the others. These always make so much money. Yeah, okay. When they got vendors in, they make more money as well. So if we can shuffle them along so that they walk a bit quicker, we'll earn even more money. Okay, our money's up again. Let's put some grass in before it goes down. So, whilst placing the grass, I realized the massive error. And our feeding costs have just taken us way down in budget as well. Effectively, I didn't realize I'd left our loan repayments on like the highest payable, or I'd left them on the standard one, where obviously you can turn down how much you pay each year. And in the finance management, it says that you're making profit, but occasionally you go up and occasionally you go down. And I think it's because of our loan. So I was like, oh, okay, don't worry. We'll come out of debt very soon. But I think what it is we've literally almost paid off our loan, and the game doesn't seem to be factoring that in because we're not making profit. Like if our income is 6,500 and these add up to more than 6,500, this is like 7,000 and something. So we're losing money, but we're paying off the loan. So I think the game just thinks that we're making money overall. So I've turned it down to the minimum payments, but it's too late now because there's barely anything left to pay. So I think basically once this loan is paid off, we can then take it out. So what we could do is just take, this is not good financial advice generally, what we could do is take this loan out to pay off the other loan, and then we'll be fine. So I think I might do that. We've got 1,000 left to pay. Let's take this 5 grand loan. Then we can pay off this loan because there's barely anything left to pay. And then we should be able to take the 20 grand loan again and pay off the 5 grand loan. There we go. This is barely impacted us. And what we can do is turn this down to the lowest payment, which is 3,000. So it'll take 10 years to pay off this loan. We'll pay more interest, but we're not going to take that long. We just want a more lenient loan system while we're starting out because we have like no money to get our first animals. So I think we've resolved the financial crisis here. It's apt that it's raining and dark. And we should probably look at that, actually. I think we need to close a little bit earlier. Or is this the morning? I think this is the morning. Maybe we do 8 till 8 then. We'll do 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for our zoo. That seems good. Yeah, see? Symbolically, we have the dawn. The sun is rising over our zoo. Let's finish up this grass area, and then we need to start expanding our zoo with another habitat. As soon as we've got another habitat or so in here, we'll make so much more money that none of this will matter. It's just actually getting started, because the main thing our guests want right now is a bigger place. They think the ticket price is fair, because there's only one thing in here, and then it feels small. So they basically just want more zoo. This has been pretty financially crazy, but now we've got our money sorted out. Let's place some grass down and give back a little bit to the environment. Okay, so we've got quite a few more grasses in here. It looks a bit strange higher up, but when you zoom in, you can see we've just added diversity to the life around here, and I think this would be huge for biodiversity. You know, we're giving them some different plant species to enjoy. They've got the little what are they, buttercups in here from the meadow. Was it twin flowers? I think they were. What are these? Cornflowers. And then the buffalo grass as well. So it just adds a bit more variety to the plant life. Because obviously we've still got the long grass. It looks a bit strange when you zoom out because it just stops loading the textures for the grass at a certain point. But when it is in there, it looks quite nice and natural. And I think that would do a lot for the local environment. So we've given them this huge area back. We're not going to build on any of this. This is just for nature. And now our zoo can kind of think about expanding into the next habitat. And the next expansion I want to make to the zoo is to have some exhibits. Now, these are super cheap to run and they bring in a lot of appeal. And what I'd like to do is have a few exhibits together in a bit of a frog house, because there are a few frogs in the game. If we filter by any type to be exhibit, there are a few frogs in the game that are actually endangered. So the American bullfrog is not. It's the least concerned species, so we're not going to have it in here. But the golden poison frog is endangered, the Goliath frog is endangered, and the Lehman's poison frog is critically endangered. So there are a few frogs in here that could actually really do with an upper hand. So I think we should give it to them. Let's set up a little breeding area for some frogs. We've also got some notifications, but I think these are just the challenges ongoing. So if we can get our bush dog education rating to 12%, it's on 8 right now. If we can get it to 12, we'll get a reward of 500, which isn't bad. And again, if we get another 25 guests in the zoo, or if we get another habitat species. For now, I think we should probably start on the education on that by going to our vet research. And we can assign Eduardo Rosen, our vet, to the bush dog. And they will start researching them. So what they're going to do is they're going to go into the habitat, examine the bush dogs, and then they're going to come into this building over here, the research building, and they're going to write some notes down and probably Google it and learn a bit more about them. But that will give us an education boost, so it's definitely worth doing. So let's start building these exhibits, and I think this area here is a perfect candidate to start building a nice big frog building, basically. So to place the exhibits, you need to go to facilities and then click animal exhibit, and we've got a whole bunch here of prefabricated ones and everything. I'm going to turn all the blueprints off, so we've just got our base 2 buildings. So we want the exhibit here because we don't want a walk through exhibit. That is not for the frogs. And then we can start to place them in. I am going to have the same kind of constraints as I've done before, where I don't want to just put them in one exhibit, because I think this is quite a small area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start probably around here. And I think I'm going to want to put a couple together. And by putting a couple together, we can make these a bit bigger, because I do think that these are a little bit small for our animals. So if we pause the game, it might help if we actually got some of the animals first. So let's get the golden poison frog first. Now, these guys, if we go on the Zoopedia, where are the golden poison frog? They live in groups of 4 to 7, and they're promiscuous, so they don't mind, any mix of boys and girls is fine. They can breed from 12 to 18 months until death, and they live for 12 years. So actually quite a long time. Oh my goodness, they're only tiny. They're 5 centimeters. That is so tiny. So that's probably everything we need to know. We need 4 to 7. Let's get like 6 to start with. Or we could get 7 if they're here. They're rescues as well. It might be, I guess, more ethical to take these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 here that are all rescues. None of them have terrible genetics or anything. I think let's get all of them. So we've got a rescue here, a custom seizure. Private zoo isn't so bad, so I'll hold off on that. A pet, we should I feel like we'll probably look after them a bit better. Let's take the pet. A custom seizure, definitely. Custom seizure, we need to. And another custom seizure. The private zoo, seeing as they've got good genetics, let's get them for the species, and then we've got all of them. So we can now get these 7 golden poison frogs and send them into our habitat. And look at it. Where are they? Oh, they're tiny, aren't they? I don't think these guys are going to need much more space than this. I think this is probably a reasonable size habitat for them. But for the sake of animal ethics, I do want to give them a large habitat. As long as it's not going to freak them out by having too big a space, I do think it would be better for them. So I'm going to put another exhibit exactly next to it here. And then what we can do is we can take some of the animals from here. So I think let's get a couple of breeding groups. Let's have 2 males here. Let's just take the first 3. And then we can probably just move them into this habitat. And obviously in the actual like real world here, this is one combined habitat, so they can all go between them. But this does give them a lot more space here to kind of move around and explore, I guess. They've got a bit more land. I feel like this isn't a crazy sized habitat for them either, if you look at it. I think it's a good size. My plan is to contain this within a single building and have 3 areas for exhibits. So I think what I'm going to do is just mark out this area for where the building is going to be. And I want to have a little section on each of them where the keepers could actually access them. So I'm going to put a little bit of space in near all of them. This wood is all going to change. I'm just using a material that was close by to mark these up. So I think we're going to want a door there. We can put a nice tunnel in to mark the door. Okay, I've got a bit of a layout here, so I'm going to put another exhibit here for the Lemon's poison frog, and then our Goliath frog is going to go at the back here. We're going to have a nice big area for them. I think that's going to work quite nicely. We don't quite have the money, so I'm going to hit play. And what we're going to need to do is start actually getting the golden poison frog area up and running, I think, a bit more kind of properly. So I think it would be nice to allow guests to see it from both sides. I don't like this path situation though. So I'm going to delete this path and then add a new path in that's just 4 meters. And I think we might need to do that manually like that, holding control. And then we've got this area here. Yeah, I think this is better. Because I don't mind guests coming to have a look, but I don't want it to be like 2 separate paths coming out. I think that's a bit strange. That's a bit better. So we've got this area so they can see them from the outside. And then we're going to allow them access on the inside. They just need to enter through the door here. And I've just realized a fatal error. I've not put the exhibits on the right climate. Oh my goodness, these poor frogs. So these guys need 26 to 31 degrees C and 80 to 90% humidity. So we need to actually set this up correctly. So 26 to 31, I'm going to call that 29. And then 85% humidity. I just want to get in the middle of this zone. Because then if it deviated, they've got a good amount of space there. And we need to do the same in the other one here. So these guys are going to want 29 degrees and 85% humidity. And then if we leave that to run, it will increase now. There we go. It's going up. Everyone should be happy. The poor things have got a good habitat now. There's social health. There's social... Oh, the group size is too small in this one. Oh my goodness. Yes, of course. Because it's 4, isn't it? As a minimum. In that case, if they're 4 to 7, that is going to be a problem for us. I think, seeing as they're quite a close social group, let's just grab all of these and move them into the same habitat. And my plan here was that this will still retain the old one. Even though there's nothing in here, this exhibit is empty, it'll still keep all of this like decoration that they've put in already. And we can still put in everything else as well, like all of the enrichment levels. So we've unlocked all of these before because we've researched them, just as we're doing our vet research for our habitat species. But we've actually finished this already in a previous series. So we have all of the layout stuff unlocked. And I'm just going to whack every single thing in here because I think, why not give them everything, you know? We're trying to make it as ethical as possible. Let's give these little guys everything they could possibly need. Lots of tropical plants, lots of leaves, and lots of mist. Which if we play, we'll now see is, yeah, much better. So these guys should be at 100%. Yeah, perfect. There's no one in here, but that's absolutely fine. We can put the maintenance on this to just be never, because no one's ever in it. And then these guys can stay on their standard maintenance every month from the keeper. I'm going to call this Golden Poison Frog, so we know what exhibit this is. And then I'm going to say probably Golden Poison Frog 2. And we know that it's not actually, the second one isn't actually a real exhibit. Let's also put some donation boxes in while we're here. Let's just whack this in the middle there and on the other side. I don't think I want them to use this path here. I think, although it's not a bad area, actually, it kind of sticks off of this path. Why not? Let's have another donation bin there, and this should give, yes, a lot more opportunity for money to come in. Because our zoo's overall appeal will now be much higher. We've got a most appealing exhibit species now, as well as a most appealing habitat species. And hopefully the guests will think that our ticket price is much better. The protesters aren't going to help us in the short term. But this will go away soon, and then we'll be okay. I think let's decorate up the Golden Poison Frog section. And where are these guys all from? So the Golden Poison Frogs are from Colombia. The Lehrman's Poison Frogs are from Colombia. And the Goliath Frogs are from Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea. So I think maybe on the inside we have, if it were all the same, I'd say maybe let's try and decorate the entire building one way. But let's just make this kind of a conservation looking building, and then on the inside we can decorate up the areas to represent where these guys are from. And to do that, I'm obviously going to be using as sustainable materials as I can. I'm going to use wood here, which includes things like bamboo, because it's the only, and organic, because they're the only ones that are really sustainable from these, I believe. Yeah, snow would be a bit weird. Nice. And when making the frog house, I just wanted to cover the exhibit windows with wooden window pieces, and then also use some extra small sections to block out any of the black bits so we don't see them because it looks a bit weird. And then really it's just a case of replacing the wooden building structure we had with our new wooden pieces. And as I mentioned before, I want to put little staff sections next to each exhibit, so it's like a realistic place where the staff could access the frogs, like the keepers could clean them out and things like that, without having to do it in front of the guests. And then I wanted another entrance or exit to the building, so it has a bit more flow to it, and it's not a one way in, one way out system. And I like the idea of having it enter or exit from the main path of the zoo. And for the roof, I wanted to use wooden roof pieces if possible to keep with the sustainability theme, but then I wanted to create an interesting roof as well and have a bit of a unique design. So we've got two different angles on the peak of the slopes that kind of come together and I think look quite nice. And I like how filling in the roof pieces created a little bit of a beam, so I wanted to expand on that and have full beams across that kind of realistically support the roof structure of our building. So I added those in too. Okay, that is the shell of the building in. I think this is mostly good. We've got like a nice interior now, and you can see where the frogs are going to be on this side. We can have another exhibit over here. This is going to be our staff area, and then we're going to have a small staff area here for the frogs in this section, where they would take them in and out and look after them, like without being right in front of the guests. And then the Goliath frog bit is going to be in here. So we can block them off with the exhibits. And in fact, I might place these in actually now. They just need connecting up to the path. Need the path to not be annoying. Come on. Yes, you can do it. You can do it. There we are. It's all connected. That worked. It's a miracle. So they're in, which is nice. They're not, we are a little bit low on cash though after placing them. Yeah, we're gonna be. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pause. I want to see if we can get the Lemons frogs in here as well, because that would really help us out. Am I spelling it wrong? I'm on the wrong trading, that's why. If we go to exhibit trading, I was in the wrong one. So let's go for Lemon's poison frog. And then these guys, what group size were they in? They're in a group size of 1 to 6. So I think let's just get 2 for now. Who is in most I need? You're a pet. You're a pet. Custom seizure. That's up there. Rescue. Custom seizure breeding program. Okay, in that case, let's get custom seizure, custom rescue, and custom seizure. I think these 3 are in the most need of being, you know, adopted. And then we can put them into this habitat here. And then honestly, we could spread these out. But I'm going to leave them all in here. In fact, I might take all 3 of these now and move them into this one. So we've got the right, like, decoration showing. Now, we're going to need to put these onto the right climate as well. So these guys need 26 to 31 degrees and 80 to 90. So they're in the same. I guess it makes sense. They live in the same climate. So it makes sense that they'd have the same requirements. So 29 and 85. Let me just double check that that was definitely 80 to 90. Yeah. Okay. And then the same for these guys. They're going to want 29 and 85. And I'm also going to give them all of the same enrichment that we've unlocked, because these guys have all the same. And we could, if we wanted, vary it up, actually, with these, so that they don't have all the same plants. So it's not, like, as obvious that it's the same. That might help us out a little bit in kind of giving it a bit of difference. I'm going to give more of them to this one. But I think that will help. And the same over here. I think we'll just take out a couple of the plants so it doesn't look exactly the same. And now it looks a bit more natural, doesn't it? It's not exactly the same habitat when you look at it. It looks like it could be one big one. And we do need to change the customize section. So we want to close one of these windows here where the staff are going to access them from. I don't know which window that is. It's obviously the last one I check, window 4. And we might as well put the 3D facade on for them. I'm trying to think what they would have. I guess the facade wouldn't really work. We could have the 2D facade and it's like a curtain that they can then open. That might be better. The 3D is not really going to work unless they've got some way to open it. Or it could be like a cool door, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. I'm going to say 3D facade, and there's like a section that opens, and they can get them from in there. Because that looks cool to me. And then on this side, we're going to do the same thing, where window 4 is going to have a 3D facade. And they can access them through there. And we do just need to add these decorations in for these guys. Which means getting rid of that little wooden log. And putting in the Australia pieces. Which already look much better. And these guys are also going to want donation bins. So let's put a nice donation bin in here. And the next step for us will be setting up education. But I think now they're in here and we've given the golden poison frogs everything they need to be happy and healthy. Let's learn a little bit more about the golden poison frog. The golden poison frog is a species of poison dart frog endemic to the rainforests of the Pacific coast of Colombia. Although being called golden frogs, they're actually found in mint green, yellow, and orange color morphs, and their bright coloration of their skin acts as a warning signal to potential threats. This is because they have extremely poisonous skin that they use as a defense mechanism against predators. In fact, a single golden poison frog has enough poison on its skin to kill between 10 and 20 people. The golden poison frog is the largest species of poison dart frog, measuring on average 50 to 55 millimeters, so they're tiny. Thankfully, the captive golden poison frogs aren't poisonous because they can't eat the same invertebrates as they would do in the wild, which are the source of the poison. Indigenous tribes that live in the same rainforest as the golden poison frog use its poison on their darts for hunting, hence their name. Most species of tree frog are extremely secretive and will hide often, but this species is quite fearless, likely due to its toxicity making it invulnerable to attack. So they know that our guests aren't going to hurt them because they wouldn't try. The golden poison frogs are social animals living in unrelated groups of between 4 and 7 individuals in the wild, and they live on the forest floor. Unlike other frog species, they also don't need to live in or near water, although they do need a water source in which to deposit their eggs. And when the females are ready to lay their eggs, the males will attempt to attract them with a series of high-pitched squeaks. They will mate in large groups, with males moving from female to fertilize her eggs as she lays them, then taking the clutch of eggs and carrying them on his back to a suitable water source to deposit them. Eggs hatch 11 to 12 days after laying, but the tadpoles remain in the water until they become froglets between 55 and 60 days later. Unfortunately, the golden poison frog is endangered, with the current population in the wild unknown, so our zoo really needs to work on boosting their numbers and giving them a better chance of survival. And I think I want to play around with the outside building, so I don't like how the roof sits at the minute. It needs to be further in, and unfortunately, because of how the exhibits are, we've got a bit of an annoying situation where if you put them on the inside of the line, which is where the building wants them to be, you kind of get the exhibit clipping through it, which is fine from the inside. Like, that's not a problem. It still looks like it fits. But it is a bit odd if they sit on the outside, because not only do the buildings not line up properly, but the roof then doesn't line up with the building, which is a little bit annoying. So I kind of want to leave them here, but I want to change how we have our roof done. And I think what we could do is we could put a little bit of like an awning around the whole building that would, I think, look quite nice. And it would give us a bit more area, I guess, to catch water, because the other thing I would like to do is to install some guttering. So it makes sense that we're expanding our roof area, and this way we can do it on the inside of the lines so that the grid is like happy and the roofs will look correct, because we can put them on there and that looks right. But then also the general building, like the functionality of the building, will be improved because we're going to have more surface areas to catch water. And I do want to, so I'm going to expand this, and then I'm going to put a guttering system in, because I think it's really important that we're recycling water as much as possible in the zoo. We get a reasonable amount of rainfall, and I want to capitalize on that and make sure we're putting that to good use with our animals. Okay, I think the next thing I'm going to do, because I believe our barrier's in here. Yeah, this is all still fine. Everything's still as we left it, basically. We've just changed it. Oh, no. It does need to move out here as well. Okay, that's fine. These just need to be adjusted to continue on here. I was going to say, I think there's one more thing to change, but yeah, that's it. These just need to be moved to here. And then our roof needs to be taken up here. But that's actually fine, because I don't really like how the wooden area looks here, like the black bit. So if we have this taken up, I don't think these show through the top. They don't. And we can have just a couple of pieces here instead. In fact, we could even have a 2-meter one. Let's see how big this one is. Have we got a 2-meter piece anywhere? There's one here. That's not bad, actually, to have it there. I don't think that's a bad look in, because it doesn't need to be huge. Although I think I'd rather have 2 overlapping 1 pieces that are like 1.5. Like that. Yeah, because it's still a bigger area to see in. And it's whether we want the guests to see the lights, I guess, at the top. because it does somewhat block that off. I suppose for realism, you don't... Well, you can see them if you want anyway. If you're going to look up, you don't typically see that. But if you wanted to look at the lights, you'd see the lights anyway, you know? So let's just put this in all our areas. In fact, I was going to wait until we've done this, but while we're here, I'm going to do something that I think is going to make everything much easier. I'm going to just take all of the roof pieces and slide them away so that we've got a bit more space to work with. I should have probably done that earlier, but I'm doing it now. Makes it a bit easier to build on the inside of the building. When you've already got the roof in place, like, it can be a bit tricky with the camera sometimes. Oh, and that's not good if they're going to clip through. They need to go down one. Okay, that's fine. So these need to go down a touch. Let's put them on 1 meter. But these are fine. Oh, do they? Maybe it's how the roof is angled. Let's see when it's on. Yeah, this should be far, far better. And we can have... I mean, it can end here, honestly, with this section. I think we're going to need to connect this up, though. We may need to have this kind of have a column here in the middle of the path. I don't think it's that bad. As long as there's enough space to get around. What we could do is make this a bigger path here. And I think that might be better, even if it's an 8-meter path. Just to connect this up properly. Oh, not an 8-meter, because that is terrible. Okay. 6 isn't so bad. That gives another meter on either side. I think that's a bit better. Yeah, we could potentially... Yeah, they're going to connect up with 4-meter paths anyway. So I think 6 is not so bad there. And it curves in and out. It could be a lot worse there. That's better. I think that's more in line there. Okay, cool. 6-meter path for the win, because that's enough space that you can, you know, you should be able to get around. You can fit like 3 people through there. That's not going to be a problem. And then I've just missed the outside here. And there we go. Everything should be correct now for the roof to go back on. I don't want to do any more editing to it just now. We will do a bit more, but I'm going to leave that for now and put this roof back on. That's going to be quite annoying if that's going to clip through. I think what we're going to need to do is put the roof on and then just have that be like as it is. And then just adjust these down a tiny bit so that they're not seen. That looks good enough to me. That seems pretty good. I don't think there's any gaps. Everything should be functioning. I can delete this section as well because we know what's going in here. That seems good. Cool. Okay, I like that. Everything's looking quite nice. We have got a strange... We've got the wood on the inside here. I'm going to move this to the outside, I think, on these. And then they can start being wood from here. That's fine. But I think it looks a bit strange to be the only thing with like the rope on the inside. And this we may duplicate to be on both sides. It's either that or we just turn it off on this path, which we can do. I'm going to turn off railing on ground path here. Yeah, that's better. Okay. And we can turn it off on there as well. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better. This will all be gone when we put this in. We might as well turn it off here, though. Oop, that was the wrong button. There we go. And this building's coming along. Right, let's add the gutter in to this section. Okay, we've got the main pipe pieces in, and I think this looks alright. I think over here, there's like, these two are slightly raised up for some reason. I'm gonna leave it because I think I can spend all day on this and not be happy with it, but it's close enough. It should be fine. These pipes are all in the right place. We're gonna need some corner connections as well in here, which should be fairly straightforward to put in. And we need to decide where we want it to all exit, really. So if we duplicate this section, we can then turn it into a bend, and it will be like on the right height, the same height as everything else. So then we just need to make sure it's in line with everything else, which I think that is there. And I'm kind of thinking, let's put another bend in here. Okay, the guttering system is in, and we've got it to this point. Now, the reason I want the actual water butts over here is that we can then have the same thing on our shop building when we build it and connect it to the same water pipes. So we're going to want a down pipe down here. Now, if we put a half pipe bend here again, then I believe we can just swap out one of our pipes for a T-section here. So if I would like to have it here, honestly. I think that would be the best place. What I'm going to do is actually just move this one back to here, and then we should be able to duplicate it and turn it into this one with a hole in, basically. That's what we need, is the one with the hole in it. So the water will now flow down this pipe, and we can then extend that into a 4-meter pipe down, and then have it drain away. So I don't even think it needs to be 4 meters, maybe 2 meter. And then we're gonna want a little exit at the bottom as well. So let's put our downpipe exit. We spin this around. Oh, it's upside down as well. That's interesting. Let's have it like that. And this is about the right height, actually. That's probably good. If we just shuffle this one down slightly, that looks good. And then we can have a nice drain on the bottom. There. I think that'll work nicely. And we're going to assume that we've taken this out. Maybe we're taking this out right now over to here, and we've got like a soak away section over here. I don't know. Something like that. We've got an exit source for this, though. So this is where it's draining from. Now we can put in the fun stuff, which is like the water butts. You've got to love a water butt. So let's put a few water butts in here. And we're going to want the tap spacing out to here. So maybe we could have a few, honestly. You know, at this scale, I think we put a few next to each other. And that is a lot of water for our keepers to use. If they've got 4 water butts full, that would be loads. You can also add a little watering can nearby that they've left here. I think that looks good. Now, oh, there's a base for the water butts as well. Yeah, I was going to say, these are very low down. Of course they need a base to stand on. So let's put the bases in. And then we just need little pipes coming out of them. Okay, I'm not 100% on it, but it does function. There's not the gutter pieces that I would want to finish that how I would want to do it, but it works. This is functional, so it's fine. I think having the wood, the Australia wood here, means that this is somewhat realistic and that you could have guttering here. There's no proper end piece here, though. I guess because they want you to flow through the water butts first and then go to your end pipe, like to your drainage pipe, but this makes sense as well. Like, if they're full, it will then go down the drainage, but it flows into here first. This is how a lot of them are done, so I'm a little confused as to why that isn't an option. But hey, it is what it is. So now we've sorted out our water situation, I want to check out our Lemon's poison frog and just check the numbers. Yeah, so at the minute, these guys are solitary except for mating, I believe. Let me just check that in the Zoopedia, but I'm pretty sure they're also solitary. Where are they? Species data. Yeah, they're solitary animals, only interacting with other frogs in order to mate. So I feel like probably if they're attracting one female as well, let's have one female and one male in each one. I think that's probably a better way to go. So we're going to move this female into here, and then we should get another male. Let's see where they are, to be fair. Where are they from? That's a rescue. Rescue should probably take priority. I'm going to send them into here. And now we've got one of each. We've got a male and a female in both of these habitats. I think that's good. They're tiny as well. How are they going to see them if there's only two in there? Because they live in such small groups, but they're supposed to be really small, aren't they? I can't even see one. Are they just round the back? Oh, there's one there. There's one there. Oh, to be fair, they're very vibrant. So actually, you probably would notice if it were, if it were visible. And the other ones as well. I'm assuming you would see them. Plus, that's part of the fun, right? That's part of the fun, is to try and spot them when you're at the zoo. And you have a little look around, and then someone goes, oh, there's one there. And then everyone starts crowding around to look. Like these people here, just gazing in. So let's put some more education and try and get some more donations, as well as teach our guests more about them. If we go facilities, their media devices and education, they have their own one. So they've got an exhibit education board. I think, let's put some of these in. Maybe we have like 2 on each, in each area here. I think that would be good. Actually, I'm going to color it up because it looks super boring right now. And what color have we got on here? We got this green. I think I might do the same color here. I think it's that one. And then an off-white, yeah. That looks good to me. And they can be on the golden poison frog. And now when we duplicate them, we've got the right number. And then I would like to teach our guests about them, but we're going to have quite small areas for this. And luckily we are in a power zone. I didn't even think about that. But power is... Oh, we're in the entrance zone, aren't we? Of course, we're completely covered. So that's good. We're going to want to look at this speaker though. So if this is the golden poison frog, I think we should have it, it's on the outside. Realistically, we should probably have it be quite small so it teaches people around here about them. And then maybe we have one on... Maybe that's it, actually. Maybe we have one on the other side for the Lehman's poison frog. I'm honestly tempted to just leave it as white because I don't think it's the end of the world to have a speaker, Like, if to see a speaker, it doesn't need to blend in or anything, and it doesn't really match the theme anyway. Like, the white looks better. So I think we'll have them. And then what I want to do for these little guys is on the inside, I want to put like the ambiance speakers in for them. So they've got here, ambiance speakers. They've got a couple of different designs, but I think these should go in the corners in the habitat if we're able to put them in here, which we are. We're going to struggle to click on them though, so I'm going to undo that, place it, and then I want to choose what it actually does. So this is going to play, what do we want, frogs? Probably not probably insects of the jungle or rainforest. Because I believe the golden poison frog and the Lemon's poison frog are both from the rainforest, aren't they? Yeah, Colombian rainforest. And where's the golden poison frog? The rainforest of Colombia. So we can put these in and duplicate them actually. So I'm just going to Control D to duplicate. And I think these would be good to just whack in the corners. You know, bearing in mind this, again, is like one place. And then it probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh, it's raining now. Whoa, look at the rain. Speaking of rainforest, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to actually put these in this room as well. So I think I'm going to put these kind of on the ceiling areas. Oh, I think that isn't touching. I'm not going to look at it. It's not quite touching the roof area, but it's fine. I will not let it bother me. Let's grab this one here as well. Oh, I can't grab it because it's not in the group. Let's put this one up here. And then there's going to be another thing. Let's put one in here. And in here. And then there'll be some rainforest ambience as well. Let's delete this one here because we don't need that anymore. I think that'll definitely help them out with being a bit more at home. Like it's a bit more ethical, isn't it? And we can probably get some more education in here too. We've got the conservation boards would be good as well, but we could just put a big screen in as well. Well, not that big. That would be wild. We could put a TV screen in though to cover up this section. I think that would be pretty cool actually. TV screen 4 meters. We've got smaller ones. Yeah, that. Well, the 4 meter one might be. It's probably quite large. Leave some space for decorations. Then we should be able to just choose one of the animals. I think they've got all of the animals on here. Yeah, there we go. So we want the Lemon's poison frog there. And we can put the same on this one. And have it be about the golden frog. It doesn't actually, it doesn't give them any more education. But it looks, you know, it looks like it would. It makes the area look a lot better as well, I think. You've got a couple of different ways to learn about them. Now, seeing as they're in here and we've got loads of education up, let's learn a little bit more about the Lemon's poison frog. The Lemon's poison frog is a species of amphibian endemic to the Colombian rainforest of the Antillean Valley and cannot be found anywhere else in the world. Preferring to live on the forest floor, the frog can occasionally be found residing on low branches and bushes, distinguished by the thick dark brown to black banding on its back, head, and legs. In between these are bright lines of coloration that can occur in red, yellow, and orange color morphs. The frog's coloration acts as a warning to potential predators that it's toxic. The toxins on the frog's skin causes intense pain and swelling, so you don't want to touch them. The Lemon's poison frog are on average 31 to 36 millimeters in length when fully grown, so they are so small. Lemon's poison frogs are actually solitary animals, only interacting with other frogs in order to mate, so we probably want to keep them in breeding pairs. After the rainy season, the males search the damp forest floor and low-hanging branches for a suitable area for eggs to be laid. Once a good spot has been identified, the male frog starts making high-pitched calls to attract a female, who, if impressed with the area he's selected, will lay several large eggs there. The male then fertilizes and protects the batch of eggs for the next 4 weeks, turning them over to ensure they remain damp on the forest floor. Just as the young are about to hatch, the male will take them to separate pools of water, feeding them with unfertilized eggs after they're born. After 2 to 3 months, the tadpoles mature into froglets and become independent. And in fact, the tadpoles often grow into froglets in small pockets of water in hollow trees or bamboo branches, so they're quite inventive with where they put them. The tadpoles are also cannibalistic, so the father will separate the eggs before they hatch, which is definitely a good idea. Unfortunately, the Lemon's poison frog is critically endangered, with its current population in the wild unknown. The frog's natural range is a very small 10 kilometers squared, so it's vulnerable to habitat loss through deforestation. Overexploitation has also been a threat to the frog, with the pet trade capitalizing on its unique coloration and patterning. So I'm glad we can create a stable environment for these guys where they're going to be looked after properly and can breed their numbers back up. Now, I didn't realize, but they're actually quite closed off compared to the others because I haven't put this little entrance here. So I think we'll put that in as well and just give them a little bit more space again. Like, why not? So if we... Ooh, I'm trying to think about the best way to do this. It might be to do... Yeah, like that. We're going to need to put the railing on the ground path again. And then connect this up in a straight line if we can. The path does not like this at all. That is probably as good as we're going to get it, honestly. I think that's pretty reasonable. And then we can just take that panel away. That's the wrong place. Okay, don't worry about that then. In that case, let's put it in here where it's supposed to go. And then we can connect this in, I'm sure. There we go. That's connected up nicer. That's fine. And they go next to the water butts, which is all good with me. That can then be deleted. And then if we get our Australia wood pieces, they can be put in. So we need a large window around the outside. Probably I want to put the grid height back on. That seems good. And then a 1 meter thing at the bottom, and then turn that off and put one in at the top as well. And everything looks good. Okay. Do we want one on the other side? I mean, at the minute, there's not really much of a reason to come round. I do like that theirs is very open here, though. I'm gonna see what you guys think. This gives them a bit more privacy, I suppose, which at the minute these guys don't have. But I don't know how much they need. I mean, they aren't afraid of people at all because they're not used to being attacked. And I presume these guys are the same, but I'm not 100%. So I'm gonna leave it how it is now with them having a little bit more privacy. And then we should probably put in our last ones over here. So if we go animal exhibits, let's grab a few exhibits and place them in. And I'm going to scream because our roof isn't in the right place. So let's grab our roof and move it out like we did before. Because the roof is just going to get in the way if we're trying to build inside. Unfortunately, everyone is going to get a little bit wet. So we may have to stop time while we do this. Because I don't want everyone to get soaking wet while we start construction. Oh my goodness, I have powers. It's stopped raining. Perfect timing to remove the roof. Okay, let's put you here. And then we have a much easier view into the place. And then let's put our exhibits in here. It's connecting up there. So let's put them like this. There we go. It's connected to the path quite nicely. The curb's not too bad. I might actually just take the curb off. Because I think... Oh, and take the railing off as well. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. When we put the stuff in, you're not going to see it, honestly. But... we might as well have it like that. Then we can put our Australia wood pieces in and it's going to hide it all anyway. Okay, that should be good. And I also want to add in some decorations. So before we get them in here, let's decorate this place up. And for that, I want to use the themes that they're from. So if they're from South America, I want to use South American pieces where we can. Use all the decorations for these two habitats here. So let's pause the game and put in some South American decorations to just make it feel a little bit more themed for these guys. Okay, I think that's probably good. And I want to decorate up this section with the Africa pieces because the Goliath frog is from Cameroon. Well, they're from Africa, but Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea. So we're going to go with the African pieces instead of South America. Okay, I think that's pretty reasonable. I put a couple of doors in as well for the staff to access the little areas. Obviously, these aren't actually getting used. I'm just going to leave them empty, but it gives them a bit of space where they could access it. And in fact, we should have another door on the other side here too, because I did want them to be able to access both areas. So I might just move this door up to be in the same position. I think that would be pretty normal, and then they can have access to there. That seems good to me. Let's put this roof back on. There we are. The roof is back on, and all we need to do is get our Goliath frogs. So if we actually check the Zoopedia first as well, this is 1 to 2, so these guys are fully solitary. We only want to get 2 of them. So let's search Goliath frog and hope we've got some. We've got 1 male here that's a pet. We've got a rescue and a custom seizure. Oh, ideally, they're not the best genetically. And these guys are endangered, aren't they? Yeah, so we're in a tough spot here. I think, really, what we need to do is just let another zoo take these 2, because I don't think we're going to help the species, and we're not having them to not breed them. Like, we want to be a breeding zoo, and these are definitely the genes you want to breed into the species. So I'm gonna adopt these 2. Still, I don't think they should be pets anyway, so I feel like we're kind of rescuing all of them. The Goliath frogs, like, they're huge. So let's put them in here. They seem like a very specialist pet to have. And then I'm gonna grab them, throw them into this one, and then do the same into the middle one. And their temperature is 26 to 32, so that would be that we could do 29 for that, and then 74 to 86. So I think that will be 78, 79, or maybe do 79. So 79% humidity and 29 degrees for all 3 of these. Okay, that seems pretty good. Now we just need to add the other bits to it, like our little decoration pieces, and probably, oh, we need to put the windows in, don't we? I was going to say we need to get rid of that somehow, but yes, it's because we'll put the window there. Is that window 1? No. Window 2, window 3 is going to have a 3D facade, and then on this one, window 1 is going to have a 3D facade. So now that looks good. That looks good to me. Oh, and we need to put the maintenance of this one to be never, and the maintenance of this one to also be never. And I think we missed that. Oh no, both of these are being used. Okay, cool. So they've got this big space. We've given them this huge area. And where are they? They're in here. They're both in here. If I hit play, their welfare will start to go up. I can't see them. They're on the... Oh, there they are. There's one there. Oh, look at them. They're huge. Oh, we're low on cash again, but that's okay. We've also got a reward here, I think. Yeah, guest numbers. We've got 300 guests, so let's claim our 1,000. That'll help our finances. And let's just finish off this habitat, I think. Okay, so we've got some ambiance speakers in there. Oh, I didn't delete this one. We need to delete that. We've got the ambient speakers in there. We've got an educational speaker. We've got some more education, and we obviously put the Australia wood pieces to cover up this area. And I think that looks pretty cool. It's a huge habitat for the Goliath frog. So we do need to name these. I'm going to call this Goliath frog, and then Goliath frog 2, and then Goliath frog 3. What I could do is maybe call them X, Goliath frog X, and Goliath frog XX, so we know that they're not being used. That might be better, actually, because then we're going to have Lehman's frog 1 and 2. There we go. Renamed all of them, so they should be named nicely. And now if we go to our exhibits, we go animals exhibits, we can see we've got our enclosures listed here. So they, yeah, empty operational, and we should be able to monitor these pretty well. We've got our maintenance on nothing for these, so they shouldn't be adding to the strain for our keepers, which is great. And I just think they look really cute, having all of these in here. I like having the massive exhibits in here. I feel like it really adds something. And now they're in here, let's learn some more about the Goliath frog. The Goliath frog is an extremely large species that lives in the African rainforest of Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea, specifically in the fast-flowing rivers and streams. It can be green to dark brown in color, with a paler underbelly, large yellow eyes, and may also have small ridged bumps on its skin. The Goliath frog is the largest living species of frog, weighing between 0.6 and 3 kilos and measuring between 17 and 30 centimeters long. Goliath frogs have no vocal sac, so they can't croak, but they've got powerful legs that can leap a distance of up to 3 meters. Goliath frogs have been around for 250 million years, so they precede the dinosaurs. And what a cool animal to have in our zoo. Goliath frogs are solitary and don't interact except to mate or compete over mates. When females are ready to lay their eggs, the males will begin to build nests on riverbeds near fast-flowing water, pushing stones into semicircular formations in the sand. They will also wrestle with any rival males that happen to be building nests nearby, so we want to make sure we don't put males in together. It is then up to the females to decide on a high-quality building nest in which to lay her eggs, the male fertilizing them as she does it. Both the mother and the father then abandon their eggs, leaving them to hatch into tadpoles that approximately 3 months later will grow into froglets. The tadpoles of the Goliath frog eat one single species of plant that is only found in the rapid flowing water and at the base of waterfalls, so they have to be very picky on where they build their nests. Unfortunately, the Goliath frog is endangered, with its current population in the wild unknown. The species faces dangerous overhunting for food, as trophies, and by the pet trade. So unfortunately, the Goliath frog need our help in this zoo to breed their numbers back up and give them a bit of protection. I think our frog house has shaped up really nicely. I did realize I didn't put the 3D facades on the back though. So I think I'm gonna just change these so that the back has got the 3D facade and it's not just the Australia wood. And also, it might be a good idea just to rotate them to add some variation. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So maybe this middle one, we'll rotate. So I'm just gonna move them and then click Z to spin it round. And this one could even just be the opposite there. And then maybe we move this one, something like that. And it makes the whole thing look very different. We are going to need to change where the windows are though. So they're going to want window 2, 3D facade. And then we're going to want the back ones on all of these, which I'm never going to be able to guess because we've spun them round. So 3D facade there, and then probably, where is it? Window, let's put the 3D facade on. Yeah, window 4, okay. So they are all on. I think that looks so much better. Now it's been spun round as well. It looks much more natural. So I think I'm going to do that to all of the exhibits we have here. And then I also need to put donation bins in. Otherwise, we're not going to earn any money from these areas. So let's put a couple of donation bins in here. And, oh, there's one there as well. Let's customize these up now. Okay, I think that's probably good. We've added in a few bits. We've moved all these around. We added donation bins and normal bins, which I'd forgotten. Oh, I do want to connect this up as well here, because there's an open window here, and I think it would be nice to give guests access to this. And I think it might make sense just to connect it up here, rather than have another connection out here. Although we could have one here next to the water butts. No, I think it makes sense just to connect it up in front of the building here. We delete this path, we can hopefully attach it in. There we go. I think that's good. And then guests have an easy route to see them here too. And we can put some more education and donation bins in. And I think we should also add in one of these awnings just to kind of tie it in the same as everywhere else. Seeing as it's on the outside. I know it doesn't need it because we've got a roof above it, but I just think it looks nice decoration-wise. It looks quite cute. And that is pretty cool, I think. You can see them from this side too. There's actually one there because they're in this one, which is better. Oh no, the Lemon's frog are in both, aren't they? It's the golden ones that are in... Yeah. They're the ones that are in one of them. Nice. So everyone is in and settled. I think that's a bit of a success. Let's see how our actual zoo is doing overall. So, although it's horribly raining, on money, how are we looking now? Income is definitely higher than our outgoings now. So this is where we could consider paying off some of the loan or increasing our repayments. But I don't think we will just yet. I want to keep making more money, and then we'll go from there. So the more, the more animals we get, the more money we're going to make. And right now, this area could do with a bit of a makeover, I think. So the first thing I want to do is upgrade our shops to look okay, because this looks pretty ugly. So let's do that, and let's give it a sustainable water network as well, so it can tie into the water butts as well. And for that, I want to be using sustainable materials, probably wood again, wood and organics, and kind of making something that ties in with this area. It probably should be Australia wood to tie in nicely. And then a good wooden roof as well. So these buildings kind of look together. I think it's good to have some cohesion in this area. And then they can collect all this water that's stopping now because the rain's stopping, and funnel it into the water butts. For this building, I wanted it to be larger than the actual shop shelves because I like to think that they've got a little seating area back there and a little hallway, like an area to go between the different shops. So it's a bit more realistic, and then I put a separate door in for them as well, which is why the building is larger than it needs to be. And also, the larger the building is, the more water we can collect from the roof network when we set that up. And then for decorations, I wanted to tie it into the frog house as much as we could. So seeing as we have South American and African frogs, I've gone for a mix of South American and African scenery pieces. And then all that's left to do is add some windows and the guttering. Okay. That is a lot of construction we've done. I like this. I think I might add some awnings to it still because I think they're quite cute sometimes. So let's add a few awnings in. But generally, I'm quite happy with this. The gutter is somewhat functional, I would say. So we can either cover this up. That might be better to put this here. It's not completely covered. You can still see through it. But it's a bit more of a one-piece solution then. That still keeps our guests dry while they're there, because they're definitely not covered by the roof there. So we've got that one, and then the North American, there is a nice one here. I wanted to have both of them like represented because they're right next to the frog house. You know, it's South Africa and it's South America, sorry, and Africa. I can't remember where in Africa, but it's Africa as well, because I know we've got the Africa and the North Africa pieces. We're gonna say North Africa right now. But I think this will work nicely. And there we go. We've got a few awnings for them as well. I think that looks nice. And we could probably do with hiring another vendor now we're here. Where are our vendors? Are they all on a break? Or is that one there? No, I think it's just guests. I'm assuming, oh, there's one here. And they're going back to work, okay. So what we should probably do is give our guests some perks. We completely forgot to do this. I think staff healthcare is the main one, isn't it? I'd like to give them all of them, but you have to choose one. So I think staff healthcare is the best thing that we can offer, really, which reduces how tired they get, basically. But it's not bad, and also it's healthcare for them, which I think is a good thing. So let's also get another vendor or two, because they will make money for us. I'm going to get one vendor, and now we can set up our first work zone, because I don't want them working wherever now. So I'm going to say, just for the vendors, we're going to have this and the staff area there, and that is going to be our first work zone. We can just call this entrance, or frog shops, maybe. Because they're by the frog house, aren't they? Frog shops. And then all of our vendors can just work on the frog shop. Rather than working in a specific one, they'll just float between. And now we've got 5 of them to do 4 shops. I'm also going to train up all of the vendors, because the more trained they are, the longer they'll last in their job without getting tired. And that is important to us. And I also think we should train up our keeper. Oh yeah, we need to anyway. But ethically, I feel like that's an important one to be training up. And we've got even more water management going on here. We're conserving so much water. Look, we've got 12 water butts. That's a load of water. That's so much. And I like that our staff will come through here and enter their shops. And then there's a little door in the back, I assume, of each of these. Now, I also noticed that I ended up using the dry buffalo grass over here. I don't know why I did that. I wanted to use the normal buffalo grass. So that was a bit of a mistake, because it looks a bit odd. So I think what I'll do is go through and just replace the dry grass with the normal grass. And I think that's going to look much better. It is going to cost us, though, because annoyingly, removing the vegetation does cost money. But I'm just going to say what we're doing here is we're just watering it and adding some fertilizer or something and making the grass healthier. And then you also said that saltwort is a coastal plant, which I had not realized. So probably not the best one to have in our kind of woodland area. So I think I might replace these with another option that is actually appropriate here. Okay, I believe that is all of the bushes there. And I think it looks much better. Oh, I've missed one here. There's a couple here. But we've pretty much done it now. It's just nice to go back every so often. You know, if I've made an error where it's like, yeah, this is a coastal plant, that doesn't really make much sense. I'd rather pick it up and then make it make sense as something a bit more appropriate than just leave it. So I'm glad that we've got this in here and we've made this change. And this area looks much better to me. I still don't like that the grass doesn't render in, but when it does, it looks much better. Look at that. And the arrowwood isn't invasive, I don't believe. So it should be a good shout here. And grows on the edge of forests, which, and woodlands, which is kind of what this is. So the edge of a woodland, perfect place to grow that. I think we should check in on our bush dogs as well and see how they're all getting on. So where's our alpha male and female? Have they... Oh, look at them. They're in here. They're in the camera, the burrow camera. That's amazing. Oh, there's one leaving now. You're going to poke your head out. There they go. Who's this? This is Snoop. This is our alpha male. And where is the alpha female? She's the one I'm most interested in. Ooh, a facility having significant negative effects on guests. Oh, they're over here. Why are you over here? You're not supposed to be able to go beyond this barrier. Guest barrier curb. I'm going to raise it up or something. Does anyone know why that's not working? Because I believe they're just walking over it. I thought that these were supposed to keep them out in the same way. Perhaps the curb isn't... Oh, I think it might be working now. They're deterred. Yeah, I don't think they can leave. Okay, it just wasn't working. Well, I'm going to manually move everyone out and then put it back in. That's so funny. Stop moving in. I'm going to have to pause the game. And then we can have this go to here. No, they're going straight over it. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'll leave that there so we know it's there. And I don't know whether you guys can let me know in the comments if there's something wrong with this. But I'm also going to turn random rotation off because that's going to annoy me. And then I'm going to sink a guest barrier underground here. And the ribbons I know work. They definitely don't cross them. And they work even if they're underground. So we can see if that deters them. They have no reason to go over here, so they haven't gone in here, but that's not because it's actually working necessarily. And hopefully they don't go through here. Where did I put one? Oh, I put again, they've got no reason to go through here. I put another one down here. I think that's worth... Oh, the inspector's left. Report ready for viewing. Let's have a look. Education facilities too, but they're like the cleanliness. Okay, so we do need to improve our education. How's our vet research getting on? Oh, really well. They've done loads. Wow. So we've unlocked a lot for them. Food level 3 included. And we've got an education bonus and hopefully a breeding bonus. Have we got one of those or not yet? I don't think we've got that. Oh, breeding research. We're on that now. Okay. Oh, and we've got a little bit here, plus 15%. But these guys should have better food. So let's, I know it's a cost, but we've got to give them the best food quality that we can. They deserve it. They're the best, aren't they? Oh my goodness, we got a baby! How did I not see this? I completely missed this. She's in the burrow. Look at her. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, that's adorable. Our first baby's in the zoo. That's amazing. I'm really sad we didn't see her be born, but we know she's here, and that's probably her mum next to her. That's why I couldn't find the mum. She's staying in the burrow with the little bubba. Oh, adorable. I hope they do come out of the burrow as well when they're young. It would make sense if they didn't. I don't know how their behavior works with that, but I would like them to leave so we can see them a bit better a bit later. And maybe we should entice her out by upgrading their habitat. I've had a little bit of a think about the plants in here, and what I'd like to do, following your guys' suggestions in the comments, is try and make this habitat more like a specific habitat for them in the wild. So if we use plants that would only grow in the South American lowland forests, I think that will be much more natural. So we can have just the plants from that like type of biome. And it's one that they'd find naturally where they would live. And we've also got the restriction that we're not in South America, so we have to use the subset of those plants that will actually be able to reasonably be grown here and survive. Even with a little bit of extra care and maybe the winter, but they need to reasonably be able to survive here. So we can't have like coconut palms because they would not survive our winters here. So of the plants in the game that would be found in the bush dog's natural habitat, and by natural habitat, in this case, I mean the lowland woodlands of South America, these are the subset that are actually able to be grown in temperate North America within reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out all the other trees and plants, and then I'm going to replace them with ones from that region so that we're kind of creating as close to an accurate habitat as we can for these guys. Okay, so that's removed quite a lot, and that's not ideal for them. And I think I'm going to get rid of these big logs, because these, I don't know what species of tree these are, but I'm assuming not one that they would enjoy. And unfortunately, these guys are now not going to have an environment that they're happy with. So we need to add in the plants that do work in the habitat. And so far, we've only got like tree ferns, elephant ear, common reeds, coastal mangroves, and water hyacinth. Not very much. Let's give these guys some trees and some other plants that they'll like. Okay, that is so many more plants we've just put in here. And I think the area looks way better now. We've attracted animal protesters. Oh no, because of these guys. Their social group. What's wrong with their social group? Oh, they probably had babies. Right, I'm going to pause. We didn't set this up at all. So what we're going to do is go on management. I think we'll have... did we have 4 males and 3 females? The other way around, I can't remember, but I think it was 3 and 4. I believe there were more males. So I'm going to say we're going to... I suppose if we're breeding them now, though, let's put it so we've always got 3 males. And we'll sell them to other zoos for cash. Priority is going to be appeal. Lowest first? Probably. I believe that means that they'll sell the lowest appeal ones. And then population limit is going to be 4 for the females. We're going to do by appeal and lowest first. Please let me know, though, because I'm not sure which ones it's going to get rid of. In fact, I see what I'm going to do. Instead of, I'm going to store in the trade center instead of selling for cash, and then we'll find out which ones it gets rid of. So any ones that don't meet this list are going to go into the trade center. So if we click manage population and play, it will automatically sort them out. So yeah, they're automatically getting moved. There should be 4 females and 3 males. And then we can look in our trading here and see what their appeal is like. So it looks like 1181 is the best one we have in here. Let's look at our males inside the habitat and see if any of them are worse than that. So his appeal is 1149. I think that means that they're sorting by 1125 and 1125. Yeah, I think that means that they're getting rid of the better ones. Because it's 1125, 1149, 1181, 1125. Oh, it's not got rid of all of them though. I don't know what the criteria are for this. Because we're sorting by appeal. Surely it's the number that we're going by. So how have we got both higher and lower numbers in here? 1149 is on par with this one, but that's in the middle. So there's one higher and one lower than that in here. I don't think that's helped us out. Let's see if the females make a bit more sense. So the female is a 1149. 1149. Okay, so she's the same. 1125 is worse. I think we should have it the wrong way around. Yeah, 1125, and then the last one is 1125. Yeah, I think what we want to do is we want to sort them by highest. Please let me know if this is wrong, though, and we'll change it round. So we're going to go highest first. I assume that means that they'll keep the highest. That makes sense, though. And then all we need to do is add all of them in there, and it should move them out, I believe. Yeah, and now they're moving them back in. These look like lower numbers. Although the 1181 came back. That's so strange. How am I doing? How is this set up? Right, hold on. Appeal. Highest first. Yeah, I don't know if this is working. Whether it's me. We're not able to release them into the wild as well. That's why we're not doing it. We're only able to sell them to a fellow zoo. So I tell you what, let's put it back to appeal. See if it gives us our golden ones again. And if not, we'll assume that means that they're the best ones. Yeah, it's giving us our gold ones back. So I think we had it right before. I think it's supposed to be sort by appeal lowest first, as in the lowest appeal ones will leave first. That's what I'm going with. Please let me know if I'm wrong, but I think that makes sense. So let's put everyone back in here, and then they'll boot them all out again, and we can sell these ones. Quick trade them to another zoo. 600, not bad. We can do the same here. We're going to sort, so we want maximum 1 and 1, don't we? Appeal lowest first. And 1 female, appeal lowest first. They've been breeding like mad. Okay, I think that is all of them done. Cool. So they should be sorted out. We're low on cash, but it's okay. I think we're making plenty. And if we can always sell the frogs if we're really low on cash, but I don't think we have a big problem. We just made loads of purchases in plants. So our ongoing expenses now are 4,300 plus another 200. I'm going to call that like 4,500-ish that we're ongoing. And then our income is almost 10. So we're making loads more than we're losing. It's just that we keep purchasing massive amounts of construction costs. So our cash flow is negative because we just spent so much money, but actually our profit is there. That's fine. And look how nice this is on a nice day. Let's see if we can find our baby in here. Where is she? Is she still... Oh no, she's out. She's out. There we go. Out in the world. Living her best life. Oh, what a little cutie. Well, I think we should rename her So we're going to rename this little one Poppin, which is a very cute little name for a very cute little bush dog. Oh, look at them. Hopefully they like what we've done with the place. We have vastly changed how this area looks. Do you have everything you need with your new group size as well? As far as enrichment, no, they don't. They want more toys. We can definitely give them more toys. Let's filter by the bush dog, and then it will only give us the ones that are relevant to them. If I can click on bush dog, there we go. And then what should we? Oh, should we give them a curio ball? They've not got this yet. Let's put them. Yeah, let's put a little curio ball in over here. And now they're at 100%. We do need to keep an eye on it, and I want to rotate their toys through as well when we have time. Look at that. They'll love that. They're very sweet. They're just on their own. Where are your parents? They've left you. Are you scared? Why are you on your own? Oh, everyone's inside. Look. Literally yawning. Oh, there we go. Just woken up. Oh, where's the baby gone? Love that parenting style. That is incredibly laid back. I'm not sure they're super safe, but it's fine. They're safe in here with us. We've made them a nice area. Nutrition. Oh, the cleanliness of their last drink was 99%. What is going on here? Ah, that's what's going on here. That's an urgent mechanic situation. In that case, let's have you come every 9 months to look at this. And same with the solar panels. You could probably do with a bit more regular maintenance. I'm going to put it on 9 months as well. I'm wondering whether our mechanic is just overworked, generally. But they've not got that much to do. No, they've got an efficient work zone, so I think... efficient workload, I think they're fine. Everyone is now efficient, which is good. Even our keeper, which is the main thing. It's just our vendors, and I'm going to train them up again because the more training they have, the quicker they can get back to work and the more money we make, basically. Yeah, there's always someone that's not here, so it's good to have them trained up as much as possible. Plus, you know, we're giving back to our staff with some training. We're actually upskilling them for their next job. If they want to move on from the zoo, we've given them some good retail experience and some actual training, which is good. As much as I could just look at our beautiful habitat in the sun, I think we need to expand our zoo. And to do that, I want to use the space over here and make another habitat. And I'm thinking a good contender for it would be the Malayan tapir, because these guys are endangered and they're adorable. So if we have a look at their requirements, they're from Asia. So let's have a look at the group size for these guys. It looks like it's 1 to 2. We're going to have 1 male and 1 female, just a breeding pair. And then if they have a couple of babies, let's say, so there's 2 adults and 2 babies, that's only 500 meters squared. So we can easily accommodate that in the section that we have, and 75 for water. But what I would like to do with these guys is give them a friend. And if we go to interspecies enrichment, you can see these are all the other animals that can inhabit the same habitat with them, and both of them alone earn a bonus from it for their enrichment. And I think we want the Asian small-clawed otter, don't we? Because they are adorable. And these guys are also vulnerable, so it's definitely worth breeding them as well. And these guys live in groups of 2 to 16. But it is a mated pair, so it's a family group. So really, I think we should get 2 and then let them have the babies, and we'll go from there. So again, if we have 2 of these, but let's say we have like 10 babies or something, or maybe we should plan in the future. There's going to be, what's the maximum? 16 or 15 adults, wasn't it? 15 males and 15 females, 2 to 16. Oh, I think that might be if it like 1 of the other one and then 15 of the other. Yeah. If we just do it, there's 16 fully grown adults. We're looking at what, 660 plus about 450 water. I think we can make this work. Let's have a look at the space we have. So if we need 550 meters squared of land for the Malayan tapirs and 75 meters squared of water, that means the Malayan tapirs need 625 meters squared in total. And then if the otters need 660 square meters of land and let's say 440 square meters of water, That means they need 1,100 meters squared in total. So to have both of these animals together, we need to make sure that this habitat is about 1,725 meters squared. And I definitely think we have enough space here to do that. So let's dive in. I think the easiest way to start this is to just get a small habitat gate in, and then we can build out with the null barriers and see what we're dealing with here. Okay, so just making this area is about 1,500 meters squared, which basically takes it to the frog house along here. I think if we just push it back a tiny bit, that should be good enough for what we need. Okay, yeah, that's given us 2,000 meters squared. I think that's pretty reasonable. And this space seems like a good fit. Like it fits in nicely here in this area. So let's do that. I'm also thinking we'll keep our staff area over here. So I might position the staff gate on this side to be a little bit closer for them to access. And it gives more viewing availability for the guests here. The Malayan tapirs have a height requirement of taller than 2 meters and grade 3. So we can use the small gate for that, I think, still. And the Asian small-clawed otters have a taller than 1 meter requirement. So I think we'll be fine using the small gates on this one. So what I'm going to do instead is keep most of what we have here, but I think I will adjust it to be 8 meters of null barrier because I like it to line up nicely with the construction pieces, and they're going to be on 4 meters. So 8 meters makes a lot of sense for this. Okay, so that's 1,920 meters squared, and then what we want to do is just adjust it so that we're sliding this door a little bit closer to where we want our staff to access it. And I think we want them to access it over here, maybe about there. So now we can just delete this little path and make this a null barrier here. There we are. So that is all in. We've got our null barrier in. This is going to be our Malayan tapir and Asian small-clawed otter. My goodness, that's a bit of a mouthful of a habitat. But we have the basics in here. Now we just need to put in some construction pieces that are sustainable and also somewhat appropriate for the habitat type that we have. Funnily enough, the Asian small-clawed otters are from Asia, and they seem to be from quite a wide range in Asia. So let me look at the Malayan tapirs, and we can see if they can hone in where these guys are from. Yeah, so they're from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. I'm not sure we have many decorations that suit their kind of region. But if we have a look in the construction pieces, we can filter by theme. We've got East Asia. And other than that, I think that's about it. Yeah, we've got East Asian and Indian and Indonesian. So the Malayan tapirs are from Indonesia. Let's just double check that with the Asian small-clawed otters. They are also from Indonesia. Perhaps we should have kind of an Indonesian themed habitat then. So if we go theme, let's filter by the Indonesian pieces and then see what this gives us. Quite a few interesting pieces, to be fair. I think let's make something along these lines, but try and make sure that they are sustainable where possible. I like that we've got some stained timber. This could be a good idea for us. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a small section of wall that's 4 meters, and I'm going to use the guidelines we have here of our gate, because this is exactly 4 meters wide. And once we've done that, we can then duplicate it the whole way around the habitat. And for these guys, I think we don't need a super thick fence. Like this fence over here is completely solid, so which is why we've had to put these glass sections in. But what I might do is create more of an open fence panel, as long as it's high enough that the otters can't just walk out, because these guys only need 1 meter high to keep them in. And the Malayan tapirs aren't going to walk through a fence. So I think as long as it's, you know, reasonably high, 1 meter high, that's solid. Other than that, we can then have some more interesting kind of open fence panels. So I'm going to go with something like that for the design. Okay, so for some reason that didn't quite line up, but this is slightly bigger now. I mean, we just made the habitat 2,100 meters squared, which is absolutely fine. That did cost a lot of money, so we're low on cash, but our money is now going up, so we should be absolutely fine. And I just want to move where this is so it aligns properly with one of these fence panels. I think it makes the most sense to have the gate there instead, and then just change where the path is so it aligns up to it. There we are. And then we can edit this fence panel here so that it doesn't have the lattice and stuff blocking the gate. Okay, I think that looks good. And this should now be functional, which is cool. So our habitat is 2,100 meters squared. And where is our water area going to be? That's going to be a big thing. So we have our water treatment over here. I think this isn't working for some reason. Yeah, they both need the mechanic. Where's the mechanic? Are you on your way? Is that our mechanic here? Yeah, what are you doing? Come on, go fix these. Can you not access them? Mechanic can't reach the habitat. Oh, interesting. I think maybe they can't cross these the curbs or something, or the barriers. That's really interesting because we put our guest ribbon. I tell you what I'm going to do as well. I'm going to raise the guest ribbon up because I think it makes sense that you'd have this as like, you know, ribbon that they're not allowed to go through. I don't think that looks that weird. I'm not sure that the mechanic's able to go through it though. So let's see what happens when they're done fixing this here. I want to see if they can actually then run through it or if they're stuck. Ah, they've got one more to fix. Because I think that's why these keep breaking is they're not coming in to fix them. And that's really annoying if it's the case. We're just going to have to use staff paths around here, which look a little bit ugly. I mean, it's not the best. We can pick a color that looks nicer, but it's not really ideal. And we've also got a challenge complete. Oh, we've increased the bush dog's education to 12%. We've actually got 14, so let's claim the reward for that. Okay, what are you doing now? Yeah, you're stuck. You can't leave. And if I delete this ribbon here, now you're fine. Okay, that's really weird. That shouldn't be the case. It should just be guests that can't cross the area. But I want to see them walk out now. I assume they're just going to leave absolutely fine. Yeah. Okay, that's why our thing kept breaking. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Guests are going to have a negative impact if they come over here. So I think what we're going to have to do is just make even like a small section here, staff path, and then they can't cross it. So I'm gonna use the red line there, and then it's kind of like a we could say that this is a gate that they might close or something. And it's just a texture on the floor where they know that they can't cross it for guests. What I'm going to do over here as well is I'm going to try and break the path up in the same way we had over there by just moving this building to be here. That should then break this piece apart. Yeah, there we go. So we've got a little strip there as well. And I'm just going to move this back now. Let's have a look at getting some Malayan tapirs as well. So Malayan tapir. We've got a female here who's 9. I want to quickly look at how long they actually live and how long they can be breeding for. But she does seem like our only option right now. So they live to 30 and they can breed until death. So, okay, she is absolutely fine for us. Let's grab her before she goes off the market. And then as far as the males, we need to pick one. So really, we want the one with the best genes, don't we? I'm going to sort them by appeal, because that should help. It could be this one. They are very good for everything but size. Yeah, I think, given that, they're a little bit small, but they've got good longevity, good fertility, and good immunity, I think they sound like a good shout. So let's get them. And then we've got both of these that send them to our quarantine building. And they can go through the quarantine process. Now, I'm seeing a lot of our vendors walking along here. And I think one suggestion you guys made, which is a really good one, is we could add a staff room in here. Oh my goodness, look at these queues. We could add a staff room here to stop them having to go so far. And as long as it doesn't negatively impact our guests, it's a win. So let's turn off blueprints and just get our small staff room in here and see if we can add it in the space behind. Because There is a lot of room in here. I'm going to see if I can do this without taking the roof off, because we're just putting one building in. If we put it in here, will that have a negative impact on everyone? No, it's a tiny little area. That's perfect. Okay. Well, in that case, I may try and adjust it because it has a little window at the back, and I'd like them to be able to use that if possible. So what I'm going to do is delete this path here and then move it to be there. So it's aligned along here. Now they've got a little window out the back, which I will fix so it's not just a boarded up window. Okay, so they can happily see out. There's no negative impact on the guests. Let's fix this. I think that's reasonable. It does kind of mess with the style we've got here because of these windows that you can't really change. We can change the color of it though, I suppose. It could be brown, which would fit in a little bit better. I don't know. Let's reset that one. Which one is the window? Window color. I could have just hovered over it. Right, window color could be brown, and that would fit in a bit better. And we can actually get a color picker. That is better at least. And then maybe there is a window that looks more similar to it. I'm going to say that we're going to use these African windows, and then basically there's these are just the shutters are closed on these ones. And if we move them far enough apart, I don't think it really matters that much. Like, it doesn't look that odd. We just need them to be at the right kind of height. I think that's pretty reasonable. They might need to be just ever so slightly higher. Yeah, about there is good, I think. That works. It looks better anyway, I think. And now when they look out, they can actually see our beautiful zoo out the window. Lucky them. And they've got a much closer staff room. So we do need to add that into their work zone because they are on a work zone. So if we go to staff work zones, we can now edit the frog shops and add in this staff room as well as that one. And in fact, I think I'm going to take them off of this one because there's no need for them to go all the way out there. I'm also going to train up our keeper and our vet in like preparation for the new animals coming in. I think our mechanic's fine, and our caretaker I want to train up along with all of the vendors. So I'm going to select all the vendors here and then 200, and we can train up all of them. Also going to need some donation boxes along both of these walls actually. So I'm going to add them in as well as some boards ready for the education side of things. Okay, and none of these have any power, so we do need to add power. But firstly, our guys are past quarantine, so let's move them into the habitat and let them explore. It's just a bit of a square that they've got right now, but I'm sure they'll like it. And we can maybe edit the terrain to make it a bit less flat for them. I don't know what kind of terrain they'd like, but I presume they would want something with a little bit more variance in the topography. And look, here they are. They're arriving. What do these guys look like? Oh, they're big. Wow, look at them. Is this our female? Yes, I think the female has the white stripe and our male is just all black. I'm trying to remember what appearance they had. Wow, so this is the black coat with the white blanket. Look at them go. Firstly, let's click on heat maps, go habitat, and check that they can't escape. They can't escape. But this is not going to be an ideal habitat for them. They're missing water massively. So let's have our other one enter here. And then once they're in, we'll look at getting some water in for these guys. Oh, no, this one does have the white blanket as well. Look at you. They're very similar, aren't they? Like physically. If we go genetics, physical stats. Yeah, our male is slightly smaller than our female, but they're pretty much the same height. Look at them. Beautiful creatures. Right. Before we go any further, I'm going to pause the game. And then we're going to put in a water area for them that meets their needs. So the otters needed 440 meters of water. And these guys needed 75. So I think if we put in about 550, that's probably about right for them. So let's go on the stamp tool. I do want to have some of it be deep water, and I can't remember how much the otters wanted. The Malayan tapirs aren't bothered, but the Asian small-clawed otters are, so they're going to want 56 meters of deep water, which is cool. We can do that easily. We may even give them 100. So if we do our 10 meters by 10 meters, this should be easier to kind of figure out. So this is completely flat here. If we go down a little bit, I think we want quite a lot of shallow for swimming, but then I don't think we want that much deep. So yeah, that's probably deep enough for them generally. And then we just need to keep at this level and just hit X and we can move it out. And I'm just looking to see that where the corners on the right-hand side there, where the blue starts to come in, that means that we've moved away from the section. I want that to be yellow, which means that it's all flat along this whole edge, which means it's all connected up like that. So this should be 200 meters square, because we've got 10 by 10, although that doesn't seem right for the whole area, but I guess the whole area is 2,000. It may be slightly larger than that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put some water in, and we're just going to see how big this is. So this is 264 meters squared. Okay. In that case, we're going to continue on expanding this out. We basically want double this area. And I think this front, I'm trying to think where we want the water to be. Possibly round the back here would be a good point for them. So if we put another one here. And then we reduce it down to 5 and have a few in here. I think that's probably good for them. Okay, this is 469. We're almost there. And that is 570. That's about right. I want to play with this and make it look a bit more natural, obviously. But that's area-wise is about right. So then if we also then add a reasonable amount of this dirt, assuming we've taken this out, we're then going to put it on this area and have some kind of... I'm just going to use the raise tool for this, the pull tool. And if we turn the intensity down to like 40%, what we can do is we can just add in a bit more terrain difference here, where we've taken the dirt out, we're adding a lot of it back in here to give them some interest, and it's not all one elevation everywhere. And then I'm going to smooth out this this water area, and I'm also going to add in a bit more deep water. Now, deep water needs to be 4 meters down, so I'm going to add in some deep water as well over here. And I think this is probably deep enough to count as deep water. Now, unfortunately, the guests aren't going to be able to see this, but I don't think that's the main priority. I think the main priority is having it in here for the animals, making sure that they're using it and enjoying themselves. I think that looks good. Now let's smooth this all out. And if we add the water in here, we should have a reasonable looking area here. That's 575, so we're hitting our 550 goal. And the average water depth is 1.12 meters, but I believe we do have the necessary deep water in here. I'm thinking this is deep enough. If it's not, we'll adjust it, but I think that is deep enough. So I'm going to play. These guys are just going to pop back up onto the top of the mountains, and now they have the water that they want. They've got 499 meters of navigable swimming area. I don't know why it's 499, but that's fine. Maybe these guys can't access all of it for some reason. They should be able to, though. I don't know why these are different, but maybe you could let me know in the comments why these are, and we could make some adjustments if we need to. But I think this is probably fine, though, for now. These guys are going to need some soil, and they're also going to need less short grass and more long grass. So I'm going to do a little bit of terrain editing, and I'm going to put the soil more where the hard shelter is and kind of make a path to the water, because I think that's what would happen more naturally. Okay, I think that looks good. Now, to add in some hard shelter for these guys, I'm going to go to the Habitat tab and filter by species. We're going to want Malayan tapir. So So if we filter by them, you can see all of the things that are relevant for them. We've unlocked a lot of enrichment already. But what we want is a shelter for them. And these wooden basic shelters probably aren't the worst thing. They only need a couple of them to sleep in an area. We could build something. Maybe we build something from the construction pieces, because I don't think we need anything huge. So again, I'm going to filter by theme and have Indonesian, and then we can have all of these pieces and try and build a little hut for them to sleep in. Okay, let's see how they like their little shelter there. I'm assuming they can access it and it's not too low for them. So let's see. Oh, it is too low for them. Okay, that's fine. We can just raise up this front one very slightly. I think if we bring the building up to full height, it should look good. Right, let's have it be about here. How is that for you guys? You can enter it. Okay, that's fine. I think as long as they're in here, they can sleep on the area. That's what it means here. They should be absolutely fine to use this. Which means their hard shelters at 14%. How is that 14% of what you need? I feel like this building just isn't quite wide enough for them. Well, back to the expansion of the building. Okay, I think that's pretty good. 96% there. I think if this terrain was slightly smoother here, they would have a bit more. Let's just see if that helps them out. 96% still. I think they just needed it to be bigger, basically. I'm wondering what we can do about that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this because we've also got the otters in here. And I believe they use the same things. I don't think they're burrow animals. So if we have these on this hill over here, have one over here as well, I think that should be good. And we can just kind of smooth out this area so it looks natural. Have it blend in there with the soil. And then maybe bring it back a little bit with some grass. And that should be plenty of hard shelter now for them. And then also the terrain makeup should be fine down here. Yeah, which it is. That's good. Okay, so they're just missing enrichment now, these guys. So for the enrichment and food, let's put in probably a small food trough for them. And we can have this nice and close over here for the keepers to get to. Oh, I want it to be on flat terrain if possible. Okay, we'll smooth out to the terrain after. But we also need some other bits. So let's give them a rubber duck, sure. That seems fun. And then an ice ball. How many foods have we done? So we haven't done any food enrichment yet. So we've got one toy. I think ice ball is food. I'm not 100%. Let's give them a colorful ball. And a sprinkler over here. And then for food, we'll do a large barrel feeder. And What else have we got for food? That might be about it. Oh, a forage box. Oh, this is amazing for them. Okay, let's put this by the water here, because I think that's a really cool spot. If we can get it to fit, that seems good there. Yeah, I like that. And that should be plenty. We could even give them a plant screen here for a little bit of privacy. And then we just need to smooth out the areas, because some of them look a little bit strange. But that's good. How do you feel now? 100% enrichment. What's wrong with the habitat? It hasn't got enough plants in it. That's absolutely fine. I did expect that. So plant coverage. These guys need the same plants as the Asian small-clawed otter, I believe, because they're both from Asia and they like the tropical, temperate, and aquatic plants. These guys like the aquatic, tropical, and grassland. So what we're going to do is we're just going to ignore temperate and go for tropical and aquatic plants from Asia. And we're going to have to see which ones of those we can actually have that would reasonably grow in this climate. But before I do any of that, I just want to get our power situation going. So we're going to need a solar panel over here to give this area power. And I think actually this might be a perfect spot for it in here to then reach all of these areas and cover that off. The only problem is we're also going to want water treatment. So if I pause the game, we need to put water treatment in the existing power area over here. So that's going to need to go in this side over here. It does also make sense to put it near our water butts. I'm thinking we want an easy access through. Is there anything we can do here with pathing that would make sense rather than having it come all the way down here? I mean, a path along here would be quite logical. So maybe we do that. Maybe we put a path in. And we're using the bamboo vertical. Let's extend this along here. I think that makes sense. It goes up to the water butts. It does kind of go through it. I wonder if we can get that whole area to be captured in here. We can indeed. This looks much better. Right, so this can only be accessed by staff, though. We want this to be another staff area. So what I'm thinking is maybe we cut them off here. If we can, again, break the path with something. This is going to be more challenging, but I think we will be able to fit something in. We have it leave that group. Yeah. Can put that there. That should then break this path. Okay, it's done it a bit too close. We're going to want it to break it up there, I think. That's better. Okay. We can use that. And then let's put you back. Exit that group. Add you into this group. And join you up. And now this is staff only. So only the staff can go along here. We've got the nice rope going the whole way. And they can access all of the water butts we've made. But they can crucially also access the water treatment that we're going to put in. And that can now really just sit somewhere like here. It would make sense to put it here. And kind of just build it in with the Australia wood pieces. Okay, I think that looks fine. It avoids our water management system that we have for water retention, but it also means that they can access it here, and it's nice and enclosed. I think that works quite nicely, and it should keep this clean. One thing I've just realized is we're going to want two, because we're going to want the temperature regulator as well. So all I'm going to do is just expand the hut to have this in next door. There we go. Two little huts next to each other. I think they look pretty cute. And they should be more than capable of grabbing this area, yeah. So if we go on water, and water temperature regulator. They're easily covering these areas. In fact, they're actually covering this one. So that's reasonable redundancy in that they're both able to hit this water area. We may be able to move this water hut somewhere else in the future, so we can see about that. But for now, that seems fine. And then I would like a solar panel over here. And seeing as there's nothing on top of it, as long as we don't put loads of trees around it, it is kind of fine to be as it is. Where does the sun... I think the sun, like, rises... Well, it sets this way, and it rises this way. So let's put it over here for now. These don't cause negative... they don't have a negative impact on the guests, which is great. Because why would they? So let's put it in here. And that will give a bunch of power for this side of the zoo. And we can decorate it up with the South American bits. Seem reasonable, actually. Let's use these. Okay, I think that looks reasonable. And this should now be powering this area quite nicely. So we don't have to worry about too much there. And these boards can be turned on. Let's have this one be on the Malayan tapir. I'm going to do every other. We'll alternate between the species that are going to be in here, because I think that's still good coverage. And we're giving preference to the Malayan tapir here. They're going to have one extra board. I think that makes a lot of sense, given that they are endangered and the other ones are going to be vulnerable. People seem to like these guys as well. Let's look on the zoo. They're not the most appealing species. That's still the bush dogs, but they are so adorable. So let's add in some plants for them, because I feel bad that they're not super happy with their environment right now. It seems like we've also got this award for adopting and placing 2 different habitat species, which is perfect. So in order to create this habitat as accurately and I guess realistically as possible, I wanted to look at the tropical and aquatic plants from Asia, specifically that are found in Indonesia, because it's a region that both animals can be found in, and it makes sense to replicate an Indonesian rainforest nearby a river or stream, which I guess we've kind of created here with our little strip of water. So these are the plants that you can find in Indonesia that meet these categories in the game. And of these, this subset of plants can actually be grown reasonably in temperate North America, which is where this zoo is. So these are the subset of plants that I'm going to be using for this build. And in this way, I feel like we're getting as close as we can to replicating these animals' natural environment. It also looks like it's feeding time, so maybe we'll watch this before I jump into decorating up this habitat with some nature. Because these guys are gonna come running around the corner, I imagine, to have a little snack. There they are. Oh, they're so pretty. We're gonna need names for these guys as well, so please leave name suggestions in the comments and we will rename both of our tapirs. Just look at them. Just having a little snack in the sun. All right, let's do some naturification. I'm going to pause the game. We've got plenty of money in the bank. Let's do this. I think that's probably okay. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, 76% coverage. They love it. They wanted at least probably like 10, and they're happy with 100% coverage. But I feel like this gives them a lot of variety of coverage too. So now they're snacking down, and we've added in a bunch of plants that I think works well for them. Let's learn a little bit more about the Malayan tapir. The Malayan tapir is a mammal native to the rainforests of Southeast Asia. The Malayan tapir's head, shoulders, front legs, and back legs are black, and their mid-body and back end is white. It is a heavy-set animal and has a distinctive prehensile proboscis nose. The Malayan tapir is the largest species of tapir, measuring between 1.8 and 2.5 meters in length and weighing between 250 and 540 kilos. Females tend to be slightly larger than males and 10 to 20% heavier. Infant tapirs have a dark fur with a pattern of white spots and stripes that camouflages them in the undergrowth and dappled light of the rainforest. How cool is that? Malayan tapirs will often walk along the riverbeds underwater for up to 90 seconds, so they can hold their breath. And the Malayan tapir is the only species of tapir that's native to Asia, with all other species living in Central and South America. The Malayan tapir's vision is very poor, and they rely mainly on scent and hearing to navigate their surroundings. The Malayan tapirs are often solitary, but may also be found in monogamous pairs with their young offspring or in temporary feeding groups. They're tolerant of other individuals. When a tapir female moves through a tapir male's territory, he will track her by the scent of her urine. When they meet, the male will court the female by nudging and sniffing her hindquarters and chasing her. Classic stuff. If the female is receptive, she will allow him to mate. They'll mate several times throughout the day while the female is fertile, and after mating, the male and female may stay together or go their separate ways. After a pregnancy of 390 to 410 days, the female will give birth to a single calf, so it is a long pregnancy for them. For the first week of the calf's life, it needs to remain hidden in the undergrowth, so the mother will return often to feed it. At a week old, the calf will accompany its mother during foraging. Calves will remain with their mother until they're between 1 to 2 years old, depending on when their mother has another calf. Unfortunately, Malayan tapirs are endangered, and the main threat towards the species is habitat loss through deforestation and the conversion of land for agricultural use. Thankfully, they are a protected species in Malaysia and Indonesia, so hopefully our zoo can do our bit and breed their species back up, because the current estimated population in the wild is only 3,000. Oh my goodness, it started to snow on our Malayan tapir habitat. That is not good. What temperature do these guys like to live at? Are they going to be okay? Yeah, the terrain type is getting inappropriate for them because it's snowing. I didn't even think about the snow, if I'm honest. Oh no. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go habitat and then get some heaters in. And we're going to have to make sure that we put some heaters in their, like, in their little shelter areas. I think that would be sufficient. I'm going to put it, like, at the entrance to their area here. I think if we install them kind of on the inside of these shelters on the rooftop, that's probably good. And if I turn random rotation off, that will be much easier to just place in a nice straight line like that. There we go. If we put one of these here, that looks more realistic. And what temperature do these guys like? That's what I need to consider. Let's look in the Zoopedia. The Malayan tapir species data. No, its natural habitat is 6 to 42 degrees. Okay, I think if these are like 30 degrees, that's probably good. And we could shuffle that in so you can't see it. That would probably help. And 30 degrees is, yeah, it's already on 30 degrees. So I'll leave that as it is and then probably do the same thing over here. And now this one's on as well. Hopefully, if I hit play, they will start heating the area and mean that the terrain doesn't go snowy everywhere. At least not, like, in all the areas. We could do something around the rocks here as well. Like, we could put a heater in over here. I'm concerned equally about our bush dogs, though. So let's see what these guys think. They don't like it. They don't like snow at all. So we do need to put something in for them. And again, heaters are the way to go. So probably having these be heated would mean that they can have little areas carved out of the terrain. So I'm gonna put one in each of them because I think realistically that's what we would do. Hopefully this will start carving away at the snow. Yeah, it is. Okay, that's not so bad. And the tree cover is going to get rid of a lot of the snow. So that's the benefit of having lots of these tall trees, is they will catch all the snow. I'm just trying to weigh up the balance between it being ethical and what they'd actually be okay with. Because obviously they don't really like snow, but the occasional little bit of snow isn't going to be that detrimental to their health, because we have plenty of warm spaces. And now we put these heaters in, I think that probably gives them even more spaces that are very warm. And then if they want to touch the snow, they can. Like, I don't think the animals would be that terrified of it. And, oh my goodness, there's snow there. You know, I think they'd be quite curious about the snow. And they don't want it everywhere because it's too cold for them. But I think that's more, if that's their habitat all the time, that's a problem. If they get, like, a day of snow, like we just had, and it wasn't even that bad because they got most of their habitat isn't snowy, I don't think that's the end of the world for them. I think they would be absolutely fine with that. But we've resolved the crisis. The snow is gone. It's already melted away, and it's beautiful, 19, sunny. Everything is looking good. And look at our tapirs just living their best lives together. They're so cute. I really like them. I think they're such a nice addition to the zoo. They're quite interesting, and there's only a couple of them, so it's a bit different to like the big pack animals, the big herd animals. I like the animals that are just like one or two of them. Oh, and this one is doing a poo right in front of all our guests. Okay, well, you know, you got to do it somewhere. They're in their home, not the other way around. I think they could do with a friend though. So let's get another animal in this habitat. And we know that we're going to get the Asian small-clawed otters because they've got the interspecies bonus. So they're going to be best friends with each other. And let's remind ourselves of what the requirements are. I believe it's one family. So there's a dominant mated pair within a family group. So yeah, we're allowed up to 16, but we're going to want basically probably 2, and then we'll let them breed and we'll have our own little otter family here. And the final thing to check is how old they are when they can breed. So they need to be 2 years old and they live to be 14. So that's good information. And if we sort them by appeal, we can see, I don't really want to go for our albino one. Let's go for this one here. That looks like a good one. 4.6 years old from Frontier Zoo. So definitely not related to the female. Let's get him. And then the female underneath that one is probably good. 5.6. She's got good all-round genetics. Let's get this one. And then we've got 2 of them. Let's put them into quarantine. Our staff area is looking very sad as well, isn't it? This definitely needs a revamp. Look how many guests are in the zoo. This is amazing. We do have a lot of guests in here. And we've got an inspector's report. Let's read the report. Okay, so education 2, not the best, but cleanliness is 5, and they liked both of our habitats. So 4 stars overall. That could be a lot worse. In fact, speaking of education, let's look at our vet research, because I bet we finished this now. Yes, we finished the research on the bush dogs. So they have everything. We get education bonuses, and we should have more enrichment for them, as well as better food. So let's go into our animals. Firstly, let's do the food. The bush dogs, oh, they're already on level 3. We'd unlocked that already. But the Malayan tapirs are only on food quality 1. So we do want to get that a little bit better for them. How do you feel about your enrichment? I feel like it's time we swapped out a toy. Because I want to give them varied enrichment. So let's get rid of this tennis ball. I'm going to delete the tennis ball. And then species... these are the bush dogs. So under B, if we filter by bush dogs, we can then go on enrichment items. And they've got all of these. How about we give them a blood scent marker instead? I'm sure they'll love sniffing that out. Oh, I don't want to put it there though, because I was like hovering over a leaf and then just thought I wanted it in the air. But no, I want it on the floor. Let's put it there. Got a blood scent marker that they can sniff around. And maybe we swap out one of their food enrichments as well. Let's get rid of this bamboo feeder and put in a skittle feeder over here. That should be good. I like varying them up. We don't actually have to because we're playing on medium difficulties. The animals don't get bored of their enrichment, but I think it's nice to go and treat it a bit more realistically as if they would get bored of them. And our otters have passed quarantine, so let's move them into this habitat. and see if they're happy with what we've done with it, because they might not be. I've tried to make it with both animals in mind, but really it is kind of tailored towards the Malayan tapir. So let's see if their little friends are going to be happy with it too. Look at them. They're adorable. Oh, and they're in. They're already in. Who is this? Is this our male or our female? I can't even click on them. This is our male. Okay, what do you think of everything? They love it. They're happy with all of the terrain. They've got enough hard shelter. They've got enough swimming area. They've got enough deep water as well. Oh, maybe they won't when there's two of them. Yeah, I think I've got the wrong number on the deep water. I think it was more than 56. I think it might have been like 100 and something. So we do need to change that. Yeah, it's already not enough now that the female is in here. But the general water area is good. So that's really good. Let's change that because I want to make sure they've got enough. If we right click on our water, it will get rid of all of it. And I'm going to pause the game because I don't want them to get unhappy with everything. And let's re-examine the land area because I think they've got so much land for what they need. Where are our otters? If we go on the heat maps and go on animal welfare, it will show us where our animals are. So you can click on them much easier when they're hiding in like the dense undergrowth. These guys have way more land than they need. I think let's extend this water area out just a little bit. And for this, I'm just gonna use the push tool this time and just slightly push it out because I don't want to do anything drastic with it. I'm just extending the shoreline out very slightly. And I think I will move this sprinkler because it's just a little bit too near the edge and causing some problems there. But that is probably good as far as an extension. I think that works. And I'm going to smooth out near this forager box because I don't want anything ugly there. And now I am going to create some more deep water. And to do that, I'm going to use the push tool again and just make some of this area a bit deeper because it needs to be at least 4 meters deep to count as deep water. So I'm going to say kind of like a swimming pool. This is our deep end down here near the waterfall area. And then we've got a shallower pool over here. Okay, I think that's a lot better. And this is a much bigger, kind of more natural looking river/pond shape now, I think. So let's take a look at our otters again. If we go animal welfare, we'll see them in green. And then we can hopefully more easily click on them. Although when they run, I don't have the skills to click on them, it seems. And terrain, now they've got plenty of deep water and lots of navigable water area. And what about the tapirs? They want to check out the water too. They have loads of water area. Cool. So it seems like they can navigate more of the swimming area, but then the otters can use the deep water. So that seems a good trade-off. And it's quite deep down here. If we take a look, that's quite a good amount of water. And I thinned out some of the vegetation here to give them just a bit more swimming area, but it still feels a bit natural. And I moved them away from the waterfall kind of area because I thought they're not gonna, you know, the lilies and stuff aren't gonna be growing near the waterfall bit, are they? And look, everyone's in here having a swim. Got our tapirs in here and our otter right there. That's so cool. Look at these guys just hanging out together. I think I prefer these plants over here as well because it gives them a bit more of a route in. Look at everyone swimming together though. This is amazing. They're all in the water at the same time. How cute is that? And it looks like we've done a challenge as well. Breed a new exhibit animal. Oh, one of our frogs must have given birth. That's awesome. Cool. One of them that hasn't given birth before, I guess. So maybe it's like the Goliath frogs that have given birth. Are they in the middle one, aren't they? Yeah, they are. I think they're being managed anyway. Oh, they're not being managed, actually. We should manage the population. So let's check out where we're at with these frogs. What's going on? If we go exhibit trading, we've got loads of them here. And I think these are the good ones, at least for the Lehman's poison frog. You guys were telling me in the comments, it's not just the number on the appeal, like the actual... the rating, like the gold badges and everything, they are good as well. So it may be that we're getting rid of the wrong ones. Let's double check. So we've got a couple in each of these. You aren't as good, are you? Genetically. 1, 2, 4, 7 and bronze. 1, 1, 1, 2, 5. Yeah, you can't be the best one. We must be keeping the worst ones here. Oh, but you're really good. Why? So why have we kept you? 1, 1, 2, 5 and like gold, and then 1, 1, 2, 5. But if we look at the children, there's 1, 1, 2, 5 gold here. I don't understand. Are they on the same system? Maybe they're on a different system. So appeal lowest first. Appeal lowest first. Are you on appeal lowest first? You are. I'm going to leave it and see what happens with these guys. I'm going to do these guys on the same system as well. So we'll store and trade center, appeal lowest first, and appeal lowest first. We'll turn on the managed population. But I don't know whether we've got it right or not. I guess time will tell when we have more of them to compare. Because at the minute we have just a lot of the same. Because I don't know why this one's in here. But then there's like seemingly quite a bad one in one of them, but a really good one in the other one. It doesn't really make much sense when they're on exactly the same system. So I'm a bit confused. Please let me know if you know. Please let me know in the comments. Like, what is going on? Oh, and this needs sorting out. Request the keeper for this. How are our keepers doing? Are they overwhelmed now? Yes, probably. They're low on energy. I'm going to train up the vet and the keeper again. And the caretaker and probably all of our vendors, because I think they need it. The mechanic seems to be doing a decent job on level 1. They've not really got that much to do. Like, they've only got a few power things to maintain. And obviously our water hut over here. But it's all quite centrally located. And they've got a staff center in here and over here. So they've got pretty good access to them. Speaking of the staff, though, I would like to give them a bit of a staff area. So this looks awful, and it could definitely do with an upgrade. So let's add a little staff area here, and it would be nice if the staff area overlooked an area of biodiversity. And seeing as we've taken up, what is this, about 2,000 square meters, or was it 2,100 in the end? Yeah, we're looking at, quite a lot. I believe before we added like the deep water, this was about 2,100 meters squared. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the null barriers. Let's make these 10 meters. And we're going to continue this along. In fact, I'm going to do it on this side from here. And I want to do an area of equal size that we can give back to the environment. Maybe this actually would be good, all the way down here. But we'll see what we need. I think this might be sufficient. If I put a little habitat gate in here, what does this say now? 2,100 exactly. Wow. Okay. Well, that is crazy. I feel like that was fate. We delete this habitat gate because we don't need it anymore. So now we know that this is 2,100 meters assigned for the nature area. So let's build ourselves a staff area in this section that overlooks that, because we know it's going to be very pretty. And for this build, I wanted to use an organic building material. So I thought mud would be a great choice that we've not used before to make the staff buildings with. And of course we want to power the buildings, so it's got to be solar panels in this climate. And trying to put solar panels in the logical place on the roof is slightly difficult in this game, and even more difficult when you want to build an accessible ramp up to the solar panels for your staff. So I did put in an accessible and less accessible walkway for the staff so they can choose whichever they want to use. It just meant I had to wrestle with the pathing system a bit. I also prioritize all of the staff buildings that have windows to be facing the biodiversity wildlife area, because I figured that they're the buildings where the staff are actually going to look outside, and the other ones are just dark, empty voids. And I wanted to use thatch building pieces for the roof because I really like these. And again, we're using organic, sustainable building materials. And then to hide some of the ugly pathing objects, I thought we'd use them. Instead of trying to hide them, we'd make them a feature and build in a light feature into them so that it looks intentional, rather than just building something to cover them. And after that, I just added a few decoration pieces and some lights as final touches to these buildings. Okay, I feel like that's quite cool as a general layout. Like, the buildings are mostly in place now, and we've used the mud pieces because it's a different organic building material that we've not used before. So now the staff have this new building here. I feel like they should probably have a nice area to look at, and maybe a little garden area where they can sit out and actually look at it more closely, because they've got this area here. I'm wondering if we extend it, delete this section back here, and extend it along so it's wider and can be utilized a bit better by the staff. So this area is very similar in size, 2,400. This seems about right. I'm obviously not going to build exactly this, but it's just a general guideline so I know. I think if we put a tree in, we can kind of use that as a marker. So let's duplicate this beech tree over here. Let's have this in maybe over here. Then we know that it needs to be to the left of that beech tree now. Now we can delete this little entrance here and honestly get rid of all of this because it's in line with the habitat and to the left of the tree. Given that this area is so close to this one over here, I think it makes sense to do the same type of biome that we're going for. So I'm going to duplicate what we have over here using the same grasses and trees to this area over here because it doesn't seem right to create a different biome type like a wetlands type when we've got all of this area over here where it'd be perfect for wetlands or other biomes. I think this is definitely more of like a woodland section. So I want to keep the biodiversity, give kind of defined areas where these animals can, like if it's birds, they can roost there. If it's bugs or reptiles or whatever it is, they can find a home, and there's a few different places in a similar region. And then further away in the zoo, there are different habitat types for different local fauna. So I'm going to do that now by just creating another little woodland area. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That looked a lot nicer, and that's something for them to look out at now. Look at that. That's so much nicer. I do need to make this all long grass as well, I'm realizing. So let's do 100% long grass and really bring the life back in this area. And that should look much better now. There we go. Now when they look out, look at that. What a little area to work in. That would be beautiful. And there's a little space outside. It's all the way up to here. So, in fact, let's put another tree over at the back over here. I think that kind of captures this area a bit more. I'm just going to expand the flowers out very slightly over here, because I don't want to look like it suddenly stops as much. I'd rather it kind of taper out a little bit. There we go. I think that looks nice. Now let's build a little garden in here for the staff. So something they can enjoy. And for that, we can use the natural path markers, because we don't really want this to be an actual path. It's just a grassy area that's designated for them, basically. There we go. Doesn't that look awesome? We've got a nice big garden for the staff now. They've even got little sunbathing chairs so they can sit out and take in the sun while they look across at our biodiversity area. And then they've got some picnic benches to eat their lunch. They've got a couple of trees for shade. It feels like a nice place to work. And I feel like I'm quite happy with the staff area now, how it is. It's quite different, and it's a bit of a statement piece on this end of the zoo. The only thing I don't really like is the pathing around here, because I would like to not have to do things like this, just to be able to get a ramp in for accessibility reasons. But I would rather put the ramp in and have it work than not have something for our staff. And in fact, I'm actually just wondering, can I adjust this to be 4 meters and go down this way towards the garden, because that might be a better route through. I think that's slightly less messy because it just uses the length of this building, but it's still very similar, and I don't like this that there, but that's fine. We can get rid of that. I think this looks a little bit better now, and now it's accessible both by stairs and by ramp to get to this area. I think that's a bit better as far as the pathing here. And it looks like this has already broken it into little sections, which is great. So you don't have to snap that at all. Let's put the staff block area there, like as close to the guest path as we need to. And they could block that off. And this is our little staff area in here. I like that. I also didn't check that our little otters couldn't escape, but they can't escape. And I did completely forget about their enrichment, so that's not good. Let's get them what they need. If we filter by Asian small-clawed otter, it will just show us the enrichment that's appropriate for them. And they've got quite a few toys, so let's put some stuff in for them, including an underwater fish feeder, because that basically means that the keepers will throw the fish in the water for them, which is what we want. So let's put that there. It needs to be at 4 meters depth, which this is. It's accessible, which is great. And they'll just be filled up by the keeper pouring fish into the water. And then I would like to give them a mud bath if we can. That would be amazing over here, really. Let's do that with view of everything. Let's move this privacy screen over there to a more private area, really. And see if we can get the mud bath in down here. I think we can. That looks good. Let's just adjust these trees. If we move these palms out of the way a little bit, it's going to look nicer. And the tree can be there, actually, in the middle. That's not the worst thing. Okay, I think that looks good. And they've got a nice mud bath now. So let's give them the rest of the stuff. I think platform floats would be cool, but I don't know how many areas they're going to be able to access it from in this habitat. Well, that's 2. Let's put it there. And then a frozen block of fish sounds good as far as food enrichment. Don't want it to warp the train too much, but that's okay. And then maybe a block of ice over here. And that should be good. And we want to give them a small food tray as well. Let's put the otter food kind of nearer the water. Maybe over here. I know our keeper's got to walk to do it, so you kind of want it near the door. But I think that makes sense on this back corner over here. And it's not too far for them to get to still. So that should hopefully take them to 100%. Let's check animals. They are at toy enrichment. They want another toy. Okay, we can give them another toy. Let's give them a bubble machine. Why not? Have a bubble machine there. We'll just do a little bit of smoothing out. Okay, they're at 100% enrichment now, and they've got a bonus 20% interspecies enrichment because they love living together. So that is perfect. I do think we're going to need to keep training up our vets and our keeper now that we've got lots of animals, particularly the keeper, to make sure that they can handle their workload, because we don't want them to be overwhelmed or it means our animals aren't being looked after properly. And then I think we should assign our vet to research the Malayan tapir to get some more stuff for them and learn a bit more about them. And let's rotate this banana palm so it's not going through the screen. Let's then put these to be on the Asian small-clawed otter, so they're properly teaching our guests about the animals. You guys also mentioned that we should probably put some do not disturb signs up, which I think is a great shout. I'm going to put the heat maps on security and crime, which is where they are, and then filter to do not disturb signs. And now we can put these up along with do not feed signs and just get our guests to be a little bit quieter around our animals on the thing of ethics. We want to make sure that they're not being too noisy. I don't actually think we need the do not feed for this, because I think that's just for when they walk through the habitat, so that's a problem. Oh, look at the bush dogs as well. You can see them on the camera. They're asleep. Oh, there's 3 of them in there. Let's have a little look. There they are. 2 of them asleep and a 3rd one coming to join them. They're so cute. And now our Asian small-clawed otters are in here and happy. Let's learn a little bit more about them. The Asian small-clawed otter is native to the rivers and streams of Central and Southeast Asia. It is the smallest otter species in the world, growing between 72 and 96 centimeters in total body length, and weighing only 2.7 to 5.4 kilos. There are no notable physical differences between females and males of the species. The Asian small-clawed otter can close its ears and nostrils when swimming, which is a cool little party trick. And despite living in groups, Asian small-clawed otters generally hunt for themselves. The otter is extremely dexterous in comparison to other otter species due to its short claws and incomplete webbing between its toes. Grooming is extremely important for Asian small-clawed otters as it traps air between the hair follicles, keeping otters insulated and dry while swimming. The Asian small-clawed otters are monogamous and they mate for life, which is adorable. They're also very social and intelligent animals, living in family groups of around 15 members. These groups are led by a dominant mated pair and their offspring across various litters. Family groups break apart if they become too large or one of the leaders dies. In this case, family members will leave and attempt to form new breeding groups with other unrelated individuals. When the dominant female wants to breed, she and the dominant male spend bonding time, playing and nuzzling each other. How adorable is that? Pregnancies in Asian small-clawed otters last for a period of 68 to 74 days, after which the female gives birth to a litter of between 1 and 6 pups, with an average litter size of 2. The pups are born blind and they open their eyes after 1 to 1.5 months after birth, which is also when they will begin moving around independently. They will usually leave the den and have their first swim at around 2 months old, so they're tiny. Weaning begins at 4 months old, although the pups may have already begun consuming solid food 1 to 2 months prior to this, and it's usually complete by 8 months old. Although the Asian small-clawed otters do reach maturity and can breed at 1.5 to 2 years old, they remain with their family group without breeding. Instead, the older pups help to raise their siblings. How cute! Unfortunately, these adorable otters are vulnerable, and as such, they are protected in most countries of their native range. Like many threatened species, they suffer from habitat loss and poaching. There are several captive breeding programs in place though, which facilitate conservation and research on this species. So our zoo is another critical zoo for this species to try and breed the numbers up and learn what we can about them. Our tapirs and our otters are chilling in here quite nicely together. They're so cute. Look at them just hanging out. Aren't they adorable? And I think they're pretty happy. Obviously, their group is going to get much bigger when they have babies because it's like a one family group. So when the otters have babies, their group will get bigger. But the tapir group will stay as it is. And look, they're foraging. Look, oh, the other ones come to forage as well. Oh, they're so cool. I really like the tapirs. I feel like they're such a strange looking animal. They're quite, like, interesting, aren't they? Look at that nose. Well, we need to keep expanding our zoo, and we've got an alert here. Oh, many guests think the tickets are underpriced. Ah, of course, because we've added more animals. So let's raise our prices slightly. It's still only 5 to get in. I feel like we can make it 10. I'm going to do 10 and 5 and do kids half price. I feel like that's fair, because we've got quite a lot more animals now. We've got 3 species of frog. We've got our bush dog, which is still our most appealing. We've got the tapirs, and we've got otters now. $10 I think is pretty reasonable for that. At least as far as how the game goes. the guests in this game are happy to pay extortionate amounts of money to see some animals. So we'll take it because we're putting it to good use. And how is our research going? I feel like our vet has made progress. Okay, they're carrying on with the Malayan tapir. We've got level 2 food, so let's put that on them. You can have grade 2 food now. And grade 2 as well for the otters. So when we unlock the other ones, we'll give them but at least we're giving them like grade 2 food. And our exhibits is everyone enjoying their exhibits? I feel like this one, yeah, they don't have all the layout. I thought I missed something with this. So they don't have all the layout elements. Let's give them, I'm gonna give them like a few and mix it up for all of them. I'll give them all the misters. But then for the other ones, we can put in, like, the opposite. And then it should look reasonable. In fact, I think we can actually give them everything because we've rotated them. So I don't think you'll notice if they all have everything, just because we've duplicated these. So let's make them look interesting. Give them everything. And they look much fuller with all of that. And now our Goliath frogs are at 100%, which is what we want. We want them to be 100% happy and healthy. I think let's expand the zoo a little bit further. We could do the habitat in this empty space we have here. And I think the perfect animal for that is the African spurred tortoise. Look at these guys. They're adorable and they're endangered. So we definitely want to help them out if we can. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about with these guys is the temperature, because they like to be kept warm. So we're going to have to make sure we put in some heaters or something for them that can keep them warm when it is a bit colder. But they're generally, I feel like most of the year we're not going to need them. It's like 19 degrees now in the zoo, and they're happy with 13. But if we give them some warm spaces, and obviously they'll be run through solar panels, we'll use like electric heaters that are hooked up to solar panels, so it should be fairly green energy that we're using. I feel like this is okay, and they'll be pretty happy. So they live in groups of 1 to 8, so it's up to 3 males and 7 females. And gregarious, all mature offspring are tolerated in the group. Oh, they're adorable then. So they're promiscuous, they just want a group of everyone. Although the male tortoises are territorial during the breeding season and may fight each other over access to mates. So perhaps we should just do 1 male and then females, because I feel like it's probably not a good idea if to have them be fighting, you know, just for the sake of it. Let's have 1 male and then some females. If we have the maximum of 8 adults here, and let's say we've got 8 juveniles as well as 8 adults, that's 270 meters squared. That's tiny what they need. So 270 meters squared for these guys. But I do want to make the habitat interesting and give them some interspecies enrichment. So if we click on this tab here, we can see that they like to share their habitat with the Dama Gazelle. And these guys are critically endangered, so definitely ones that we want to be breeding. Now, if we look at their group sizes, they live in groups of 1 to 19, and it's matrilineal, so mature males related to the alpha become outsiders. So really, again, that's 1 male, isn't it? Yeah, oh, it has it here, yeah, 1 male and up to 19 females. So we want to make sure that we're not putting too many in here, and we're interrupted because we have an inspection report. Let's have a look. Okay, so taking care of them, we're doing a great job. Education isn't the best. Maybe we can do something about that though. But for now, let's have a look at these guys. So if we're going for a group of 20 maximum, this is going to need to be, yeah, quite large, and maybe 10 babies as well, or 20 babies. What are we looking at? 2165 plus, was it 270 for the tortoise? I think we can make this work. And they also need a really low fence. They only need 1.25 meters, and the tortoises need 1 meter. So we can put a nice low fence in that's probably the height of this this fencing we have here, and create a little area here that the guests can enjoy. I think that'll be nice. So my plan is to give 270 meters squared for the tortoise, in case we have the maximum group size, and 2,165 square meters for the Dama Gazelle, in case we have their maximum group size. So overall, we're going to need about 2,435 square meters, which is a pretty reasonable size habitat. And I do want to throw some water areas in there as well. So we want to make sure that we're hitting these land requirements in addition to giving them some space for water. And if we look at our heat maps, I believe our water circle, the water circle is here. So there's no way we're going to catch that with anything. Perhaps it is better to just leave our water hut here then, and we'll have a water area kind of in this zone that's covered here. That seems pretty reasonable. Let's map out the area then. So if we use the null barriers, and I'm going to use a small wooden habitat gate here. Our staff area is on that side, so let's put this maybe next to the solar panel we have here. Then we can use null barriers and just map out the area that we want. Okay, what's that looking like? 2148. Okay, so we can go a bit bigger than this then, and I think we've got it. In fact, if we just take this area back, that might be what we need. This is 2588. I think that's about right. With some water in there as well, this area here could be perfect. So maybe even if we extend it out a little bit, this seems to be enough area for them. So I'm going to delete this, and now we know that we're going to use this whole area here for the habitat. And for the habitat, I do actually want to use this small wooden habitat gate that we had, and next to the solar panel seems like a pretty reasonable place to put it. So I think I might put this in here, although I'm not sure it's level with the path. I think it is. I think it is straight. So I'm going to put this in about here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the barriers with the custom pieces, and then we're going to fill out the null barrier to go around them. I could have left the stencil in of the null barrier, but I feel like we're just going to be changing it anyway. Let's not worry too much. And to make the barrier, I'm going to be using pieces from where they're from. And you can see that both of these species are found in the Sahara Desert and the Sahel, which I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing right, but I think I am. And here it says the semi-arid savannas and shrublands of the Sahel and the Sahara. So we want to make sure we're using that as our inspiration for the environment. So we're going to want to create the kind of semi-arid savanna and shrubland that's found in the Sahel and the Sahara. And both of these species are going to be absolutely fine with that, which means we're going to be in Africa. So let's use the African pieces that we have. And if we go on construction, you can see if we filter by theme, we've got African and I believe North Africa. So there's plenty of pieces here that we can use. And we want to try and pick the ones that are going to be sustainable. So I'm going to be using more of the kind of, I mean, a lot of these are fairly sustainable. We've got mud and wood here that are pretty reasonable. What we can do is we can filter by material and then have organic and wood, and that's probably all we'll go for in this one. I don't think there's going to be any ice pieces. So let's use these and see if we can build a nice fence to go around the outside. Okay, so this is 2,760 meters squared, which should be plenty of space. And I ended up just going with these African fence pieces because they're already pre-built and they look amazing. Look at them. I thought they were so cool, and I love that they're all built with like sustainable materials already. So our work is done for us already. And they're very easy to also just mount a TV to after. My only concern is that they're not going to be high enough. So we need to check that out. Oh, this has just gone. This is just broken. Let's get the mechanic on that. They're right there. But they should be pretty good other than potentially not being quite high enough. Yeah, that's my only concern. I do also kind of think maybe this should be one further out. Oh, no, it's just an awkward length. That's why. Yeah. It's an awkward length because of this rope. So it's a little bit set back, but that's not the end of the world. I would like this to have some privacy because although the tortoises are completely fine with everyone, like their where species data it says that they're neutral and guests can even enter the habitat, I don't believe that the Dama Gazelle are happy with everyone. So if we go on their species information, they're shy. So guests can enter the habitat because they're not a danger to guests. But guests they think guests are a danger to them. So that's not fair at all to have guests enter that habitat if the animal's shy. And I want to make sure that we have some privacy zones. But we can do that when we add them in because I feel like that's easiest done when the animals are in there. Speaking of getting the animals in there, let's get our tortoises in. So they are the African spurred tortoise. We've got a few available already. And wow, they're so old. I forgot. How old do these live? Let's go on the tortoise. They live to be 60 years old. Wow, okay. And they can breed from 15. So we don't want to get any younger than 15 if we want to be breeding them. And they can breed until death. So they're going to have 2 to 6 babies as well per event. So we need to keep an eye on that. We can end up with loads of them if we have loads of females. Seeing as it's a maximum group size of 8, I think maybe let's get like 1 male and 2 females to start with. What was their minimum group size? 1. Okay, yeah, definitely. In that case, let's get 1 male and 2 females. Let's sort them by appeal. So we're going to go, this male has 0% longevity, which is a bit annoying. I don't want any that have that bad of traits. I think we're best going with this one here. They are 28 years old, so they're not too old either. Let's get them. And then females, we've got some good ones. These two are probably... This one's a great one. Let's go for her. And then, realistically, this one's a little bit older, but they've got better genes. So I feel like we're going to go for this one. Because they've still got plenty of time to breed. So let's get our 3 tortoises and put them into quarantine. And we've spruced up quarantine now, so it looks much nicer. It's going to be moved from the Animal Trade Center into quarantine immediately, because our staff are on everything now. They're just immediately on it. And I think this is nice because it gives the zoo a bit of different direction. It's not just a massive line running through the middle. We're going to have them split off onto little pathways. We can even have this one come down here now. So if we extend this path with 7 meters, let's put the path in here and hook that up. And then we've got a nice path running this side as well. And this is a way that they can deviate off. We could take the guests this way. Knowing that the Dama Gazelle are shy, we might adjust this so we can see how we go when they're in here as well. But I do just want to split up the guests so they don't end up just all cramming onto one path like they have here. Because it's a bit congested. It's a little bit congested. And let's put some boards up. So we've got great power here because of the solar panel. Let's check where that reaches to. We can pretty much cover all 3 of these sides here. This one is a bit less power, but we can still put some in here. Let's add in some education boards for the guests. Okay, I think that's probably good. And it looks like they've passed quarantine, so let's get them in. We select all of them. We can then move them into the habitat. And we're going to rename the habitat to be African Spurred Tortoise. And we can change that when the Gazelle are in there as well. But for now, that's all that's in there. And let's add in some donation boxes too before I forget about this. Probably in between the education points. Seems like a reasonable way to space them out. And they've arrived! Oh my goodness, they're quite big, aren't they? Wow, look at them! Oh, adorable. So this is our male here. It's a little bit bigger than the female. Wow. And we've got one of our females, and I believe they're bringing the last one now. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, they'll be getting them there from the box. Look at them exploring. Well, this isn't super suitable for them right now. The terrain is completely wrong. They want it. They'd be happy with 100% soil. So I think let's give them some sandy soil area and also some water. And I want to put the water in this back corner over here because we've already got the setup for it over here. So let's do that now. Give them some water, and then we can terrain paint everything else to be appropriate for them. Okay, let's click on the habitat and click on our... Oh, the other one's in here now, on our tortoises. They can't access this area. They can't swim, but they can get to the water there. And terrain-wise, they've got tons. They've got absolutely loads of it that they can access. So that looks good to me. Now let's paint this up. And they actually want a little bit of grass. I didn't realize. I've just done it all to be sand and soil, but they actually want some short grass. So in that case, I'm going to make the area around the water kind of a beachy sand area, I think. And then we'll have a more soily grass area over here. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that as well. I think that looks good. Now, we're going to need some hard shelter for these guys, and we're going to need some heaters. I think the best way to do this is probably to give them a few small areas where they can seek shelter. And if we go on filter and filter by the species, you can see that they actually use the burrows. So that was lucky I didn't build them little huts. That's what I wanted to check. I believe these guys would dig a nest out. So probably somewhere in the sandy area. Near enough. I mean, this corner here isn't a bad shout to have it be around here. I think let's put this here. And this is like the tortoise's nesting site. And that is all of the shelter they need. And it's obviously warm enough because it's underground. So they've got a decent little burrow in here for the tortoises. I love the burrow animals. Oh, they're so cool. And we can put a special burrow cam on here, on this side. Let's add this in here. There we go. This is the tortoise burrow here. So you've got a nice little burrow cam for everyone to watch. And that can probably go down a little bit to like there. So everyone can see inside the burrow. Now these guys have got what they need. I'm concerned about how long it's going to take them to get everywhere. But this area I think is fine. We could put another little water area in somewhere else in case they get stranded. But I don't think they're going to stray too far from this area. So if we run into problems, we'll adjust the habitat because they only have a very small area that they actually use normally. And I don't want to give them... Obviously, this habitat is much bigger than they need. I don't want them to get lost on the other end and then be like, oh, we don't have any water when they actually do. I'm going to also put these on so every other board is educating guests about the tortoises. Because they are going to have some friends go in there that'll occupy the other slot. And now our guests are being educated about them as well. So that is very good. Now, they have their hard terrain. They've got everything they need environment-wise, apart from probably some heat. So I think what I'll do is I'm just going to build a few little additional shelters for them. And we could even make these out of the mud bases. I quite like this. Let's maybe make them some little mud huts that are nice and warm that can keep them going if it gets a little bit chilly. Okay, I feel like that has helped a lot. Like we've got good heat distribution now across the habitat because of these. So they should be kept fairly warm. I'm hoping that they're okay. This gives them more hard shelter as well, and they've got little heaters in them to keep them warm. Just, you know, when they're in there, they can snuggle up to the heat lamps, which I imagine they would want to do. Now, they have no enrichment, so let's make sure we put some stuff in for them as well. Although it is completely pitch black and we can't see anything. Let's put a curio ball down here. We'll add a colourful ball over there. Maybe another ball down here. Give them an ice ball, a rubber... I don't think they need a rubber duck in the pond, but we'll give them a melon feeder on this side. I feel like this is going to be very tortoise heavy this side, and then the gazelle will probably be running around. So if we give them the spike fruit tree and the melon feeder, that's probably enough food. We can add the sprinkler in as well near the water, although I don't want to scare off the gazelle, so maybe we put the sprinkler like over here. And that should be enough of a mix of food and toys. Yeah, they seem happy with that, and we can also obviously change that later on if we decide to. They haven't got good food quality because we haven't researched them at all, but we should have researched our tapirs a bit more now. Yes, we finished it. We finished our research on the tapirs. That's amazing. Right. Well, let's research the otters because they are next. And let's upgrade the food quality of our tapirs to be level 3. That's amazing, isn't it? We're doing a good job. It looks a bit sad in the rain, but I feel like it is generally quite good. And I think I might take out these floors. I wanted to add them for realism, but they keep clipping through the straw roof, and I just feel like it doesn't look nice. So I want to get rid of them. I'm just going to remove these now. I feel like that looks a lot better. Although I've now realized it's just because I had the roof on a bit off. Like they were a bit lopsided, which is odd. That is now central. I'm going to have to adjust all of these. I still think I'd rather have it without the other bits though, because they look much lighter. They've got a much higher ceiling now. There we go. And it's sunny again, so these guys can enjoy themselves. They're not doing much. I'm not going to lie. They're not doing much. Oh, we do need food for them, though. They've got the food enrichment, but we need to add probably a medium food tray in. I'm going to say add the food tray there, because everyone should have a pretty good view of that. And we can put some bedding in, but I don't really think we need to. These spaces aren't really for bedding. It's just a place to chill. And they've got their burrow if they want to sleep. So I think they're quite happy. The only thing these guys are probably missing is African grassland plants. Now, I believe the area we're going for, the semi-arid savannas and shrublands of the Sahel and Sahara, I don't think we're going to have many desert plants. I think it's going to be more grassland. But I'm going to look at what plants are in those environments, and then which of that subset we can actually realistically plant in North America where the zoo is located. And then we can add in some plants for these guys and kind of make this habitat come alive a little bit more. So as far as the nature we want to add, these are the desert and grassland plants that are found in Africa that are within the game. And of these plants, the subset that we can find in the Sahel, which is the habitat we're trying to recreate here, are these. And of the Sahel plants, these are those that would possibly be able to be grown in North America as long as we give them a bit of care. So this is the smaller list of plants that we're actually going to use for this build. And we can see that these guys don't want loads of plants, so we're not going to put loads in because that's also not what their environment is like. We're just going to put in a few plants and some rocks that will fit in with this. I think that's kind of enough. I don't want to do too much because they really don't want a lot of plants in here. And currently we're hitting the 14% mark, which seems to be quite good for their level of coverage. So I think that's okay. We could even thin out some of these reeds and stuff to make them a bit less in their way. I think. Maybe we'll shorten them slightly as well because I don't want them to be too obstructive. But, you know, at the end of the day, they're still reeds. Like, they're going to be quite large. I think that's good. I think that's a bit better. And it still makes it look natural for these guys. So yeah, 14%. They should be happy with everything in here. I don't think anything flagged up as, yeah, nothing's wrong for them. So they are super happy with that. That's what they need. So there's nothing further we really need to do for their habitat. I think let's learn a little bit about these guys. The African spurred tortoise, also known as the sulcata tortoise, is the largest tortoise of continental Africa and the third largest tortoise in the world. On average, the male tortoises have a straight carapace length of up to 86 centimeters and weigh up to 80 kilograms. While the female's straight carapace length averages at 58 centimeters with a weight of 30 to 50 kilos. So they're pretty hefty. The African spurred tortoise inhabits the semi-arid savannas and shrublands of the Sahel and Sahara. Superficially, the males and the females of the species look very alike, except for slight differences in the belly of the carapace. And the males can achieve a greater size than females. There are currently more African spurred tortoises in captivity than there are in the wild due to their popularity as pets. So this does provide an opportunity for pet owners to support reintroduction programs. African spurred tortoises are apt diggers and will excavate burrows to reach cooler, moist soil. On hot days, they will retreat to these burrows and enter a dormant state called aestivation. Upon reaching a certain size and weight of around 30 kilos, it is thought that African spurred tortoises experience almost no predation. Most mature tortoises in the wild die when they cannot right themselves after falling onto their backs. African spurred tortoises have keratinous spurs on their hind legs for which they're named. It's unknown what purpose these spurs actually serve. While African spurred tortoises are herbivorous, they have been seen eating carrion from dead animals from time to time, so, you know, keep your eyes on them. The male African spurred tortoises are territorial during the breeding season, and they may fight each other over access to mates. Otherwise, these tortoises tolerate nearby individuals, provided there are enough resources available. The mating season of the African spurred tortoises takes place from September to November, after the end of the rain season. Males will fight each other for the right to mate with females on their territory, with the larger males generally emerging as the victor of these interactions. The female tortoises then begin looking for a nesting site about 2 months after mating. The female may dig multiple nests before choosing the most suitable location to lay her eggs, between 15 to 40 per clutch. After laying her eggs, she will cover the nest back up with the excavated soil. The eggs then incubate underground for about 90 days until the hatchlings emerge from the nest. The mother provides no parental care to the nest or to the hatchlings, and many clutches and young hatchlings fall prey to predators such as snakes, lizards, or mongooses. So the young have to grow quickly in the first few years of their lives. And unfortunately, due to a vast reduction of their distribution area, African spurred tortoises are now considered an endangered species. Their decline can be attributed to multiple factors, including the use of grazing territories for domestic livestock, coupled with increased risks of wildfires, which deprives them of access to many important food resources, and many tortoises are illegally removed from the wild to be sold as pets. Several reintroduction programs have worked to bolster the wild populations in Senegal, which see high success rates. So hopefully we can keep reintroducing them, especially by encouraging pet owners, and we can get their numbers back up. And it looks like we've got a reward here. So we've got entry ticket profits of 3,500. We've got 5,880, so we smashed that. We've got loads. We're actually making quite a lot of money, which is great. I wonder what guests are thinking of our new ticket prices. It feels pretty small. They wish I had a toilet. They wish I had an umbrella. And they want more drinks, I think. Yeah, loads more drinks, particularly. Okay, so we need some more facilities for them. To be fair, there's just one shop down there, so we could do with some more stuff. Oh my goodness, it's raining. Well, it's snowing even, not raining. It's snowing. That's not going to be good for these guys. But I am hoping that the heaters are going to do a fair bit for that. So if we go on temperature, there's not a lot of area that's not covered. So like these guys are actually fine. Just come into the heat and you'll be fine over here. Yeah, obviously you're not going to like the snow. But I don't think it's going to be too bad because the trees are going to block some of it as well. We can put more of these huts in if we need to. I just wanted to keep it a bit less like artificially placed everywhere. That should cover more though. I think maybe let's add one more hut in. I think we can get a bit better coverage of this. There we go. I think that's a bit better. And they've blocked out a lot more of it here. So heat map wise, that could move a little bit towards the edge. And then when this actually gets going, yeah, we're going to melt a lot of the snow. I think this should be pretty good coverage for them. Because I don't want them getting annoyed by the snow. They're still pretty good right now. Like the habitat is pretty good. So I'm not too worried. And we want to all-star rating 5-star, right? Or overall of 5 stars. That's going to be hard. And we need 2,000 guests. Oh, 800 guests in the zoo. And we get $2,000. That's not too bad. We're almost there. And what else? Oh no, we've got protesters. Why? Your welfare. Oh, you need to be fed. Let's call the keeper urgently. That's really not good. How are our keepers doing? Are they struggling then? Staff. Well, we've only got one. They've said that they're okay. I think there is time, though, to get another keeper. In fact, let's hire one right here. You can start on the... Oh, they're through here, aren't they? The poison frog. Okay, it's okay. The keeper's here now. They're going to go feed them. I think it helps to have 2 keepers. I don't think their workload's too bad, but it's just that they can only be in one place at once, and we're starting to spread out. So let's train up this other keeper. We'll train up our vet, and probably our mechanic. Now they've got high workload. And then everyone else is pretty good, actually. I think that's okay. But 2 keepers is definitely a good shout. And we could probably afford to get a security guard at this point. So who is our security guard going to be? Powell Perrin. Or Pavel. Perrin, I think. Cool. Well, he looks fierce. And they're wearing a robber outfit, so good luck to them. Just gonna menacingly patrol our zoo. Well, hopefully they catch some criminals. We could probably also do with a little bit more education for these guys. So let's put some speakers in. I think if we have them in the corners, actually, that's not a bad shout. We can have them on a decent range. They're just gonna be competing now with these speakers. Okay. Well, if we can position them in strategic locations where it's not too bad. I think actually even in here is a pretty good shout. Because they can get a much wider range on it. I think 12 here is good. And I'm just going to play around with the other ones so we can get enough space to have everyone have some speakers going on. Yeah, I think that's good. That covers it for now. Also, this whole hut actually could be taken down quite a lot. That's why these were in the wrong place before. I didn't realize that. Oh, okay. So we can raise this up. I think that's good. And then the whole thing can just be moved down. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Something like that. Because the hut doesn't need to be huge. There we go. That's more like the others. And we can spin them round as well, which I've not done. But they obviously don't need to be in the same... pointing exactly in the same direction. That seems cool. Nice and varied. And how are these guys doing? I think they're doing all right. They're just kind of like chilling out, aren't they? Walking around slowly. They're quite cute. And they've got their little burrow here. Is anyone asleep? No. No one's using the burrow yet, but I'm sure they will. But I suppose they've got plenty of space now. They've got plenty of options. Where are they, actually? All of them. If we go on animal welfare, there we go. They're all over here by the water. And just chilling out. But they are on 100% health, I believe. So that's pretty good. The nutrition, they want better meal quality. But we can't do anything about that until we get some more research done on these guys. How is our vet research doing? We finished it on the otters. Wow, we've done everything on the otters. That's amazing. Cool, we've got loads of education boost then as well. I'm breeding. So cool. Okay, cool. Let's put them onto the tortoise then. They've already caught up. We might as well get the tortoise going, and then we can change our food for the others to be grade 3 for the otters. So now everyone is on grade 3 apart from the tortoise until we can research them a little bit more. But I think we're doing a pretty good job of looking after them. So I'm quite happy with that. Look at these cute little tortoises. I feel like we've done a good job here, but they are on their own, and I want to make this a mixed habitat if we can. So let's bring in the tortoise's best friend. If we go the African spurred tortoise into species enrichment, they only have one friend, the poor things. Let's get some Dama Gazelle in here, because these guys are critically endangered and they desperately need our help. Oh, we've also had an inspector's report. Let's quickly look at that before we get our Gazelle. How are we doing? I think a bit better. Yeah, we're level 3 on education and we're 5 stars on cleanliness. So 4-star overall is not bad. I think one of our challenges is to get it to be, where's the challenge there? Is to get it to be 5-star. Yeah, so we're, the one before was 3 stars. This one's 4 stars. Oh, we're going in the right direction. And we have a dead bush dog. No, I'm joking. They're just sleeping. This is Snoop, who has not a care in the world that the guests are right there. That... That's a level of confidence that I aspire to. Just fully asleep, sprawled out in front of everyone. Love it. Right, let's get some Gazelle in here. I want to get these guys some friends. So if we go animal trading, we can now remove the filters and select the Dama Gazelle. And there's only females available. Okay, well, there's only one male in the group anyway. And I can't quite remember what group size they are. They're 1 to 20, okay, or 3 to 20, sorry. So 1 male and up to 19 females. And it doesn't have to be a family group. They'll accept anyone into the herd, the male will. And the females love everyone because they're not mean like the male. How old do they need to be? That's the other question. So they live to 15 and they can breed from 1.5 until death. So if they're getting on, if they're like 10, that might be a little bit old. Oh, it looks like all of these are around 5 years old. That's kind of perfect. Okay, I think none of these are jumping out at me as being too bad. There's a few reds, but they're not awful. I think let's get all of them. Seeing as we're here to help out, let's adopt all of them that are available. Okay, we've got all these guys. Let's go to animal storage and move them into quarantine just to check that they haven't got any sicknesses or scrapes and bumps that we wanna look at before we put them in with everyone else. And while we do that, I think we do need to get started with our our toilet situation because we put it off a very long time. The guests don't have a single toilet in this place. And I'm slightly struggling to think where I'm going to put one. It might be worth having one at the entrance, although this is our biodiversity area. On this side, it's not. So I think let's add a toilet in here. It can be in keeping with this theme. If we select facilities, guest facilities, and turn the blueprints off, we should find the toilets in here somewhere. Where are they? Toilet block. Let's put one of these in. I think let's have a double toilet maybe. Like have them enter from one way and exit the other. We can have a little bit set back as well if we want. Let's have it set back very slightly. Something like that. And we can connect these up with some construction pieces. So I believe we're using the Australia wood here. Which matches in with this. Yes, it does. Okay, Australia wood. We're just going to build a fairly simple toilet, but I want to keep it in theme with the rest of the stuff here, which is North Africa and South America. It's a bit of a unique blend, but that's what we're going with. Okay, I went with kind of an asymmetric design on this one, which I quite like because I always build everything quite symmetrical and I wanted this to look a little bit different to the normal stuff. So we've gone with some ceramic African pieces and then the South American frogs just to tie it together. And I think this works. It gives them a toilet, which is basically what they need. That's all they're asking for is somewhere to go to the toilet. So that should massively improve our guest opinion on toilet. I imagine the 60% is just going to go through the roof. But we do need to keep improving them, and probably another toilet wouldn't be the worst shout as well. For now, though, I imagine our Dama Gazelle have probably gone through quarantine. Yes, they're just starting to. As I'm speaking now, they're going through and passing quarantine. So I'm just going to move these over into the habitat and rename this habitat. So it's going to be African Spurred Tortoise and Dama Gazelle. Now we've got 3 of them passed now, ready to leave. Let's put all of them into the habitat, and then we'll do the other 3 as well when they're done. And our staff are now going to go grab them and then yeet them into the habitat as they do. Here we go. They're entering the habitat. The first Dama Gazelle. Oh, look at them. They're so small. They're so, like, dainty, aren't they? Look at them. You're quite thin. They're 5.9 this one. 5.9 years old. What do you think of the place? Do you like it? You a fan? What about this one? What do you guys think? Okay, so terrain-wise, it's pretty good. They should be happy with it. And environment-wise, they're happy with the plant coverage as well. So the actual habitat itself is good. I'm going to pause it because I don't know whether they can get out or not. And then we're going to select, where is it? Habitat. And click on one of the Dama Gazelle. Ah! Okay. So, they can jump out. I did wonder whether this would be a problem because of the fences we're using. Whether they would be able to or not. That's a slight issue. I think this is far enough away where they can't make it out. Generally. I think what we're going to need to do is just go around and slightly elevate the fences up so that it's not possible to jump over. Like, I think if the fences were maybe this high, they wouldn't be able to get out. But that means we're going to have to put something underneath them. So I want to get, like, a nice African wood piece that blends in well. And then I think we could embed the fence into that. Or we duplicate it and have another set going down. Which could also work, potentially. Something like that might work. I think this could work here. If we have it like this, if you have another one underneath, that should be pretty good. And that will raise it up, I think, just enough that they can't get out. Because they need 1.25 meters. And if we get a 1 meter piece, which is this, that is definitely taller than that. Whether it's 1.25, I'm not quite sure, but I think it's going to be very easy just to raise it up slightly if it's not. So I'm going to go around and just raise up these fence posts and add in the other ones so that it's basically exactly what we need. Okay, let's see what this is like now. If we click on one of the Gazelle, we've raised everything up. They can get out here. Ah, it's because of the rocks. That's fine, though. We can adjust that slightly. Make them less traversable. That's a unique case where I feel like we can work around that. Because they're always going to be able to jump out if the rock's that close. Unless we put something special here. And we could just raise these up a bit higher, these 3. To kind of compensate for it. But we'll do that in a more obvious way at the time. Okay, now let's go around and just add in all of the small under barriers that we're putting in. So we have this design going along the whole thing. Goodness. I did think when I put them in, I thought, oh, it's a 1 meter fence. Is that going to be high enough? Yeah, it'll be fine. And here we are. Okay, that should be good enough. It should hopefully mean that our tortoises can't escape through the bottom now as well. Yeah, no, they're fine. They can't get out the bottom. The gazelle can't get out the top, except for over here. So maybe just on these few. Maybe these 4 here. Or even 5. I think it makes sense to be the 5 because it's the 5 near the rocks. We just raise that up to be about there. And then we do the same for these corner posts here. That seems good to me. You can't get out. Can you get out? Now they can't get out. Perfect. Okay. That's what we like. And there are 3 in quarantine, so let's just move them into the habitat as well. And we've got 6 Dama Gazelle in there with our tortoise. Are there any males? Yes, there's males available. Wow, that's an amazing one. Okay. There's some really good one. That's 1.9. Let's order them by appeal. And I think we'll just go for the top one. This is, ooh, quite young. I'd rather go for the better genetics, to be honest. It's got a better score, but I want them to be good at everything. I actually think this one's pretty good, the 1.9. We're going to get this for 19 credits and send them to quarantine. And we can reproduce that Dama Gazelle in with the others. Because we want a good genetic male in order to start our breeding program. But these fences I think are good. There's obviously a slightly bigger gap here, but it's just where it's connecting, so I don't think it's that bad. And we've got our education boards as well, so let's put these to educate our guests about the Dama Gazelle. Because these are all empty at the minute. And probably we should put some education speakers in for these guys too, because at the minute we just have speakers for the African spurred tortoise. So we do want to educate our guests fully about both species. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That's reasonable education, and it's quite an interesting habitat, I think, for these guys. Have they got enough space? Yes, they do. They don't have enough hard shelter, but that's because we've not really designed the hard shelter for them so far. So if we click on habitat, it will show you the traversable area. Yeah, they can't get inside these huts because they're too low. We could raise the hut up, to be fair. We could raise, even if it's just like on one side, we could make these huts a little bit higher so they have the same hard shelter. I'm actually very tempted to do that. I think we will. Let's raise these huts so they're accessible by both. We're going to need to turn the grid height down to 1 probably. And that is probably sufficient that now they can enter these. No, they still can't enter them. Okay. Well, we'll try it again. I'm thinking maybe the doorways here are just too narrow for them. And that's the issue. Okay, well, in that case, we'll leave it how they were. But then we do need to put some in for the actual Dama Gazelle as well. And maybe what we can do is we can have a couple of larger ones and a couple of smaller ones. Let's do that. So I'm going to edit this here and get rid of the outside and make it much bigger. Okay, I've just put one inside here as well to test if they can get out. I think they can. Yeah, they jump out for some reason instead of walking through the door, but that's fine. Which I think also means that they can enter these. if they want to. They just haven't chosen to yet, which is a little bit odd. But I'm not gonna read too much into it. I think it's fine. Let's put a couple of these in that are a little bit bigger. Okay, I think this is good. I've just duplicated it over here as well. So we've got these like double huts. I think this is good enough. It gives them a bit more space, and I've put some bedding in for the Gazelle in here. So they should be able to navigate this whole thing now and basically have enough hard shelter. Yeah, they've got loads of hard shelter now. So we've got a couple of double huts and then a couple of smaller entrance huts that are just for the tortoises, which I think seems fair as well. Like, it gives the tortoises some space which is away from the Gazelle if they want that. But I think these guys are happy, like, cohabiting generally. I'm gonna also go into habitat and give these guys some stuff that they want, because they're gonna need food enrichment and toys. So let's put some of both scattered around. I'm gonna put 1 food enrichment and then 2 food enrichment, maybe a 3rd one. Let's have the scarecrow feeder maybe by this tree here. And then they're gonna want a large food trough. Let's have that kind of centrally located there, because I don't want them to be forced to be too near the guests all the time. They've got the water they need. So then, in like toy enrichment wise, we're gonna have a herb scent marker there, and they don't really have much in the way of toys. Let's give them a rubbing pillar, maybe up the back here. They can have a rubbing pillar, but they haven't really got a lot. I guess we need to do some more research on them. And I am slightly concerned about their stress, but I feel like we've given them enough spaces to hide now, where if they're too near the guest, they'll run away and go hide in them. And we can put some of these signs up that tell basically everyone to leave them alone. Where is it? I think it's bins, benches, and security. Yes, it's here, the do not disturb. These signs are basically what we need, because it just stops them from being noisy. And we can go on the heat maps actually and see security and crime. Do not disturb signs. Ah, we've already got a lot around here, so that's good. Let's put another one here, and then 1 in here, and then another one over here. So really, we're just trying to make sure that the guests are being nice and quiet when they're near them, because if they're spooked by noise, we don't want them to have to put up with that all the time, do we? These should keep the guests quiet and stop the stress. We can put one-way glass in, but I don't think it's really necessary because they are far enough away. Like, they're not actually freaked out at all. Like, okay, that one's stress is going down now, but the second it's like amber, they'll just move away. And it's going back up now, and they're in the same spot. So I don't think it's too bad. I think they're okay. And the second they're behind something, this whole space you can't be seen. And we won't have guests come on this side. We'll maybe put a biodiversity area in here or something. But we'll keep this area behind nice and available so that they don't get too stressed out. And when guests aren't here, like now, they can enjoy using the different enrichment that they have. Plus, I think we have one of them. We've got our male still in quarantine, don't we? So let's get our male in here. And please suggest names for all of the Dama Gazelle and all of the tortoises and basically any animal that comes into the zoo. We will rename everyone. So please put your name suggestions in the comments and I will read them and rename the animals in the future. How are the guests enjoying their toilets as well? That's something crucial that I want to know. If we go to our guest needs, actually, what do they think? Toilet, 74% now. They just want more food and drink. Okay, cool. Well, I think another toilet and some food and drinks over in this end would probably be a good idea, because there's nothing really over here. There's the negative impact of this. But if we have a staff building here, the guests can still use this area. Like, there's no reason they can't use this. And I'm thinking maybe we put like a little food court area on this side to take the guests away from this path. Like, pull them away from where the animals are and have it something over here. I think that's a good shout. We did that before with the bamboo pieces. I think we might do that again just for accessibility reasons. We will use bamboo for this instead of just having it be dirt. There's no real difference for the guests that are able to go on the dirt as there is for those that can't. So we might as well put it in as a nice big open space. And then let's add some buildings in. We're going to need some food and drink. So facilities, guest facilities. We've got our blueprints turned off. What should we add in? I'm thinking maybe we get some Bernie's Bakes in here. I think if we have a queue going like this, we can separate out the different food areas a little bit more, because they can have like ropes like that prevent them queuing for the same thing. And then I think we already have ice cream. Do we have milkshakes? Let me check the facilities. So we've got milkshakes and chief beef. Okay, fine. In that case, let's get some soda in here. We'll have soda. We should probably have some water in case it's hot. Should have had that a while ago, really. Where's the water? Water here. And then let's have another toy thing. So there's not really many we can actually use in the game. Let's go for balloons because they do like them. It's a shame there aren't many options, but they've got a few, and we're going to use all of them. We can't not use them, otherwise we end up just with nothing. And that's a little bit dull. And I think let's keep the mud theme. You know, we've got... It's near enough to this habitat that we can keep the African mud style, because I quite like this, and it's environmentally friendly. So let's put that in, and maybe we should even have a staff building at the back, as we've done before. Let's have a nice staff facilities. We'll have a little staff room that goes behind these buildings, and they can enter through there. I think that's good. And we may even, if we move one of these, we might be able to break the path here. And then there we go. We can create a little staff path before we move this back. So now only staff can go over this section. Well, we've got the shell here. Let's create the actual building. Okay, I think that's a pretty reasonable little guest area we've got here. And I think the tickets are underpriced. Don't worry about that. We can easily fix that. Let's make this 12 and 6 and see what they think of that. The place feels pretty small, but it's great scenery, great prices, and they want more food and drink. Well, we are providing all of these things. So hopefully they like what we're doing. We're going in the right direction anyway. And I think this has turned out quite nicely, the little staff area as well. I like having that here. So we need to add some more stuff in here. We could probably do with a nice big tree in the middle. So maybe if I remove... Oh, it's 2 here, isn't it? I did like having the tree in the middle before, but maybe we'll do trees on the outside to compensate this time. And we're obviously going to go for the ones that are locally found. So we've got beech trees and I think what's the other type? Sycamore maples are the main 2. Let's put some of those in. We could probably go for kind of asymmetric planting with this as well. It doesn't have to be exact. This is going to ruin our chance of getting a solar panel here. So let's put a smaller beech tree on this side. And maybe a sycamore. Nice big sycamore maple tree over here. And another one round the back there. That seems good. Could even have a few. This feels a little bit more full, doesn't it now? If we turn off Align to Surface, we can put some of them on the hill here as well. Because I think even just having a few trees will really kind of pull it into the foreground and make it so it doesn't seem so out of place where it is. I don't know how well these trees would grow on a slope, but I assume it doesn't really make a difference because they're just going to stretch their roots out, aren't they? That's probably pretty reasonable, and it kind of corners off this area quite nicely. It zones it in. So now if we go in and add some benches to this area, they should fit quite nicely. I don't think we've used any so far anywhere else. We're using the Africa ones over here with this theme, so I think let's do the same thing for these guys over here. Put some African benches in, and I think let's kind of place these randomly. They don't have to be in a line. This is a disorganized thing. Oh no, someone's lost their balloon. I can see the shadow. Someone's lost their balloon there. Aww. The shop's barely open. They're already losing their things. Actually, I think I'm going to go with straight benches because it's going to make the canopies much easier, much more easy to put in. And also, we're going to be able to get more benches in here while still maintaining clear walkways, which I think accessibility-wise is the way to go. I don't want people to not be able to get through. I don't think these canopies are doing much, but they are there, I guess. It's supposed we're supposed to be shrunk down, aren't they? I've just realized. I was like, that's super high. But no, that makes much more sense than being that height. Let's shrink these down. There we go. That's a bit better. Now they're a bit more realistically doing something. And we've got the shade from the trees now, which is great. Like, this tree in particular gives this area quite a lot of shade in part of the day, which will be good for our guests. Because we don't want them all getting sunburned when they're out here. For those that are a little bit paler and more susceptible to the sun. And look, these guys are sleeping in here. Oh, they must be enjoying it. Social. Oh, you got stressed. That's why you've gone inside. But that's fine. That's what it's for. Look, go all the way back up. They've got their bonus, their interspecies bonus from being with the tortoises. That's amazing. And these guys exactly the same. They're super happy and they're getting that bonus as well. I do think, obviously, their bedding being here isn't ideal next to all the guests, but they have the option to go over here if they want a bit more peace and quiet. And I'm sure they'll be able to find a happy balance between. We could even put in another area for them, maybe. I'll see what you guys think. Do you think they need another bedding area that's a bit more secluded? Even if we just wall this off so they can't, you know, they can only enter from the back might be better. Like, have these be solid. In fact, I might do that just for the basis of kind of making it more ethical for them. I think I'm going to do it. Let's put in a solid mud wall on this side because they can still enter the building, but it means that to sleep, they can like sleep knowing that they're completely safe. I don't want them to get stressed. Yeah, look at that. That's completely cornered off. They can sleep in there without being bothered. And I think I'll do the same here. I'll make this one, maybe just this side. Is probably enough. Like that. And then they can enter through there because I don't want these guys getting stressed. Well, now our Dama Gazelle are in here and have a little bit more privacy and comfort. Let's learn a little bit more about them. The Dama Gazelle is a species of ungulate living in the Sahara Desert and the Sahel. It has a short white coat on its belly, legs, hindquarters, and face, and then red-brown fur on its back, shoulders, and neck. On its head, the Dama Gazelle has large protuberant ears and a black curled horn. These horns are present on both males and females. However, those of females are much shorter. Horn length in males range from 25 centimeters to 35 centimeters, while the female horns are around half that size on average. Dama Gazelles measure 95 to 105 centimeters tall at the shoulder and 140 to 168 centimeters in body length, with the females being slightly smaller. The male gazelles weigh 35 to 75 kilos, while the females are much lighter at 35 to 40 kilos, so they're quite petite animals. In Chad, the Dama Gazelle is a symbol of beauty and elegance, and it makes a honking sound when it's alarmed. Much of the conservation information for the Dama gazelle has been provided by desert nomads and pastoralists, which is pretty cool. The Dama gazelle lives in mixed herds led by a dominant male, and during the breeding season, the males attempt to guard females from other males and bring them into their herd. During the mating season, it is believed that males will begin by acting aggressively towards other rival males and attempt to herd females away from them. They engage in dominance displays involving prancing, kicking, and snorting, or ramming bushes to draw attention to their horns. Males monitor females in the herd for signs of oestrus by smelling their urine, which is a bit weird. And if the female is receptive to the male, they can begin mating. Following a pregnancy of 5.5 to 6 months, the female gives birth to one calf, although twins may occasionally occur. Calves are weaned at an age of 3 to 4 months. Unfortunately, the Dama gazelles are critically endangered, with one subspecies already becoming extinct in the wild, which is devastating. Like most desert-dwelling animals, it's adapted to need very little water to survive. However, it does require more water than other desert species. It takes in water mainly through food, and due to this, any fluctuations in expected precipitation and climate can have detrimental effects on the Dama gazelle. In addition to the consequences of climate change, its natural habitat has also been degraded and fragmented by human action, interrupting its migration routes and further complicating its access to water. Dama gazelles are also commonly hunted and poached. And unfortunately, the Dama gazelle is now the rarest gazelle in the world, with fewer than 400 remaining in the wild. However, the Dama gazelle has been going through small-scale reintroduction schemes since 2015, which are believed to be its best chance to avoid extinction. And there are several nature reserves set up where they are protected. So hopefully our zoo here can help reproduce their numbers and then release more back into the wild. And we do need to set up a work zone for our shop that we made. So let's make a new work zone that has all of this stuff in it over here. And we can call this what should we call it? The gazelle shops? Or tortoise and gazelle shops. I like that. It's like tortoise and the hare, but it's tortoise and gazelle shops. And we can add in our vendors that are basically the ones that aren't working in the frog shops or work in the tortoise and gazelle shops. We could probably also hire another vendor for that because the others have an extra person to kind of help them out, or 1 or 2 extra people actually. So we can do that, and we can train up all of our vendors, which is just going to be our new ones basically. And another thing we should do is our staff room. We should put staff healthcare as a perk. I'm not sure we've done that in all of our staff rooms. I think the one in here doesn't have it. Yeah, staff healthcare in there, and then the one in here I believe does. Yes, they've already got staff healthcare. Cool. So they shouldn't get tired as much. It like gives them longer before they get tired. But obviously we're providing healthcare thematically for our staff, which is a nice thing to do. I feel like these guys could do with some awnings over here as well. So I think I might put them in. Let's put in Africa, and it's these, the North African ones for the shops. Can add these in nicely just in here. Like this. There we go, that's 4 of them in, and it gives a little bit more shelter when you're trying to place your order. You don't have the sun in your eyes. And look at that sun coming over the hill, or going behind it. I'm super happy with this little Dama gazelle / African spurred tortoise habitat. I think it looks really cute, and the guests have a great view of the animals in here. And everyone seems to be happy. If these guys get too shy, we will sort that out. But I think they're okay. It seems like just meal quality is the main concern. So let's check in on our vet research and see where we're at. Oh, wow, we finished it for the tortoise. Okay, let's put them straight on the Dama gazelle then. Wow. So we've got everything. We've got level 3 food. That's amazing. And we got all these boosts to breeding and education and more food enrichment and all sorts of good stuff. But let's put them on food quality 3 and make sure that, yes, everyone's on food quality 3 apart from the Dama gazelle because they can't have it yet. But we will get that very shortly. And look at you having a little drink. They are adorable, I have to say. And I'd like to continue expanding the zoo in like this direction. And I think if we have a habitat that backs onto this, that would be pretty reasonable with something from a similar region. And what I'm thinking is the black rhinoceros. They are critically endangered and they are awesome animals. So I would love to get a black rhinoceros in here if we can. Let's have a look at the availability in the animal trading, because I know they are a difficult species to get hold of. They're super endangered, but we do have 4 available to us now. So I think this is the perfect time. What group size they live in? 1 male and up to 2 females. Okay, so they're generally solitary except for mothers and their calves, and fleeting loose bonds may form between individuals when they encounter each other. So it sounds like both males and females have territories which overlap, and sometimes they're together and sometimes they're not. I feel like for the first time, we haven't done this before, but I feel like let's get a group of females and a group of males, and then we'll let them in to breed with one another as you do in real life. Seeing as the females have 1 baby per mating event as well, I'm gonna make it so that maybe we say 1 adult female and 2 babies will be living in here at once. So we've got 2 calves and an adult. That is 1,500 square meters land requirement. If there are no babies, basically the male is going to need 1,000 meters. So we're looking at 2,500 meters. They do need grade 4, taller than 2 meter fencing. I think we can make this work. And in fact, this space here is probably pretty reasonable for it. So let's put a small wooden habitat gate in. In fact, let's extend our path along first. We can have this continue on and continue on this side as well. And then if we put a small wooden habitat gate in on this side here. And I do want to give them some space. I think this is actually a pretty decent gap between them. So yeah, I'm going to connect it up here, and then I'm going to go all the way around, connect up this area, and see how much space we have. Okay, so that is 2,560 meters squared. That's kind of perfect. Maybe we make it slightly longer just for when we've got some trees in here. But that seems pretty good. I think what I'm going to do is just extend this along by maybe like 5 meters. And then have that be our line that we use up here. Okay, this is 1,140. It could probably be slightly bigger because I feel like this one is going to be too big. I'm going to put the habitat gate for this one on the other side, although that is going to create problems around keeper huts. So what I think we'll do is we will have a keeper hut over here, and let's put that in now. So if we select staff facilities, turn the blueprints off, let's just get a sole like little keeper hut in here. In fact, we could even do a large keeper hut because I think we have the money. Yeah, let's put a large keeper hut in because this is going to be further into our area, further into our zoo. Let's turn on the negative impact on guests because we don't want this to hit anything of theirs. And then maybe under this tree here. Have they got power here? No. Okay, that's going to be a problem because the power hits all of this perfectly well. So it seems like we're going to need a solar panel over here as well. And again, I'm going to try and put this on the roof of this building. But we're going to do that so it's facing away. In fact, we should probably move this so it's not right under the tree. Unfortunately, that does use up the space a little bit, which I was thinking we might use for another habitat. But I don't also think that our water is going to stretch. Yeah, so we're going to need more water anyway. So we are going to need a water pump up here. Ooh. What I think we're going to do is we're going to connect up this path around the outside. And then once we've connected this, we're going to put something in the middle that can reach both habitats. Okay, I think this works. My goodness, that was painful. And in fact, I don't even really like the solar panel being there. I'd rather it were up here. But that's not a difficult change. Just need it to align nicely. That is fine there. There we go. So we've got a nice big keeper hut here. This is the large one. And then a large staff room, which I feel like we desperately need now, because we're going to be pushing the zoo out more this way as well. And hopefully people will be able to access this. I don't think... I mean, it's not going to get much use now, but it should in the future. This is going to be a bit more central, isn't it, for the zoo? So as we expand, hopefully this helps us out. We have a nice big staff room, and then water treatment and water temperature regulator, and a solar panel on the roof, which is the most difficult thing in the world, but we've managed to do it. So now if we decorate this up, I think this is ready, and these areas here are also ready. We haven't quite finished this, had we? So in fact, I'm going to finish this first, get this the right size, then we're going to decorate up this barrier. And now we've got this in here, we can put the habitat gate in a sensible place. And realistically, I think a sensible place is probably about here. About there. And then that nicely should split off. We should be able to get our other area to be slightly bigger. That's what I'm going for. So if we push this back now, we should be able to cut it in this line. Okay, so this area is 1,700 meters, and this area is 1,300 basically meters. I think this is about right. It's about 1,750 and 1,290. I think, I mean, we're getting there, aren't we? That seems good for me for a breakup of space. And then the male can be in this one, the female can be in this one with the calves, and then we can put them together when we need to. So we just need to be able to open the areas basically, or realistically we'll put in like a gate that we could open, but in the game we'll probably just move them between the habitats and have this be empty if we need to. But this means we have a bit of a breeding system in place. So before we finish that habitat, I'm just going to decorate up this new staff area we've got, because I want to use some of the pieces from this area. We're going to keep the African theme and probably make another mud staff area over here. And again, we just want to be using organic and wood pieces because we want to make it as sustainable as possible. So then I'm going to select the African and North African pieces to build with, which basically means we're building it with our mud walls and our log walls. Firstly, I just wanted to coat the whole building with the mud wall panels, and these have a really interesting pattern on them already, so even without decoration, they already look quite cool. And the solar panel created a massive pain for me with the roofing tiles, but I feel like I got a solution that works. Well, we've got a bit of a walkway on the roof, which the mechanic can access and fix the solar panel if they need to. And I love these African fabrics, so I thought, why not make a bit of a sunshade for our staff when they're coming and going from the building? So I made some of these and put them in, and I was so glad I did, because I feel like they really bring the building alive. And while designing up the building, why not give the staff their very own area to rest outside, have some lunch, or just take a breather outside rather than resting in the staff room? I thought they might want to sit outside as well, so I put in some seating for them. Okay, I quite like this because the building's already got a pattern on it. I don't think we need to do that much to the building itself. And then we've got these little benches out here, kind of a little seating area for the staff. And if we put some trees around here, I think that will really like bring it to life. So let's add a few. I think it's beech and sycamore. Yeah, beech and sycamore is what grows here naturally. So let's get a couple of those trees just around to give some life to the area. And also create a little bit of shade for our staff, which will be very much needed. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Oh, we had our inspector report as well. What did they think? Basically, pretty good. Doing well on cleaning, okay on education. But I think this is a nice little staff area over here, and it gives us everything we need for these habitats. And it looks like we've got a challenge completed. So have 800 guests in the zoo. We've got 941. We have smashed it. That's good. And we've got this one to 5% education. We only needed 4. Wow. Oh my goodness. Animals escaped. Who's escaped? Oh no. How have you done that? Oh my goodness. They're using the stones to jump out. That's so funny. Okay, well, let's call the vet. The vet can... You know, there's no harm to guests. That is hilarious. They've escaped. We need to sort this out, though, so they can't climb on here. Oh, see, they're jumping back in. They're all happy. This needs to be sorted out. So... just can't be this close to the edge, really. Or we just raise up the fence here, which we could also do. I'm thinking maybe we just raise up this section of fence to be slightly higher, as we've done elsewhere. I think this means that they can't get out. Yeah, they're stuck in there now. So it's just this one that's just wandering. Let's grab the vet. I think we'll move you manually, my friend. Let's put you there. You can dart the gazelle. Poor thing. Oh, a fafa escaped. So yeah, this is just a bit more protection here where the rocks are there, because I don't want to take away from their habitat. I like their habitat. I think it serves their needs well. Apparently they don't, because they want to escape immediately, but you know, that's neither here nor there. So with this section in, we're going to need 2 meter high for the rhinos. So I think the best way to achieve this and have it still looking nice is actually to put a layer of mud around the whole of the outside. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to get the grid by placing it in here. So I think if this lines up here, that should be the right size. Then we can put a layer of mud the whole way around the outside of the habitat. And then I'm going to place the fencing on top of it. There we go. That's a nice mud fence that goes the whole way around the outside. We can delete it on these corners here, like on the fence pieces here. And I believe we're going to need to move our gate a little bit further in because this isn't exactly where we want it. It's a little bit far out, but that's not the end of the world because then we can actually give a little bit more space for the path and everything. And I've just realized it's 2 meters, so we're going to need the normal sized fencing anyway. We can't use that little fencing. We're going to need the big ones. Okay, so now this one is 1656 and this one is 1224. I think that's probably good. We do need to replace this gate though. As I said, we're probably going to need the big one. At least I think we do. Yeah, I think we do. This is the thing. We could possibly get away with it. I don't think it's worth the risk to build it in. I think it's better that we just have the big gates and we make the design incorporate that. And for that, it's actually really easy because we can just put a door into this design. If we add it to this group, we can just easily add a door here and make it the right height. In fact, I don't really like that. I'm gonna find an alternative design that I do like. Okay, now we've got the mud layer in. I think this is good. We can now put in the fences. So that took a little while, but we got there. Okay, it's looking good. I put like a wooden hinge door in here. So obviously this isn't functional, but in real life, we could open that up and they could run through into here. Otherwise, it's a 2-meter fence high. This is 1224. So this is going to be the male's habitat. And this one is 1656. This is going to be the females and the calves habitat. And they should be good enough. They shouldn't be able to break out because it's 2 meters high, which is their requirement. And grade 4, this is grade like infinity because we're using the construction pieces. I think let's get a couple of black rhinos and get them in here. Oh, we've lost the females that were available. Oh no. Okay, well, we can still get this male. This is a really good male. Let's get them and send them to quarantine. And then we'll have our females in as soon as we can. Looks like we've got some new challenges. So we want to have 1,350 guests in the zoo. That's so many. Release a tortoise into the wild. We can do that. And get an overall rating of 5 stars still in our zoo inspection. That will be a challenge because that is actually quite hard to do. And it looks like we've got some females again. This one is looking like a good female. Let's adopt this one from Frontier as well. So they're not going to be related. And send her into quarantine also. And then once they've both been through quarantine, if I hit play, once they've both been through quarantine, we can put them into the habitat. So we just check that they're not injured or sick before they go in, basically. In fact, I'm going to put a little column over here as well, just because I think it's going to match with this a bit better. I think that looks a bit better for the join. And this one needed to be here for the door, but that's fine. That still works. We also need to put a little bit of water in, so let's just have a look. So it needs to be anywhere in here. We're just going to put a very small drinking hole in for both of them. I don't want it to be large because I don't want to take away from their land area. Just want to give them a little watering hole. Although I think they can swim. So they might want like a small area to paddle in at least, I suppose. Or at least cool off in. They've got a small little pond here. 2 little holes in the ground. Okay, we'll see what they're like when they're in there. Let's get the male in first. And then we will also get our female in to theirs. I'm just thinking the only slight problem we're going to have when they're in together is that the habitat isn't necessarily going to be big enough for both of them. But I suppose we'll only be doing that when it's 1 male and 1 female together. So actually, let's just check if it's 2 adults. Oh, cool. It's perfect, actually. It's the same land requirement to have 2 adults in 1 habitat as it is to have 1 adult and 2 calves. So either the female will have calves that they're rearing or they're going to be breeding with the male. I think that makes sense because you wouldn't bring the adult back in necessarily If usually the female leaves to rear them, which I believe they do. And look, we've got our female in here. Oh my goodness, look at her. She is huge. Wow, these are awesome. I do like the black rhinos. And do we have the male in or not yet? Oh, he's arriving now during sunset. Come on, let's see him. Whoa, big box. Wow, look at him. A beefy boy. Right, I'm concerned that this isn't going to be what they need from their habitat. Land-wise, I'm sure they're fine. Yeah, he's happy with his land requirements, even with the water in there. We might need to slightly reduce this, just so they've got 1,500. But we can do that. I don't think they're that bothered for the water areas anyway. So we can see what they say. Yeah, that's fine. And he's still happy with it as it is. But they don't like this terrain makeup. So let's just paint the terrain to be the correct types that they want, which is pretty much less long grass, more soil, and a bit more sand. I also decided I was going to make this habitat a little bit more interesting by giving them some varying height in the terrain, and we need some hard shelter, so I thought I've got to build them another African hut in keeping with the tortoise and gazelle's huts right next to them. Okay, that is looking good. I'm trying to just make it so they've got as much space as possible when they're on their own. They've got enough hard shelter now, and I believe this one does as well. I want to just maybe push this one up against the back as well, as like the same we did with the other one, just so it can take over from the fence, because we don't really need both, honestly. So if we put this on 1 meter squared, I think it might just be too far. I think that's honestly fine here. It seems good still, and that should be enough space. Even when they've got calves, they've got plenty of space in here. And yeah, I think this is good. They've lost a little bit of traversable land area just because of this. I'm gonna make a decision just to extend this path out, and I feel like instead of battling with the habitat a little, I want to just give them a little bit of extra space. And I really feel like it's going to make a lot of difference. And seeing as, you know, the zoo is ethical, it's the whole point of this is to do things like this that don't really make a lot of sense from a profit standpoint, but they do when you're trying to build an ethical zoo. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just extend these walls further out so that everything moves along this way, basically. I just want this whole fence line to be extended along. Okay, that is now a huge habitat, 2,000 square meters. These guys should be much happier now. So they've got loads of space. They've got 2,000. They've got 1,500. I feel like that's more ethical because it's at least that anyway. So now they can't escape and they can still chat to the neighbors if they want. Let's have a look at the makeup of the terrain. I think it's actually pretty good generally. I might just blend it in very lightly with like some soil and stuff, so it seems like it's still the same area. But I think we're pretty good on this. Yeah, I think they're quite happy with that. They've got the space that they need, they've got the hard shelter they need, and they've got the terrain makeup that they need. They're missing plants, and these guys don't need much, but they do need some plants. So let's add in all the plants that work for these guys. And I want to make it so it's like their natural habitat. So I'm only going to use plants that are found in their natural habitat that would actually grow there. And then also, this zoo is in North America, so we've still got the restriction that we've realistically got to be able to grow their plants in this climate. So of the savanna and desert trees from the Africa region that you can find in the game, this subset of the trees can be found in the South African scrubland. And of those trees that grow in the scrubland, this is the subset that could feasibly be grown in North America with a bit of extra love and care. So these are the trees that we're going to be using for this habitat to try and make it as accurate to their real life habitat as possible within the context of them being in North America. So let's decorate this habitat now. Okay, I think that's pretty good. This is basically as naturefied as they want it, and I think that's pretty reasonable. So when we join them together, obviously remember with the space, like they are going to have the full range of both of them in real life for all of the breeding season, and then when they're not in the breeding season, they're pretty much on their own, so they don't need as much space, but they've still got plenty of space now, even with all of these plants that we've just put in. And the guests think that it's incredible value for money, and I can't blame them. So I'm going to put the prices up to 16 and 8. And they seem to love it. Everyone loves everything. They need the loo. How could you need the loo? I gave you a toilet. That should be sufficient. And the zoo is small, but we are working on that with more and more animals every episode. Look at these guys. They're awesome. They're so cool, aren't they? They're going to want some enrichment too, because they are on their own. So let's go habitat, filter by the species, and this is the black rhinoceros. We've got some stuff for them, including some bedding. So I'm going to put some extra large bedding in here. Probably some large, give them a little bit of, basically a bit of hay to sleep on. And do the same in this bedding over here. That seems good. And then they need some stuff. Oh, let's give them a large tire. That's cool. In fact, a mud bath. Right. They've got to have a mud bath each, because that is an awesome piece of enrichment. They have a mud bath right there, and then a large tire. Throw that on the other side. What else are they going to want? Well, for feeding, that's 2 toys. Let's give them a hanging graze feeder. Let's put that one in there and this one in here. And then maybe a hanging grazer feeder in this corner at the back. And the same, they can have that one maybe there. And then a melon feeder on the other side. That seems good to me. They've got 3 food and 2 toys in each one. Yeah, that's fine for them. And then we've got space to rotate everything, because we will give them everything. See, we've even got a little waterfall machine, which we could give them. I think we'll leave it for now, because they've got what they want. And yeah, we can definitely mix up the toys that they have and everything. And speaking of food quality I've just seen, let's have a look at our vet research. See how we're going on the research of the Dama Gazelle. Oh, they're progressing. Cool. We made a lot of progress. We've just unlocked food level 3 as well, which is perfect. So, perfect timing. Let's put them on grade 3 food, which just means we've got obviously our 2 black rhinos are on grade 1. Oh, we've researched them before. So we've researched them in another zoo, so we've actually already got everything for them. I did think we had a lot of toys for them. Okay, so let's put them on grade 3 food then. They might as well have the best from the get-go. And they're in here perfectly. What I'm also going to do, just because I've remembered, is go into our work zones. And for these shops, I'm thinking I'm just going to throw that staff room in for them as well, because I want them to... I don't know why they'd be over here, but if they are, they can use that one. Or if that one's full, they can use this one. And then I think we're going to need some work zones soon. And also some more keepers. Let's train up our keepers. But I feel like we're on a 3-keeper zoo right now. With these 2 more animals in here, we're going to need more keepers floating around. I'll leave them on no work zone, see how we go. But I do want to train up everyone that we do have. All of our vendors are going to get trained up as well. Because the more they get trained up, the more money they make, basically. And I think we've got enough. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the frog shops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we didn't assign this one. 5 on the other one. So there's 1 floater between and 4 shops to man. That seems good. That seems good to me. All right, these guys seem pretty settled in. I think now they're in here, let's learn a little bit more about the black rhinoceros. The black rhinoceros, also known as the hook-lipped rhinoceros, is a large ungulate native to the grasslands and scrublands of southern and eastern Africa. Black rhinos have 2 horns on their face, with the anterior horn being much longer than the posterior horn. They have thick, grey skin, stocky limbs, small eyes, and oval-shaped ears. The black rhinoceros is huge, standing at 1.4 to 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder and 3 meters to 3.75 meters long. They also weigh between 800 and 1,400 kilos, so they are very hefty. Males and females are similar in size. Black rhinos growl and scream when they're scared or in conflict situations. And the black rhinos have a mutualistic relationship with birds, such as oxpeckers and egrets. These birds remove parasites from the black rhino's skin. Black rhinos mainly feed on browse, which is leaves from shrubs, bushes, and trees, and they have tough prehensile lips that are adapted to this kind of foraging. Black rhinos can be extremely aggressive towards each other. In fact, 50% of male and 30% of female black rhinos that die naturally are thought to have died from conflict-related injuries. So it's definitely a good thing that we're splitting these up into 2 separate habitats. Black rhinos are generally solitary, except for mothers and their calves. Fleeting loose bonds may form between individuals when they encounter each other, but they do prefer their solitude. Both male and female black rhinoceroses have territories which often overlap. Breeding happens year-round for the species, though births tend to occur towards the end of the rainy season. Male black rhinos track fertile females through their excrement, which is gross. When they meet, encounters can be aggressive. Males would be aggressive towards other males as well when competing over a female, and females may fight males when fending off unwanted advances. A male and a female form a consortship for up to 2 weeks before mating, which is so cute. They spend this time bonding by eating, sleeping, and traveling together. And if the male attempts to initiate copulation but the female isn't ready, she'll avoid this by aggressively charging at him, which is hilarious. Pregnancies in black rhinos last 15 months, after which the female gives birth to a single calf. Newborn rhinos feed exclusively from their mothers for approximately a month, and then they begin eating soft grasses and drinking water in addition to their mother's milk. Calves are weaned by 18 months old, but remain with their mothers until they're between 2 to 4 years old. By this age, they will distance themselves from their mothers to establish their own territories. Young rhinos may join a loosely bonded group of other adolescent individuals, or they'll roam around by themselves. Unfortunately, black rhinoceroses are considered to be critically endangered, with several of the subspecies already being extinct. In fact, of the 8 subspecies of the black rhino, only 3 of them remain. The eastern black rhino, the southern central black rhino, and the southwestern black rhino. A fourth subspecies, the Ugandan black rhino, may survive in reserves outside of Uganda. The species is critically endangered as it faces multiple issues, poaching for their horns being the most significant. With large areas of their habitat being in war zones, their population is negatively affected by human action, as well as the lack of legislation and law enforcement for their protection. Additionally, their specific browse-based diet means that they're vulnerable to food competition from other species and can be difficult to raise in captivity due to their susceptibility to mineral deficiencies and diseases. Currently, there's only estimated to be 3,150 black rhinos left in the wild. So the species is not doing well, and hopefully our zoo can do something to turn that around. And we're gonna need some donation bins and education for these guys, because at the minute we have nothing. So let's add some of these in. Probably a couple on each side. Wherever there's like a gap where the guests are gonna be looking, we need to add them in. So just all the way around the edge for the donations. It would probably be worth us copying some bins around as well when people walk around with their litter. So I'm just going to put some of those in as well. And we're going to want some education boards. I don't know where our power is. I think it's only central. Well, there's some over here and there's some in the middle here. Yeah. So let's put some power. Let's put some education in here. We've got these nice habitat boards. If I turn off random rotation, they won't be at a weird angle. Let's add these in here. And duplicate that across. We can probably have a couple in here. Just teaching them about the black rhinoceros. I think that's basically where our power is. Oh, the power does extend quite far, actually. Well, I'll tell you what, let's have 4 screens in. And then we'll do, if we can, we'll do 4 on the other one as well. But I want to leave like 2 gates between each one. Ah, we can indeed. We've got 4 in there as well. That's pretty good, actually. And then we've got a little bit of power here. So let's add a couple in here. And in here. Perfect. We've got plenty of education there. Now we're going to want some education speakers. So for this, power-wise, I think we're literally just going to have 1 in the corner here. Teaching everyone about the black rhinoceros, and then it's going to have a small gap on it. Or maybe even we move it to here behind this screen. It can have it can have a bit of a wider zone then. And then I think we have 2 over this side. 1 on each end, basically, of the power. There we go. 220 radius. That is perfect. How are the rhinos? Are they shy around humans? I didn't think about that. No, they're confident, and guests flee from them. They don't care. Awesome. Well, they're in here pretty happily, so I'm quite happy with this habitat, or these habitats, I should say. Our rhinos are in here, and they're still separate, so I think it's probably time that we join the habitats and we put them together. So what I'm going to do for this, obviously in real life, this section would be, they just open this door that we have here. They'd open the door and they'd use the whole habitat, but they're not able to do that because of the boundaries that we've set in with our barriers. So there's a barrier separating this. This is 2 habitats as far as they're aware. And in fact, we never named them. Hold on. So it's black rhino female and then black rhino male over here. Black rhino male. That'll help differentiate. Okay, cool. Oh, and he's playing in the mud. Oh my goodness. Look at him go. What a view you'd get. Literally no one is on this side of the zoo, and I have no idea why. I would be over here. Everyone is obsessed with this section right here. They're like the cross section between the 3 animals, which, to be fair, I can kind of get. We've got the tapirs having a swim, the otters running around them, got the bush dogs over here probably having a swim, and then the tortoises and the gazelle like right next to each other in here. So to be fair, I think they're doing it right. I think I was wrong. I would probably be over there. And I've just seen bins overflowing, so I think I'm going to hire another janitor. And then, so caretaker hired. Then I am actually going to get back to this. Right, so let's move our male into the female habitat. And they can start breeding. Can't believe we're actually breeding them. This is cool. It's going to need one of our staff to come get them, though. So, keeper's been requested, yeah. But we'll see when they arrive. Looks like the caretaker's going to come get them. Maybe it's the new one. I didn't actually check. Oh, there we go. Collect it up. Tiny little box for a rhino. And then they're just going to run it to the other habitat. And the mechanic's going to come in and do some maintenance while the rhino's not in here, which sounds like a good idea. Probably the best time for habitat maintenance when there's not a rhino in there. And here they are. Look at our staff area as well. I think it's really cool with the little canopies. I would like to be in there to work there. And here's the rhino. These guys need renaming as well, so please do suggest names for them in the comments. I'm going to rename all of the animals that we haven't renamed. I'm going to rename them all in the next video. So please do suggest names for any and all animals in the zoo, and I'll rename them in the next video. And look, have they seen each other? The male's in here. Female's going to come trotting over, I think. Or she's just going to blank him. He's lying down. But he's not being aggressive, so that's a good sign. I think she's giving him the cold shoulder. Playing a bit hard to get over here. Yeah, he's not interested. Look at him. Okay, he's not interested, and neither is she. Maybe their love will grow. Perhaps it will grow over time. Good news is they have enough space for them, so that's perfect. They can happily live in here together until she gets pregnant, and then we can move her into the other habitat so he's not around the baby. Oh, we've also had a bush dog baby. Oh my goodness. They've just had a baby in the den. Let's have a look. Oh my, they're crawling straight out. That's crazy. We've expanded the family. Vera, the little baby. Oh my goodness, look at you. Welcome to the world, little one. Oh, they're adorable. Oh, is this your dad? Tango's coming over to have a look. Come say hi. Oh, and she's blanked him as well. A lot of ignoring going on in here. There we go. Eat some meat. This doesn't look good. Is it good meat or is it... it's because it's got mealworms and eggs in it as well. I was going to say, it doesn't look like nice meat, but it's meat and worms and eggs. So I bet that smells great. We've also developed a huge portion of land here that hasn't had any offsetting for the environment. And there is an enormous section over here. And I think the best way to kind of give back to the habitat here is to say, this area is at least the size of this. So I'm going to say it's probably bigger. If we say that all the area that we've developed on this side that we haven't offset, we're going to build a massive wetlands area over here, which also creates a new habitat for the local fauna and flora that they haven't got. So this would be massive for the area because we keep making like woodlands over here, but this is a whole different type. We're going to get different birds, different insects, everything. So I'm quite excited about this. And we've had an inspector's report that I missed. Okay, I've just missed the report. Doesn't matter. We're all good. Oh, I can view it here. We didn't get anything for the black rhino male, probably because they were missing, but that's fine. We got 4 stars overall. We're doing a lot better. And you've attracted protesters. Oh, you stressed. Okay, well, that's not good. They should be going back, yeah. I think you spent too much time in view. There's a lot of people over here, though, so if they need more private zones, we will put them in. I'm going to see how they go. It's the first time anyone's had a problem so far, and they are okay now, so hopefully that doesn't persist. Hopefully these two are interested in each other as well at some point. They are getting closer. That's a good thing. Good sign. Look at them walking past each other. A little sniff. Okay. Bonding. I can see they're bonding. In fact, I think she's following him around the habitat. So that's a great sign. Oh, cool. I hope these guys do breed soon. We could really do with a baby for the species, if nothing else. But also, it'd be so cute to have a little baby in here. Right, let's do the wetlands, though. Before I forget, we're going to move on. These are the temperate plants that are found in North America that are in the game. And of this list, this is the subset of plants that are found in the Everglades, which I'm choosing to be the location that we're replicating for this wetlands here. Firstly, I wanted to create a few little islands in the middle of the lake to kind of break up the space because it is a huge expanse of water, and I couldn't decide what height I wanted them to be at because I wanted them to be similar to the water level but slightly higher and somewhat in keeping with the land on either side, so it looks as if the area is flooded. Then I went through all of the plants that we are able to put in this area, and I put all of them in because I figured we're going for maximum biodiversity with this, so let's put in every single plant that we can and also create some nice rock features around the different islands to kind of add a bit more interest. And with the reeds, I wanted these to kind of block out a lot of the entrances to the water, but still leave some free, but create an overgrown, unkept look, because that's what we're going for with this. It's just been left to nature to do whatever they want to do. So the reeds are kind of growing wild in places. And then the same with the water lilies. I wanted these to just go crazy. They can have massive areas where it's full of water lilies and then other calmer regions where they haven't quite reached yet. So we get a bit, a balance for all of the animals that want to live here. And then it was just a case of throw as many of these trees and as many of these low-level shrubs and flowers in as I could to really kind of build up the density, because my goal here is create as much density as we can, make it look overgrown. It's got to look like completely natural if we can, and have little areas where it's just grass, but then I want the diversity in the vegetation we're providing, because that's going to be huge for the different birds and insects. That, like, some birds might roost in some of the trees but not the others, and the same with the insects. They might want some of the flowers and not the other plants, and there should hopefully be a home for loads of different species here. Okay, I think I'm done. That is a huge biodiversity project. Look at that. This is our wetlands. Look how much land we've given back to the environment here. This is kind of crazy. I don't think we've ever done one this big before. So I'm glad we have now, because it feels like we had a little while there where we hadn't given back to the environment, and this is like a perfect way to do that. And it's all new trees, it's new plants, new wildlife that can find their home here. I mean, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So I'm super happy with this. Let's get back to our more zoo side and check out how our animals are doing. Are these guys friends yet? She's not pregnant, but they are together. We've got our vets researching them. So if the vet does more research, they'll get better, like, boosts to the breeding. Oh no, I've just remembered we've finished the breeding, haven't we? Yeah, we finished the research, and we've just finished the Dama Gazelle as well. So we're completely maxed out on research. Our vet is on top of everything. That's great. That also cost us loads of money. So I do want to have a look in our exhibit trading at who we have. I believe this will be the easiest way to look at our Goliath frogs. And you guys were saying the number is appeal, and the rating is like the conservation status, like how good they are for that, like the badge is for conservation. So I'm going to double check our frogs and see where we're at with them, because I think we may have optimized them for the wrong thing. So let's have a look. If we go to management, priority, I believe this will be, if we do conservation credits, I'm assuming it will sort them by their, what's it called? Their, like this, the conservation status ones. The best conservation ones end up being bred. I don't know whether we want this or whether we want anything else, but genetically, we're going for best genes, aren't we? Which I believe is the conservation one. Appeal here, yeah, fertility gene. This is a 1% fertility, which is awful. So I think we've gotten rid of the wrong one here. What I'm going to do is, this one is much better. I'm going to take out this male. I'm going to do it by conservation. So we're going to sort by conservation. Lowest first. In fact, let's check what the lowest first means. So this female here is appeal 1,500. What is the appeal of the female in here? Appeal 1,500 as well. Okay. What about the others? Are they higher or lower? 1,500. Oh, they're all 1,500. So we're going to have to look at a different species of frog in order to determine that. So the golden poison frogs. Let's grab this female. You are 1149. What are the females in here looking like? 1125, 1125. So yes, 1149 has stayed in and 1125 has gone. 1149 is there as well. I believe that means that all of the females in here should be 1149. And there's a 1125 there. So it makes literally no sense to me. Am I doing this in a crazy way? Like, am I missing something obvious? It feels like I'm trying very hard to understand, like, what they're actually using to decide how to get rid of them. 1125 as well. I think if all the females in here are 1125, that must mean... No, that one's 1149. It's so hard to know. It's so hard to know what to do with them. We don't need the money right now, but it would be good to sell them. If you guys actually know what's going on, that would be great, because then we can do that. If you guys let me know how I should set this up, I will change it in the next video, and then we can have them set up so that they're keeping, I think, the best ones for the environment. So I guess we should probably sort them by conservation credits, like, or the conservation status appeal here, not the actual, like, zoo appeal, but the badges, because we want gold animals being bred, don't we? Hopefully they'll breed soon as well. I think they take a little while to breed, so I'm not going to put too much pressure on them, but I would like them to breed if possible. And our zoo also, I think, needs more toilets. I don't think our guests are actually super happy with toilets. Oh, no, they are. They're not happy with thirst or energy. Oh, energy is probably because I don't think we've put any benches down in the entire zoo. So I'm going to go through now and add benches throughout the zoo, because these guys need a place to sit down. And for that, I'm going to use the Africa benches. Oh, we have an option here. There are these benches as well. That are different colors. How many colors are there? probably just the 2. Yeah, it looks like the 2. I mean, you can change them to whatever we want. Could have them be green if we want. Maybe we should. In fact, we don't really need the Africa benches. We've just been doing so much in the Africa section. Is there like a conservation bench? Oh, there is, but it's a little dull. I quite like the Africa bench, but green, to be honest. That looks like a conservation bench to me. Yeah, I feel like that might be my favorite, and it's all made of wood. I think if we find a green that I like here, we can go from there. And if this were white, I think it's a bit limey. I mean, the dark green's not bad, is it? I think that could work. Yeah, we're going to go with this. We're going to delete these benches here and go for these green benches all along. Okay, I feel like that's good. We've got lots of benches in here now, so hopefully the energy will go up for the guests because it gives them places to sit down. The other thing you can do is you can give them like coffee and energy drinks, which we could also do. Where are our guest needs, I guess? Guest needs here. They have got plenty of stuff in here. Like, there are plenty of shops there which sell things that they need, including drinks. Is this just the mementos, the busiest one as well? Like, they're going for souvenirs over drinks. So there's a drink shop there, there's a drink shop over here. There should probably be one over here, and that might actually help with things. But to do that, we should probably build in another food court on this side, near the staff area. So I think we might do that. And in fact, we could just copy the same building we have over here. I think I'm going to, just because it's still in this Africa zone. And I quite like that it gives like a little centerpiece over here. So I'm going to align to this grid if we can move off of here. And this time we're going to build slightly differently, actually. We're going to do it as a square, as we did at the start. So I think we might need bigger paths. I can't remember. I think it's okay, actually. We'll use this whole space here. And what we're going to do is delete the central square. Yeah, this is fine here. Something like that would be good. So we have an entrance here, and then it's a little eating area on either side, and we can put a nice tree in the middle. And for that, this oak tree would be good, actually. But I think let's go for another big beech tree. Seeing as that oak tree's already there, we're not going to disturb it. We're going to leave it as it is. And then this, I think we'll select literally everything except the shops. And then duplicate it. There we go. We've just got the shell. Oh, we've got another staff room over here. That's the only thing we didn't need from that. So let's do that again. I'm going to deselect the 4 shops and the staff room, and then duplicate that. And now we can put this in here. Maybe we have 5 shops on this one, or we reduce the length. Could center the building a bit better if we put it here. I think we're going to do this and then just edit the building to take out all of this stuff because we don't need it to be this long. And then we need to decide what we want in here. So if we choose guest facilities, take off the blueprints, let's actually remind myself of what we've even got. So facilities wise, we have gulpy soda, milkshakes, and water. So let's get another couple of drinks because that's what the guests are really wanting. I'm wondering whether we get another water just because it is so like fundamental. We'll get a water in here, and then we'll add another fun drink on as well. Maybe we do a water and a coffee, because I believe that gives them energy as well. Where is it? Because they are going to want energy as well, aren't they? That was the other thing they were kind of lacking. Street Fox coffee. Right, so drinks over there. And then food-wise, we've got Bernie's Bakes and Chief Beef. So let's grab the next one that comes up. Hot Dog Squad. Let's get that one. Food there. And then the final one, we've already got... We haven't had the hats, have we? We've got just Memento and we've got Looney Balloons, but we haven't got hats. So now we can see our guests wearing hats, which I'm very looking forward to. And that's already in here. That was easy. Right, let's put in some benches for this and some bins, because they are going to litter everywhere if we don't. I'm going to put a couple of bins in there and then a couple of bins on the sides. And then I want some normal benches just to sit at, to rest in the middle, and then some eating benches properly on the side. And again, I think we're going to use the Africa picnic benches. And one of you told me in the comments, if you go on position snap, you can put the umbrellas in super easy. So if you put the bench down, and then you want to put the canopy on there, you have to like try and guess it if you can or not. If you just click position snap, it just goes in. And you can rotate it, but it stays in position. Super easy. Is exactly what you want. There we go. I think that looks good. I just decided I kind of actually wanted fewer, like more space between and fewer of them. Don't know why this bench is floating here either. There we go. Fix that. Just to give them a bit more space for those that are less able, they can sit down a bit easier, because it seemed a little bit cramped for me and I wasn't sure how you get through, how all people would be able to get through. And then power-wise, oh, that is close. Okay. That's just a little annoying. I think that's just going to have to be a shuffle this building over, isn't it? There's no way around that. I'm going to have to grab this whole building here and then move it. So perhaps it should just be on this side. And we'll remove the seating that's here as well. Probably best that we take a few rows out. In fact, it's better that we shuffle it back as well. Because... we want a bit of queuing going on, don't we? So that is probably okay. And then we can add in the little paths that we need in here. Why are you all the way back there? There you go. You go there and you go there. Perfect. Now everyone's queuing properly. That's actually reasonably okay, I think, having the 4 of them here. I don't think we need to clear them out. And everything's all right in this one, isn't it? Just, I didn't move them. No, cool. Slightly worried because they were in the same group. No, it's fine. Everything's in here. We've got our little tree in the middle as well. In fact, I'm going to make this long grass too if it's not already. Because that looks much better in there. And we can put some more benches in here. Maybe have a couple of benches there with the bins. And that looks pretty good to me. We're going to need to add this into a work zone though. So let's go work zone, new work zone. These 4, I'm going to give them the staff room on this side. Where is that? This building. And the staff room over here as well. And they can choose which one. And this one's going to be called the Black Rhino Shops. And it's going to have all of our new people. So anyone that's assigned to a place, like a specific shop, is just going to get put on the Black Rhino Shops. And I believe we should get another vendor, like we did the other ones, and have 5 vendors, and we'll just assign them to this as well. And train all of the vendors up. Because I'm sure they could do with it. Same, I'll train up the caretakers. I'll train up our mechanic as well. And the keepers, crucially. Keepers say that they're pretty happy, though. They don't seem overwhelmed, which is what we want. And good news is we're still making loads of money. So our zoo is making a ton of money. How do our guests feel? The ticket price is good. Okay, we can leave it there. And it's very spacious. They like the drinks. Oh, we don't have protesters, I don't think. That must have been a specific event. And hopefully our thirst is going to get better. The other thing we're not doing so amazingly on is education. And education is actually one of the most important things for a breeding zoo, because we need to teach people about the animals that are endangered, what they can do to help, and get them to donate so we can help the species as a whole, not just the species in this zoo. I imagine that our zoo will give to other zoos, you know, that are trying to breed the animals, as well as funding programs in the animals' countries that can locally help the population. So I feel like we need to do much better on the education front. And the major thing we're missing on education is talks. If we get a little animal talk point out, we need to be placing these in our zoos and doing talks with our animals. So let's set up a couple of talks now. I think this spot here is a great one for the rhinos because they've got the mud bath right there as well. There's no species that can be assigned to this one because we've taken the rhino out, but I'm gonna color up this stand so it's the same colors we want to use across everything. And in fact, actually, I might just leave it on all the white because it's wood already. It looks pretty good. In that case, I'm going to leave that one there, but we know we will do talks on them. Oh, we're about to have a baby Dama Gazelle. We're going to pause the education stuff because we're about to have a baby Dama Gazelle. This is much more important. This is our first baby gazelles. Oh, you poor thing. Yeah, it must be uncomfortable. She's getting up, though, which should mean if she sits down now, I think we're going to have at least one baby gazelle. Have a little wander around, you know, you can't rush these things. There we go. I think this is it. They're lying down. Oh, there's the baby. Oh my goodness. Look at their face. They are adorable. Look at you. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, we got a baby Dama Gazelle. And we're helping the species out. Isn't that awesome? Oh, that's amazing. Wow. What a cute little baby. Okay, now to sort out these education points, we've got, if we click on them, you can see we can link it to the black rhinoceros. And they can throw food from here, which is perfect. So this is a good spot for them. I'm going to start this talk in January and then leave a month between all of the talks that we're going around, or however much seems right for the space. So if we put a talk over here, we can then have this one be on probably the Dama Gazelle over here. And this talk could be in March. Then we can have another talk on this side. Seems right for the tortoise, doesn't it? Like, they're always over here. And this one can be in May. Then let's have a talk over here for the Malayan tapir. And that's going to be in July. And then another talk for the otters. I don't know if we can throw food from here. Yeah, the water obstructs the food. Well, we could just put them next to each other. And this could be the otter, which we'll do in September. And then finally, we'll have a little bush dog talk, probably about here. And this can be in November, which means perfectly, like it's lined up perfectly. We have all of our animals getting talks and... Oh, we forgot about these guys. Oh no, we'll do talks for these guys because they can bring them out as well. I forgot about that. So what we'll do instead is I'll start this way. We'll have this one be January. And then I think this is a good spot really to do a talk on the frogs. I'm trying to think where's a good idea. Maybe actually out here. And they can use this space to teach people about the golden poison frog. Yeah, I think I'm going to put it in... I'm going to put it here. We'll have the golden poison frog. It's too dangerous for them to handle. In that case, we're going to want to be closer. I think just given the layout of everything, it's probably better to have these talks inside. And we can have the golden poison frog one here. So that can't be in January. That one's going to have to be in March. It's too dangerous to handle, which is fair enough. And we'll have another one for the Lehman's poison frog here. And that one can be in May. And they can handle that one, so that's good. And then we've got the Goliath frog as well. That could probably go here, their talk. So this is going to be linked to the Goliath frog, and we'll have this one in July. That's probably good for this little section. They've got 4 talks going on down here. For now, anyway. Or maybe we'll give them this area as well, and we'll do it as like section 1. Yeah, I think we'll do that. So this goes up to July. Now, I'm going to duplicate that and put the other ones in here. We're going to move, so if that's July, this can still be September, and the taper is going to be November, and then we go back to January. That should be good. I don't think that's too much work. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hire someone to actually do this. We're going to need an educator. Let's hire an educator. Look at you. Who's our educator? Radek Birch. There we go. He's going to an animal talk now. And in fact, we're actually going to hire 2 because we've got 2 sets of talks that we want to do. And then all of these are going to be on a different schedule. So this one is going to start in January. And then it's going to be February, March, April. This one is going to be May instead. And we've just like swapped it round. And then if they're here, they'll do June and then July. But we'll leave this one while there's no one in here. We'll leave this. But we'll leave that slot free so that when the rhinos are separate, we can put them in there. Oh my goodness, are they mating as well? Are you mating? No, you're just getting friendly. At least they're socializing though. That's huge. They're actually getting on. Look at them. I feel like a baby is on the way. Just shoves that tire out the way. Yeah, they're getting friendly. That's very good. Okay. You're just going to follow each other around. I don't want to leave them in case they suddenly do it when I'm not looking. But look, they're socializing. Oh my goodness, they're so cute. Oh. Oh my god, they did it! She's expecting an offspring! Yes! We're gonna have a black rhino baby. Yes! Wow, I feel like this breeding program has been successful. In that case, let's leave them together, because I think they're happy together, aren't they, until she gives birth? I'll let you guys let me know in the comments whether you think he should now be moved back on his own, or whether he's going to be like helpful or harmful when she's pregnant, because she can't get pregnant again, and I don't know whether she'd rather just be on her own now, or if she'd rather have him around for company. But they're quite solitary animals, so I'm kind of feeling like he should probably go back now, because he's going to want to keep mating, and she's probably less bothered now. I'm going to make the decision. I'm going to move him back into his own habitat. He's going to be moved back here. Breeding program successful. And then we can set up this education as well to deal with him. So black rhinoceros. And this is going to be assigned, I can't remember what it was. Is it July? I think this one is May. Is this one May? Yes. So then it'd be June and then July. Yeah, perfect. So they will be moved very shortly. And we've got a successful breeding on the black rhinoceros. That's amazing. Right. Well, on the theme of them being educated, I think given we've got some extra space here, let's put in a little talk seating area for these guys. And we're going to do that with this seating just here. I'm not going to do anything too fancy with it. I'm just going to recolor it so it's not all grey. I think probably, if we're saying it's made of wood, that would be better, wouldn't it? So we're going to have it be like a painted color. How does that look? Not bad, actually. Yeah, if we paint it green, that's not so bad. And then we'll have this here as well. And we can add the railings on now. So if we select education, we can filter this by education further. I think, yeah, education. And then we've got the railings going down like that. I don't know if these can be edited. They can. Cool. Can we make them brown? I'm going to copy the wood color from this area and then apply it to this. That's what we would like. Cool. And then we'd also like the railing on the back. So let's select that and do the same thing with the color. And then we will copy that over. And have another one in here. That seems good. Got some railing up. And now we just need to connect them up feasibly. I think these already work. Like, guests can go through them. But it's a bit weird when we've got this stuff here. So I'm going to maybe just... So I feel like maybe we should just make a little area. There we go. I think that works reasonably well. It's just annoying how the pathing doesn't interact. I don't know why it doesn't join up. Like, surely it would connect for guests to know. But anyway, let's link this up. So if we select this, we can link seating, select both of them and confirm the link. Now guests will sit here to watch talk, which takes them off the path, which is also what we want. And in May, which isn't soon, a talk will commence. Who is October? If I hit play... What talk was taking place in October? Oh, someone's lost their balloon. Oh, no. I think it may have been one of these. Who had October? May. Oh, September. Oh, I think it was September. Oh, here. September and November. Yeah, it's November now. So they're doing a talk on the taper. How cool is that? Oh, I love it. And this is going to help our education massively. Also, when the educators aren't doing talks, if we just hire more of them and split the workload around, they will, which we haven't even done actually. We haven't set up work zones, but I think it's fine right now because there's not that much to do. We can let them go between and see who wants to do what. But we should probably set up formal work zones at some point because, yeah, they've got a high workload right now. If you have educators that aren't doing anything, I believe they just walk around and educate your guests anyway. So it's worth having them. Let's train up our caretakers, and then we'll also train up our vendors. Because they're going to be earning us a lot of money. How are our guests feeling now? Pretty good. Education is already going up, which is good. Okay, I feel like we're getting there. I actually do feel like we're getting there. Oh, we haven't looked at crime as well. Nothing to replace. Our single security guard is doing a great job. And crucially, our male black rhino is back in his paddock. Look at him, enjoying himself. And we have a pregnant female. What a time. Our rhino looks pretty happy, doesn't she, in here? I can't believe she's pregnant already. Like, we're gonna have a baby rhino. That is so cool. And she's there just flipping her tire around. I am concerned that none of the guests are over here. I feel like they can't see them for some reason. And maybe because of the barrier. I don't know why though, but maybe they don't, maybe they see this as like solid, the fencing, whereas obviously you can see through it. It's not ideal though, because no one is coming this way. And it's supposed to be the most appealing species we have in the zoo. We've got, yeah, so I don't think that's working. I think we may need to change the barriers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just change part of it, and then we can see if that fixes the issue. So if we pause the game, and then delete the barriers in like this section and just put some glass here or something. That should tell us whether it's a problem that we can actually fix or if it's, yeah. I think that's the issue though. I think they're just assuming that they can't, I'm assuming that they just can't see it. So if I put glass in, it doesn't have to look good. We can just do it like this for now. If I delete these fences as well. Something like that, they'll be able to see. And then we'll see if the guests are drawn this way and actually look at it. Because if they do, we'll just replace the fencing with, like, we'd make the whole thing mud, basically, and put glass in. which is absolutely fine. I don't mind doing that. We can even put the fencing on a low level. Oh, we've got a report as well. Ooh, only 4 stars for the Dama Gazelle. I wonder whether they were stressed or not. I hope not. Are people going to come this way? Oh, someone's expecting offspring. It's one of our tortoise. Oh my goodness. Look at this food as well. Wow, one of our tortoises is expecting offspring. What about the other one? No, she's not. Well, good job, guys. Got another tortoise on the way. We've already got a baby gazelle. And now we've got a baby tortoise as well. And that rhymes. And we've already got someone stood here looking at the rhino. I feel like that's what it is, because I feel like people are coming over here now more. And they've been here a little while. And no one's done that. And also no one is going over this area to see them. I feel like this fence needs a revamp. I'm going to revamp it. So we can always leave it. No, I think we'll change it the whole way around. Let's do that. We could even put in one-way glass, so it's a bit more ethical for them as well. So let's, basically, we're just going to change the fencing. Probably we can have this on the ground, because it still looks nice to have this in front. But we could do something like this embedded into the walls, and then the glass above. Something like that. Yeah, we're gonna do that now. Okay, I think this will work for the one side. We can go with this. I kind of want to see if we leave this like it is, will the guests come over to this side of the habitat, or will they not? You know, will they stay where they are? But I think they will. I think they'll make the journey over. And it seems like people are already like flocking this way. I'm also just going to adjust these so they're a little bit more spread out into a place where we don't see it. There we go. That seems good to me. Yeah, there's already so many more people coming this way now. All of these people are coming around. So yeah, I think they just couldn't see them before. But now we've got this one-way glass on as well, which I think is quite ethical to have that. Because from the rhino's perspective, they can't see anything anyway. So, and we've still got these low fences here, which I think are nice between the animals here. And then this one can stay the same. We're just going to change the front one on this side as well to match in with the other side. And that should hopefully draw all our guests this way. Okay, I think that works, and it makes the guests basically able to see them, which is what we're after. This can all stay the same. That doesn't really need to change as far as I'm aware. this is actually fine that it doesn't quite reach. I might just put another pillar in here just to block that off a little bit. But I think that's pretty decent. And crucially, can the rhinos escape? No, that one cannot escape. Can this one escape? No, it can't escape. Perfect. Okay, well, hopefully now, yeah, the guests can see them. They're all coming around here, which means they'll use our shops, which means we'll earn more money. And speaking of money, I think we have a loan. Yeah, I literally just forgot about this loan completely. But yeah, let's pay this off. Why not? Because we've got tons of money, and now we'll earn even more money every minute. So plenty of profit. And oh my goodness, we're about to have another baby. This Dama Gazelle is about to give birth. Offspring imminent. Are you actually about to have a baby, or are you just drinking? Oh, there's a baby here already. It's not their baby though. This is the baby we saw, I believe. Yeah, no, it's still this one. It keeps coming up with the alert for this one. Just have a casual walk through the water. Please don't give birth in the water. I feel like that's not a good idea. Also, opening up the other, the other habitats a bit more with the glass, which should take the heat off these guys, because everyone was basically crowding around this habitat, and now hopefully they will, they'll move around it and look at the rhinos as well. Just had a nice dump. That's good. Right in front of everyone, so you're not that shy if you're happy to do that right there. Come on, have a baby. I think it's time. They're lying down. The baby! Yes! Let's have a look at you. Little precious thing. Oh, absolutely adorable. They are so adorable. Aww. Well, I think we should probably move on with the zoo and create the next area. And I'd like to use this space in here. We have some space before we get like a sheer cliff. On the other side, there's all this space to use. And I'm thinking, let's build, like we've got this over here. We've got a little frog hut. I want to build kind of a water, land, and air experience for our guests, where they're going to have all of the endangered animals that we have in exhibits. So if we look here, we have a list of anything that is extinct in the wild, critically endangered, or vulnerable. And there's not that many, and I think we can get these in here. So what I'm thinking, maybe not all of them, but at least most of them can go in the same area. I just want to create a bit of an interesting thing that we've not done this before. So let's create a bigger house than we usually would, because we've got the money. And to start with, I think let's get a couple of these that are swimming. So we've got the Axolotl and the not the Herman's tortoise, the Diamondback Terrapins, both swim. It's both like very watery habitats that they have. So let's put them in. I'm going to do them the same way that we've done them before. I think I'll create 3 exhibits in a line. Okay, I think this works. Now we've got a bit of a walkway here, so they're going to come through. We've connected up to this the area we have out here for the guests, so they can come through here, or they can join from the path here, which also gives a bit more like connection for our zoo. And maybe in the middle we'll put another plant in here or something to tidy it up. And then they're going to walk through this building, and they've got 3 exhibits here. So this is going to be 1 animal in each of them. I'm just building large habitats for them. I think we might remove the connection on the outside. I believe these are 7 meter apart, yeah. And have it like this. And then we can have water. So those two animals live in water. Then we can have like a little PVC strip or something, and they move into the next area, and then it's like a few land exhibits, and then some flying ones at the end. I just think that would be cool to have the few, and you know, see how animals live in completely different habitats, you know. So here, we've got an amphibian here and a reptile. I don't know what the fire salamanders look like, their exhibits. So I think what we might do is we might get the animals that we need. And for our axolotl, these live in groups of 1 to 5. They're completely promiscuous. So they're solitary in the wild and they're happy to live alone in captivity. However, unless different in size, they're content with other axolotls nearby, provided there's sufficient food and space. So it seems reasonable. You know, they're going to have sufficient food and space. We could probably maybe we just get one female and one male for now, because there's only one female there. And then if we sort them by appeal, this is looking like our best male here. So let's get that male. And now we've got these two. Let's put them into this habitat here. You can see this is completely water. Then for the Diamondback Terrapins, let's have a look at them. So they live in groups of 1 to 8. They'll tolerate other Terrapins nearby as long as there's plenty of space, and they live well together and occasionally interact. Although most social behavior occurs during the mating season. Ooh, I'm going to pause the game as well, or we're going to get alerts if these aren't the right conditions for them. So let's go Diamondback Terrapin. And sort them by appeal. We've got a couple of good females here. Were they 1 to 8? Okay. In that case, let's get both of these females. And then probably... that looks like a good one. Oh, it's 11. I didn't look at the ages on them, but they live to 35. So they're pretty good. This one's 11, but that's still fine. I'd rather have the good genes. And this one as well from a breeding program. It's probably a good one to have. And then that's 4 of them. If we put them in there... I'm curious as to what the fire salamander's habitat looks like, because it's the only one I don't really know. I believe the Herman's tortoise just lives on land. The fire salamander, I imagine, will have water there, which might ruin my water-land plan. So 1 to 6, they're solitary in the wild, but they're tolerant if there's enough space, mates, and food. So if they may be aggressive if they're disputing territory. I'm wondering whether in this case we just have 2. Might be a better idea. There's 1 female anyway, so yeah, I think we're going to need 1 male, and it looks like this is the best one. So let's put them in here just to see what they look like. Yeah, they're quite a watery area, although that is still quite landy. It's not mostly water, so I think they'll be fine to go into our land section. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put both of these into our trade center again and store them in there, because we don't want them in this section. And then I think let's get this water zone ready. Firstly, I'm going to just build this section of the building, and then we'll deal with what the animals actually need. And for that, I want to make sure that I'm using the right kind of materials. And seeing as these animals are going to be from all over, I'm tempted... We have a huge Africa section here. I'm tempted to keep it going with the mud and the wood, and maybe make this area out of the mud and the straw here, and maybe throw in some bamboo, because I feel like it's going to fit in very well with this section. And then this can be a very large Africa section that we have here. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep it going with the mud, build this out, and then I kind of want to make a modular building that will keep expanding with other exhibits if and when we want to. For now, we're just going to put these 2 in with our lovely water animals in here. I wanted to use mud for the whole exterior of the building to tie it in with everything else. And I thought it was cool to have these little like windows. If you're walking along the path, you can see in and see what's in there and maybe be drawn into the building. And then on the inside, I wanted to have a completely different texture that's still sustainable, but it gives something different than just the mud aesthetic on the inside. And for this, the logs were perfect choice because it's still sustainable and it fits in the same theme. Okay, so we built a very rough shell of what we want. I'm gonna take out the axolotl from here, grab both of these and move them into this habitat, and then do the same again, where I'm gonna move both of them into this habitat. And that way we've got all of them basically spread out. And in fact, seeing as these guys can live in groups, I'm gonna pause the game because now they're not gonna be the right range. I'm wondering whether we treat this as a big tank, but we've got plenty of them. There weren't any more, were there? Axolotl. There was just, we were limited on females. Ah, okay, there's another one here. Okay, well, maybe let's get another female and another male. of a similar age. And then we can put both of them into this one, let's say. And maybe we'll do another one with them on the other side. Because I like the idea that they're spread across them. Seeing as they can live in small groups, that seems right to me. But we'll have 1 to 5. We'll maybe split them across. And as they're solitary, wasn't there one male on their own? Yeah. We'll get them and we'll send them into here. And then we have 5 axolotl in here. And, oh, really, it should be 1 female, not 1 male, shouldn't it? I'm just thinking, we're going to treat this, although it's not this in the game, we're going to treat it as if this is one big habitat. So seeing as the axolotls can be solitary, they're going to be happy living on their own anyway. But if we had a group of 5 of 3 males and 2 females, actually, I think they'd be okay because I don't think they fight with each other very much. They're not different in size and they're content with other axolotls nearby, providing there's sufficient food and space. Seeing as they're promiscuous anyway, they're not going to be worried about the mates. They'll all breed with the same ones anyway. I think having 5 spread across the habitats here is actually really, really good. It works out quite well. So this is what we're going to go with. And then we're going to do the same thing with the Diamondback Terrapins. So we've got 1, 2. I think let's put them into here. And then 3 and 4. And these guys live in groups of up to 8, but they don't want to compete over mates. So they're promiscuous as well. But as long as there's plenty of space, they'll be fine together. In fact, it seems like that, seen as they're promiscuous, I think they're exactly the same. So we could get up to 8 in here. Maybe we have a look for some more. I'd rather max out if we can and get as many breeding as possible. Oh, there's more males here. Let's get... This male is pretty good. We'll get this one and put them in there. And they can also live alone, 1 to 8. And then if we get some more females, we get another female, we'll put them in there. And then we can have another 2 just kind of slot in wherever. In fact, we could get these 2 males. Why not? Let's get the males here and send them in. Just spread across. Obviously, again, we've got plenty of both. We'll have these 2 males live together for now. But this is, again, one habitat. It's just one big habitat. So they have access to it, and they can swim between them. It's not divided. And we'll try and do something so you can't see the glass as well, because that would be, you know, you want it to look like one habitat if we can. Now, we're getting loads of alerts that it's not the right humidity and everything. We do need to change that. So that's the only thing we need to do with these, is we need to make sure that humidity and temperature are in the right place. At the minute, 15 to 20, I think 18 degrees would be better. And humidity needs to be 80 to 90%, so I'm going to put down 85. 85 there. That's pretty good. And then I'm going to do that to all of these, so they're all going to be exactly the same. 18 degrees C and 85 humidity. And then for the Diamondback Terrapins, they would like it to be 21 to 32. So let's say 26 degrees. And 65 to 80, I'm going to say 72% humidity. And we're going to do 26 and 72 for the other ones as well. Now, they're going to need power. That's one thing they're missing, and we will put that in. I think, again, we've got to put it on the roof for realism. They're missing power here. I want to put it kind of probably at the back, if possible. It needs to be raised up as well, but that's okay. I'm going to have it shoot off the back like this, and then install some stairs for our staff. There we go. So there's a little ramp around the back for our maintenance people to get to it and sort it out. And then we do need a roof. The roof is going to be a bit annoying, though, because once you put the roof on, it's then very difficult to decorate the inside, and we're not done decorating the inside. So I'm going to hold off on the roof just for now and try and decorate these so they look like how we want them on the inside. I'd like to have the wood aesthetic on the inside and then a nice mud aesthetic on the outside. And I like that you can see in through here. We've got these little portals into the habitat, which I think look very cool. Okay, I feel like that looks much better now from the inside. Just decorating them up with the internal customization panels and putting some wooden logs to separate them out, I think really helps. So I think next we want to add some internal decorations and put a roof on this place. And again, of those we want to use sustainable ones. So let's look at we've got organic and wood, and then we're going to say theme and choose a theme that we think matches. I actually think instead for the internal decoration, I'm gonna do it in this style. So we'll try and get the animals like logos, because I think they're really cute, like the little pictures they have of them, and then have some education around. And then we're gonna use the decorative logs, because I think these are really nice and they add a bit more light inside. And then we will also want some internal lights, but we should probably make them like red lights while they're inside, because I don't know whether they're... I think a lot of animals don't see the red light as much, so I think that's a better shout. Please let me know if I'm wrong in the comments. I'm happy to change it, but I'm pretty sure it's a good idea to use red lighting for animals who may be nocturnal or whatever. And it just, because the lights are going to be on all the time, I know they're not nocturnal, but they're not going to be able to sleep as well if they've got lights that are on all the time. Okay, I feel like that's pretty good. We're going to need some donation bins in there as well. Let's add these in, and I think probably just one per side is probably enough, realistically. And we're also going to need our education talk point. Now we've got them. And for this, I'm thinking maybe we put them here. I know it's in the entrance, but I think that could actually work okay. And have them there. And then this can be for the Axolotl. And we need to look at when we want to do them. And this can be for the Diamondback Terrapin. And let's just double check where we're at, because I believe this talk takes place in May. And this one is in July, right? July. Yes. But they're doing it off the back of these. So this is March. So maybe this should take over. And we should have maybe here. And then July be this one, and then we'll shove the rhinos ones back a little bit. So we've got July, August, September. The rain is horrible as well. I can't believe we've got so much rain. We haven't had rain in ages. And then October and November. And now the same educator can do all of these. I do want to double check on our staff to see how they're doing. Our vet is great. Keeper can be trained up. Educators are being trained up. We might as well train up security and pretty much everyone else. Have as high level staff as we can. But everyone seems pretty good. Generally, we're quite balanced out with workload and stuff. And I think this is cute on the inside. Let's put a roof on it though, so our people don't get absolutely soaked, because I feel like we're not doing them a good service here right now. Okay, that took ages to get the roof on, but we've done it now, and I feel like that looks okay. These solar panels are driving me insane, but I do like to have them on the roof because it's much more realistic, and they can get up there and access it. Even if they're less able, they're going to be able to use the ramp, get up there and access it. So I feel like that's somewhat of a success. Fortunately as well, we have all of the layouts for our axolotls, because we've researched them previously. So I think let's whack every single thing in here that we have, and they might as well be enjoying them. I think they're pretty much all underwater, because it does look a bit boring underwater for them. But once you add these in, it looks pretty cool. And we haven't even looked at them yet. So this will take them to 100% enrichment. I believe we don't have any for the Terrapins, no. So let's get our vet researching them now, because we might as well get them on it. We've researched everyone else. Let's get these guys what they deserve. And then let's have a look at them. I'm excited. I want to see our little axolotls swimming around. So apparently we've got 2 in here. Where are you? Oh, there's one there. Okay. This is going to be a challenge. These guys are so small, it's very difficult to zoom in on them. But look, it's right there. Just chilling out. I don't know where the other one is. They're going to be a massive challenge for our guests to spot. But I guess, you know, that's part of the fun. You stay here, you search for an axolotl. And eventually you'll find one. Where's our other one? Oh, he's back there. Oh, okay. That one seems like it might be easier to look at. A slightly derpy face, but he's just chilling on a rock there, having a good time. Well, now these guys are in here and looking happy, and this building is actually built, although you can see it's modular. We can just keep expanding out this way, which I'm looking forward to. Now it's up and running, let's learn a little bit more about the axolotl. The axolotl is an amphibian found exclusively in freshwater lakes in Mexico, with only Lake Xochimilco remaining as their natural habitat. It's green and brown in color with dark speckles across the body. However, axolotls in the pet trade are often leucistic, which means they're white, or they come in a number of other vibrant color morphs. They have prominent gill fans protruding from their necks, a feature common in all salamander larvae, although due to their more aquatic lifestyle, the axolotl keeps these external gills. Its face is wide with small eyes and a large mouth, and they range between 15 centimeters and 45 centimeters in length, averaging around 300 grams in weight. So they're so small. The axolotl has the largest animal genome ever sequenced, 10 times larger than that of humans. Axolotls are carnivores, eating insects, mollusks, and small fish, which they suck into their mouth. The axolotl is named after Xolotl, the Aztec god of fire and lightning, so it's a pretty cool origin for your name. The axolotl has been largely researched because of its ability to regrow limbs and organs, which is such a cool trick. Axolotls are solitary in the wild and are happy living alone in captivity. However, unless different in size, they are content with other axolotls nearby, providing there's sufficient food and space for them all. If a male axolotl encounters a female, they'll initiate a courtship dance where they will both move in circles together. He will undulate his tail while the female moves closer towards him. The female individually lays hundreds of eggs between 2 hours and 2 days after mating, usually on plants and stones across a wide area. The larvae hatch after 10 to 14 days and begin feeding within hours of hatching. From this point on, they're fully self-sufficient. Axolotls, unlike other amphibians, do not undergo metamorphosis. They're pedomorphic, which means they retain the characteristics of juveniles for their whole life. And while they are technically capable of metamorphosing, they do not produce the hormones that initiate this process. While other salamanders will lose their gills and begin living on land, axolotls remain in their aquatic larval form. Unfortunately, due to habitat loss, the axolotl is critically endangered. Lake Shalko, one of their natural habitats, has been drained for human drinking water, and Lake Xochimilco has been reduced to a canal network. This has caused population fragmentation and hampers axolotl feeding, mating, and spawning behaviors, so they're being massively disturbed. There's currently only estimated to be between 50 and 1,000 axolotls left in the wild, so hopefully our breeding zoo here can boost their numbers up a little bit. I'm hoping the rest of our animals are okay in this rain. Guests think the tickets are underpriced. Let's put the price up then. I think 20 and 10 is pretty decent at this point. We've got loads more people around here now. So I feel like our barriers have worked. They've done the trick. We'll draw people out. There's still a lot of people in this zone, but we can't do much about that. I would like to, if we could give them another way through, that would be ideal. I don't really want to have them go through the biodiversity zone though. And we've done that on both sides. So I've kind of boxed them into this straight walkway here. I think it's okay though. I don't think it's too bad. How are all our animals doing? Are they okay? I think if we look at our animals tab here, we should be able to see if there's any issues. But I'm pretty sure everyone's actually doing quite well. The zoo is functioning surprisingly well with me in charge. I wouldn't have thought that it would be doing okay. Now, while we're in here, I did say we're going to rename all the animals in this video, and we are. So let's go through and rename all of the animals we have in the zoo that haven't been renamed so far. For our female tapir, who is lying in the reeds right now, I guess, I'm gonna rename her Melati, which you guys said is a Malaysian flower and something that Malays often name their daughters, which is really cool. So that was a very popular suggestion. And for the little bubba that's with her, we're gonna have Tapioca, which is adorable. And then for our male, we're gonna have Hang Jabat, which you guys said was a famous Malaysian warrior, which is very cool. So thank you. I appreciate these suggestions. And yeah, especially popular suggestions we will definitely put into the zoo. Our female otter is going to be called Olivia. Our male otter is going to be called Peach. And they've got a little baby otter. I think I completely missed this, but look how adorable they are. Oh my goodness. They are so cute. I think, seeing as one of you suggested it and we just saw them playing with the bubbles, we have to call this one Bubbles. That's so cute. Look at them, the little face. For our tortoises, we're going to call our male tortoise Todd. And then for the ladies, we're going to have Tanya and Tilly, although she is hiding from us right now in the habitat camera. Look at her. She's having a little rest. She's had too much of us. Then for our Dama Gazelle, the oldest one is going to be called Anuket, who you guys said is the Egyptian goddess who took care of the gazelle and also the Nile River. So she's the perfect one to be like the alpha female of the group. Then we're going to have Nora, the gazelle. We're going to have Lily Skut. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's Swedish and I'm definitely not. We're going to have Rasha, which is apparently Arabic for young gazelle, which is very cool. And then Dame, and round the back here, Duchess, which are also really cute names, seeing as it's Dama. And they're very elegant. And for our male, where is he? Where's our male gone? Hiding away from all the females. He's over here. He's literally on his own. That's hilarious. He's run away. And the male is going to be Kevin. He's running now. Kevin the male. And I'm not going to rename the rhinos in this video just because I only asked you again in the last video. And with the time I'm recording this, I haven't had comments from you guys yet for that. So we're going to leave these guys until maybe in a few videos time. We'll do another renaming and we'll rename the rhinos, hopefully including the baby. Because we're having them August of the year... Oh, the year 28. Okay, no, don't worry. The baby probably won't be here. You guys also mentioned that I missed their food troughs, which I 100% did. So let's put in a food trough for them. We've got black rhinoceros. They've got food enrichment, but they could probably do with like a medium food trough that's you know, if there's extra food, they'll put it in there. And I'm trying to think where these guys would want it. They're not really phased by humans. So it makes sense to put it like right there near the entrance where it's convenient for the keeper as well. And probably in here. Could even move the mud bath slightly. So there. And then have the food be like here. And there's a little bit more space. And look, there's a talk going on in here. I think there's almost 2 talks going on in here. They're waiting for the next one. That's hilarious. We should probably set up work zones for them. I've just also realized that these stick through the walls, which I don't like. But I'll change that when we can. And they can handle the Diamondback Terrapins. Does that mean they're going to get one out? Oh my goodness, I hope they do. That is awesome. I don't know if we've joined too late or if they're going to do it while, like, if we've just caught on. I think it's the end of May, so I think they're done. They've probably put them back. No! Oh, well, I'm sure we'll see them in the future. That's amazing. Well, now they've had a little talk about them, let's see where our vet research is at. We've at least unlocked the first level of enrichment, so I'm going to put that in for these guys. And seeing as our educators are doing talks about them, I feel like maybe we should learn something about the Diamondback Terrapins. The northern Diamondback Terrapin is a small species of turtle that lives in the brackish and coastal swamps of the eastern and southern United States of America. It is characterized by its distinctive shell pattern of interlocking diamonds that tend to have concentric light and dark rings within them. However, pattern and coloration does vary within the species. The average shell length of males is 13 centimeters, whereas the average shell length of the female is 17 centimeters. The Diamondback Terrapin is therefore sexually dimorphic, as the males are significantly smaller than the females. Diamondback Terrapins live in brackish water, which are areas where fresh water and seawater mix, but they require visits to freshwater to avoid dehydration. Diamondback Terrapins have salt glands behind their ear which allow them to excrete excess salt that they accumulate from living near marine environments. That's so cool, isn't it? The concentric rings within the plates of the northern Diamondback Terrapin shell are growth rings that form as the terrapin gets larger, kind of like a tree. Diamondback Terrapins will tolerate other nearby terrapins as long as there is plenty of space, and they live well together and occasionally interact, although most social behavior occurs during the mating season. During the breeding season in early spring, the female will swim conspicuously on top of the water waiting for males to approach her. When a male approaches, the female may let him mate immediately or she may swim away. Males may chase females for long distances in an attempt to mate. When the female is ready to lay her eggs, she'll climb ashore onto a sandy beach, dig a nest 10 to 20 centimeters in the sand, and lay her eggs there. Then she leaves. The eggs hatch in late summer or early autumn, and the hatchlings are around 50 millimeters in size when they hatch, so they're tiny. Unfortunately, the Diamondback Terrapins were considered a delicacy and almost hunted to extinction for their meat in the 19th century. And today, the Diamondback Terrapin is a vulnerable species. Their populations went through a long period of overhunting, which brought them to the brink of extinction by the early 1900s. Increased urban development in the areas in which they live and lay their eggs also negatively affected their numbers. There is now protective legislation for the species in many of the states they inhabit, and their population has somewhat recovered, although it continues to be at risk. A current risk for Diamondback Terrapins are commercial crab traps, in which terrapins often get caught and drown. So, although their population has recovered slightly, they are still vulnerable and they still need our help. Our axolotl talk has just started as well. Everyone's got these horrifying balloons too. They keep, like, look at the demonic eyes on that. But everyone is enjoying the beautiful talks of our wonderful animals. And I really hate where these are in the wall. Like, I don't like that they're sunken into the wall, so I'm going to try and move them. It might disturb the talk. Oh, and I've clipped through the ceiling. Right, let's move these into a more sensible position. Even just that is better. And this is probably going to stop his talk. Yeah, but I don't mind. I'd rather get it done. That looks so much better already. And I believe we've got a few rewards. So, our guest numbers, we've got 1,350 guests in the zoo. We've got another 8 on top of that, so we've absolutely demolished that. And then the inspector's report. Oh, we got an overall rating of 5 stars. No way. That's awesome. Wow, we really smashed it all the way around. Wow, so our education push really did help. We did a great job. That's awesome. I was not expecting that, honestly. I was really not expecting that. Well, I think we need to keep expanding this building here. So let's have a go at that. Let's continue on. What animals do we want to put in there? If we go with the same criteria as before, exhibit animals that are extinct in the wild and critically endangered. We've got a few in here. I think we said we were going to go for the fire salamander and the Herman's tortoise, didn't we, inside, and the lesser Antillean iguana. Those three were going to be the inside ones. I might leave the spider for later. We can see. Although we could put it in. Maybe we have all of them. We have like a section with all of them. Yeah, I think that makes sense. We'll have another 4 in here. And we just basically need to knock through this wall and continue the building through. There we go. Perfect. It works already. We're probably going to need to do something with these beams. I think we're going to need some realistic supporting structure every so often. So let's use these because they're nice. Like, they look really nice, these beams. And it adds a bit more color to what could otherwise be quite a dingy, like, wood. So I like using these. I'm just thinking as well, for separation into this area, because this is all, like, our aquatic, everything's underwater. I wanted to add, like, so the PVC strips or something. Because I think this'll go quite well in here. Something like that seems good. Oh, the lights are coming on because it's dark. Yeah, I like that. And then we can put another wooden beam in the center that kind of like masks it because it's weird to have the metal. I think that works quite well. And yeah, this just corners off the area and people can walk through into the next section. Oh, wow, it's really coming down, the rain. And we've got some new challenges as well. Release 1 African spurred tortoise into the wild. We will do that when they have their babies. They are pregnant, so one of them's pregnant at least. We will eventually get there. Are you okay? They looked dead. Oh my goodness. Okay, they're fine. You're having a baby. You're not having a baby. Tilly, if you could get on it with Todd, that would be ideal. No one's using the hard shelters that we've given them, but I guess that's their call. If they don't, maybe they want a nice refreshing walk in the rain. Who knows? The rhinos are definitely taking advantage. They're very happy in there. Oh my goodness, our tortoise is about to have their offspring. No way, just as we're talking about it. Where are they? This one, offspring imminent. Well, let's wait for their little bubba to come out. It's quite a miserable day to have a baby, isn't it? I do feel bad for them. You can look at their little spurs on their feet as well. You can see them at the back, the little spurs on the spurred tortoise. Oh, they're very cool. They're such a cute animal, the tortoise, aren't they? Like, I think all species of tortoise, or at least most of them, are absolutely adorable. They just seem to mind their own business and, you know, not get in anyone's way. And the light's coming through. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. And there's going to be new life. Come on. She is still definitely giving birth. She's taking her time. She's offspring imminent, so I don't know if she's like aiming to do it in the burrow or something. Maybe that's what she's going for, but she's quite far away. I'm going to give her a helping hand and just move her towards the burrow because I feel like we do that in real life. And I'm going to move Todd as well because, oh, it's Tilly that was following. I have a feeling that she is walking towards the burrow to give birth. I could be wrong though, because they lay them in nests. Usually, like they'll lay their eggs in nests. So I don't know if this is how they replicate it in the game, as they have them go towards their burrows. Or if she's just going to lie down and they'll spawn a baby. Yeah, she's going, I think she's going in the burrow now. I think she was just playing around a little bit, but now she is actually aiming to go in the burrow. So I imagine she will give birth in the burrow. Which makes sense. That's quite a cool feature as well if they do head for the burrows. Or we've got the inspector arrived as well. Well, let's go inside, have a look at the camera view of the burrow. She will be entering very shortly. Here she comes. Coming into the void, or through the void, into the burrow. Bless her. Expecting mother to be. Hopefully, she is just going to lie on the bed. A very glacial walk that she has. Yeah, I think she's just going to get comfortable in their little bed, and then she'll have the baby. Bless her. I love these habitat cameras, though. They're so cool, the little burrow cams. Like, that was such a great feature that they added. Here we go. Here we go. Just going to lie down, pop out a couple of kids. Yeah, that seems like it. Have you had a baby? Oh, yes! Oh, my goodness! Look at you! Tiny little head. Is it just one? You just had a baby. All of that for one baby. Oh, maybe she's popping out another one now. She looks in the same position, to be honest. Look at their little faces. I don't know if they'll come out of the burrow yet, or whether they'll... Oh, yeah, there's another one here. There's another one. And they will, it looks like. It looks like they're leaving already. Oh, my goodness. 2 babies. Well, let's see if she has any more. I feel like I have to look at the whole room. I was looking near her because I thought that would be a logical place for babies to come. But no, apparently they could appear literally anywhere in the vicinity of her. I think that is it. I think that's all of her babies. Oh, I just had 2 little babies. Well done, Tanya. Is that Tilly's coming in to see? She wants to see the babies. She's like, I didn't have any babies. Also, where's their feeder? Oh, is it here? That could probably be better moved to somewhere like here for them. Because they just tend to do like a route back and forth. I feel like that's a better spot for their food. And we've already done this. Breed a new exhibit animal. Oh, we would smash that. Yeah, then we do that in half a second with all our frogs. And that's actually one thing we didn't set up in here is management. So I believe you guys were saying that my settings were correct. So we've got a male and a female in here. If we put management on to be 1 male, store and trade center, we'll do it by appeal and lowest first. And then the same here, we'll do it by appeal and lowest first. I think that is correct. In fact, no, I think I figured it out. Right, so this one is 1532. This one is 1500, the Goliath frogs. This is the male Goliath frog. There's only 1 habitat, so we can't get mixed up between the different exhibits that we put them in. This one is 1500. So what we want is the reverse of what I've done. So we want to put them on highest first. I think it means that they will prioritize the highest ones. So if we put this on, we might as well do appeal because I don't really know what it's going to order for conservation credits because you can't release them into the wild. If we put highest first and then we put our other one in, this would be a good test of it actually. If we put our one that has 1,532 appeal, the one in here has 1,500. So if we put this one in, let's see which one it spits out, and it should be the lower one. No, it spat out the higher one. That's weird. Genetics, 1500. Okay. Well, then let's put it back to what it was on. Maybe I did have it right. Appeal lowest first. Then let's put you in here. And then, yeah, that's got the higher one. The higher appeal one. Yeah, that's got rid of the one with 1,500. That has 0% fertility. Yeah, so that's what we want. We want it how we had it, basically, on lowest first. I don't know how they got in here, but maybe it was when I switched it to conservation rating or something instead. That could have happened. But this seems to be correct. I do want to just go through quickly and make sure that if we've got... Like, because some of them, we've only got 1 box. Like this one, there's only... All of them are in 1 habitat here. So it should be the best ones. And I don't think we've got any golden poison frogs. I'm actually going to sort them by species so we can see. But I don't think we have any golden poison frogs that are better than these ones in the habitat. There's no, like, really good ones here. And then for the Lehman's poison frog, there are better ones here. But I think that's because we've got 2 boxes of them. So there's poison frogs in here and there's poison frogs in here. So what I want to do is just... Yeah, so that's a really good male. There's another really good male. I think we should put the other good male in here because this isn't as good. If that makes sense. So let's grab one of our great males here and put them in this one. And then the female in here is amazing. And the female in here is amazing. I'm just going off the fact that they've got gold, like, conservation rating. They've probably got quite high appeal. That should have sorted everything. I don't know about our female in here, actually. What's she like? Oh, she's really good. Okay, cool. That is fine. And then we need to do the same. Oh, what's the disease risk? Oh, clean it up. Come on, keepers. Don't slack. Yeah, run. And that one as well. We might need to set up some work zones soon. Seems like our educators have a high workload, but it says our keepers are fine with it. We've got 3 keepers floating around. So I don't really know if we need it yet. What I'm going to do is put the same management on all of these, so it's appeal lowest first, because I believe that is correct now. I feel like we finally got to the bottom of it. Okay, that is all of them. They're all on. The only other thing we could do is decide... Oh, what's this? Temperature. It's too cold. Oh my goodness, we never set this one up. It needs to be 26 degrees. Must have missed the temperature on that one. Oh, on all of them, did we? Oh, I feel so bad. No, this one we did it. I didn't do the temperature on the other 2. I just did humidity. Oh, the poor things. Oh, well, bless them. They're okay now. 1985, 1985, and 98. Cool. That's all done as well. And the talks work perfectly. I don't know what's going on with the lighting. I think they're... It's because it's more shaded here. They're, like, slightly on in the corners. But that's fine. Now this area works perfectly, which is exactly what we want. And I believe we can have some more in here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7. I think we can have another female in the one on the left. That would be ideal. They're both okay. I'm going to get the younger one. Oh, that's a rescue, though. Let's get the rescue. And put them in here. Oh, and I put it to have 0 females. So let's have 1 female. And grab her. She's gone into the void. Right, there she is. Let's send her into zoo here. Because it's automatically thrown her out. There we go. And that's 8 of them in 1 tank together. Because it's a huge tank and they like groups of 8. So that's fine. And the same over here. They've got 5 in 1 huge tank. Now, we've got new challenges. Increase conservation ratings 2 stars. We probably need to release... I think if we do this, we'll improve our conservation rating and get both of them at once, honestly. Okay, next, I think we should expand this area properly. Let's get this area going. And in this space, I want to create, like, another entrance to this path area. I don't want it to just straight away be the land exhibits from the water ones. I want to have, like, a little path there. So I think that works. It's another way into the building. And that should help congestion along this if we have some ways in partway through the building. But if you want to do from one end to another, this is obviously the route you take through this end here. So I'm going to build out the shell with the exhibits in it, and let's see where we get to. When placing the exhibits, I didn't want to put them all just in a straight line. I wanted to have some of them be a bit different. So I've done a combination of like a few straight line ones and then a square one that I hope in the future when the building is bigger, the guests will be able to walk all the way around. And also the sizing I didn't think needed to be the same because not all of the animals going in are the same. Like some of them are much bigger than others. So I've kind of tried to size their tanks appropriately for that. Then I wrestled with the pathing for what felt like a year of my life, but I eventually did manage to get it done by using the align to grid function and 4-meter pathing, which managed to create a pretty complete bamboo floor that our guests should be able to access regardless of their accessibility requirements. And then it was just a case of coating the exterior of the building in mud and the interior of the building in wooden logs to fit with our sustainable theme using only sustainable materials and also keep in theme with the other buildings in the surrounding area. Okay, I feel like that is pretty reasonable for a general layout. We're obviously going to have to move all this seating out the way, but that's absolutely fine. We can do that. And move the bin as well. And to be honest, that creates kind of a better area over here. We can leave a little bit of space for them to look through there. And then we could have even more seating along here, realistically. And maybe another bin. I think, actually, maybe not that one there. If that seat were there, I think that's a bit better. And then they've got another bunch of entrances in and 4 different tanks. So we've got 3 3s and then a 4 here, which I think works. I think that's pretty reasonable. We could even turn this one into a 4 now I'm thinking about it. But what I might do is move it so that the 4 is here. I think I'm going to duplicate this, and if I remove the path here, in fact, we don't need any of that path there. If I have this one here, and I remove this path as well, because we don't need it, that is now a 4 tank. So I'd like to give the Iguana and the Tortoise a 4 tank, because I think they're a little bit bigger, and it just makes sense to me. So I think we're going to do that. We can have a nice long tank, and then a square tank. And then we've got our 2 slightly smaller species can go in these 2 3 tank ones we have here. So without further ado, let's get our animals. We've got some of them already. I believe we've got the fire salamanders. So let's get both of them in. And these are going to go in one of these 3s. Let's put them in this one here. So let's put them in each one, and then we can move them along, because we're only actually going to have them in one of the 3 tanks. Because these guys get aggressive if there are potential mates. And they might fight each other over mates. So I don't want to have them like mixed together. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pause the game before it freaks out at me. We might as well set these to the right ranges. So 15 to 24. The middle of that is probably about 18. 19 is probably fine for that. Let's put 19. And then 60 to 75. Let's put it at like 68. That's probably good. And we'll do the same on all of these. So 19 and 68. And then I'm going to rename this one to be Fire Salamander. And then we're going to do this one to be Fire Salamander X. And then this one to be Fire Salamander XX. Because we want to know basically that they're not in there. They're only in this one in the middle. If we hit play on this, that will improve. What I'm also going to do is I'm also just going to rotate this one so that we've got some different layouts. Because otherwise it's going to look very samey. And I should have done this the whole way around. But I think if we shuffle them around like this, it looks a bit different. Hopefully that doesn't mess up this. No, they've still got the same settings. And they're both empty. So that's good. That's good. Cool. This has everything it needs, basically. It's got no enrichment, but they should be fairly happy in here. And whilst I'm thinking about it, I think I'm going to move the other ones around as well. Like, these habitats are all identical. I want to just shuffle them so that they don't look the same. And everyone should be fine. It's not changed any of the settings. I'm literally just rotating them. And that is going to mess up our windows, but that's also fine. All we need to do is close the windows we don't need. Which is not that one, it's this one. And add in the windows that we want, like the 2D facade here. So I'm going to do that for all of these and for the axolotls as well. Okay, that is all good. Everyone's happy. And it does make a massive difference. Like if you... Oh my goodness. I didn't see the path in here. It's gone haywire. Right, we need to fix that and have it connect up. That's hilarious. So the minute there's like a massive rope that means you're not allowed through. I'm sure we can fix this. There we go. That's all connected now. The path thing doesn't like buildings like this, but it does work, you know. And I did this on a grid. I found it much easier once I put the grid on. And there are a few little weird anomalies, but nothing crazy, honestly. And if we do railing on ground path here, it could even make sense. Yeah, I think that's a bit better to have it there. I don't think it's the worst thing, because then it kind of connects into the building a bit better. I also didn't want to have these windows open here because I don't want people standing at the entrances. I want them to move inside and not block the entrances. So we've got this, and it gives a bit more space to have the facades up, which look quite cool for the animals. So actually, while we're here, let's put in the facades on these because they do make a big difference. And if we've got 3D facades, I want to use those. The others only had 2D, which is a bit of a shame, but I think the 3Ds make a lot of difference. Like, that looks much cooler, doesn't it? And it looks much more like one tank now we've rotated them around a bit. So for our next animals, we've got to get the lesser Antillean iguana, don't we? And if we look on the Zoopedia, these guys are critically endangered. They live in a group of 1 to 2, and it's super simple, basically. They live to 14, so we don't want to get really old ones. But these are all super young. This one is probably the same genetically. Appeal-wise, this one is slightly better. Let's go for this one. And it's a little bit older, but I think it's probably good. Oh, I'm going to pause the game because animal welfare is attracting protesters. I don't like that. And then for our male, we've got to get this one, right? He's a bit better. So let's grab that one. What is going on? Oh, it's our axolotl. What have we done? Is it the climate's changed or something? What's wrong? Is it not connected up? Is that the issue? Oh, it's cleanliness. It needs cleaning. Let's request the keeper. I believe these are all connected. Yeah, I think they are. So it shouldn't be a problem, but I guess we'll see that as we go. Cleanliness. 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 I'm going to turn off the railing on the ground path. And these are all connected. It's already there. This one, I'm not sure is connected. Okay, I think that works okay. And now they should all be connected. I wonder if our keepers are, like, struggling now because of these. I tell you what, I'm going to hire another keeper anyway, and they can get on this. And, yeah, I think that'll work. So they can hopefully work on the cleanliness. Oh, baby Otter's about to mature as well. They're a juvenile, 2 years old. But I guess at 2 they turn into an adult? I don't know. Little bubbles. Cute little thing. I don't know when they turn into an adult though, because that looks like it's already got some time in there. Doesn't look like it's near the end, unless it just ticks forward. Maybe I don't know that, but yeah, 2 hours they turn in. 2 years they turn into adulthood. Yeah. So I guess any second they'll turn into an adult. Well, we'll keep an eye on them because I want to continue with this. I want to make sure all our animals are okay. Let's get our iguanas in here. So, oh, we've got better ones here now. That one's such a better male. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to quick trade this one. And we're going to get the really good one. Because if we're doing it for, you know, the breeding, we want to make sure that we're using the best ones available. And these guys, I'm going to give the long habitat. And I'm going to shift them across all 4 of them. And we're going to have 3 empty ones and 1 full one. There we go. They can actually live in this one together. But then in these habitats, they're just going to be empty. And again, I'm just going to shuffle these around. Okay, there we are. Now we can put their layout in. And I think these guys, we've already got it. Look at them in there as well. You can see them both. We're going to put in all of the enrichment. Why not? Give them everything they want across all of them. And we've got to make sure that they have the right climate as well that works for them. Okay, that seems good. I think our otter's going to mature as well. So let's go find them. Oh, they're 2.1 now. And they're still not matured. I'm going to leave them in here, actually, because I think they don't breed. We just need to put them on contraceptives. So I'm going to apply contraceptives, and they can live in the habitat with their their parents for now, because you do breed a family group. And then I think maybe when the father dies, we'll get another male in, and then they can breed with all of the otters. Oh, no, they stay in a family, don't they? So I guess we should leave them to breed, to grow in here. They help raise the other siblings and stuff. So we'll keep them in here for now, and eventually we will release some of them. But it probably helps to have a bit of a family unit as far as rearing them, knowing that they do help look after their siblings. We don't have any ATMs either. I'm going to dismiss that for now. We probably should get some, though, or our guests are going to start running out of money. Look at our iguanas. They're in here. How cool is that? Look at them just chilling. Very cool. Right, let's add the walls and stuff in here. You may have noticed that I've also put in these little sections. I think I'm going to add little doors in, and then there'll be ways that the keepers can access these habitats if they need to. And just like do a bit of maintenance. They can open a hatch and reach them like we did with the frogs. So I'm going to add in the little doors for them, and then also put the windows on this one with the facades that we need. There we go. That looks much cooler. Yeah, I like that. We've got 2 of our species in here now. This place is looking pretty cool. Let's add in some donation bins and some education for these 2. And I think, again, I'm just going to put the donation bin in the middle. And then maybe for these guys, we'll put them here in like the corners. Or even at the sides. That might be reasonable. And these guys also need the log shop front to kind of tie it together. I forgot to put that in. And they're going to need the... what did we use? I think the archways. Yes, the archways between them. Because that kind of disguises the glass. So I'm going to do that in all of our habitats as well. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Now, we've got a couple of them in here. Let's learn a little bit more about the awesome fire salamanders. The fire salamander is an amphibian living in the deciduous forest throughout mainland Europe. Its skin is black with yellow spots, although there can be much variation in their patterning. And this bright coloration of the fire salamander indicates its toxicity. They secrete a neurotoxin called salamandrin through their skin, which can cause muscle convulsions, difficulty breathing, high blood pressure, and death. However, unless it's ingested, this toxin is generally not dangerous to humans. The fire salamanders measure between 15 centimeters and 30 centimeters long, and they weigh approximately 30 to 50 grams. They're so small. Males and females don't differ in size or appearance. While the larvae are aquatic, the adults can't swim, and they spend their lives on solid ground. Fire salamanders are mostly found under damp, decaying leaf matter on the ground. And according to legend, the fire salamander received its name because it was born in fires. Most likely they were hiding on wood that humans had gathered to build fires, and then tried to escape the flames by crawling out of the embers. But it's a nice story. Fire salamanders tend to stay in the same home range for many years, some even returning to the same spots for their winter hibernation. In most subspecies of the fire salamander, the offspring develops in eggs inside the female to be born as live aquatic larvae. However, the Fastosa and Bernardeschi varieties can give birth to fully metamorphized young, skipping the aquatic stage altogether. Fire salamanders are solitary in the wild, but they are generally tolerant of other individuals if there's enough space, mates, and food available. Males may be aggressive towards each other if disputing territory or access to mates. In the mating season, the males attempt to locate females who are moving through their territory. The female fire salamanders may undergo delayed implantation based on when the environmental conditions are most favorable for them, which can be up to 2 to 5 months after mating. The female fire salamanders often gestate during hibernation, during which time the eggs will develop inside the female. By the time she's ready to give birth, she will deliver live young called larvae. For this, she must find an area of water that's shallow enough for her to crawl out, as the adult fire salamanders can't swim very well. She may go to several pools over several days to release between 20 to 75 live larvae. Fire salamander larvae are 2.5 centimeters long and already have fully developed limbs. They have gills and, unlike adults, require water to survive. Their larval stage lasts a minimum of 4 weeks, but depending on the environmental conditions, this may last longer. Once they begin to lose their gills, they'll leave the water. And unfortunately, fire salamanders are considered a vulnerable species after having been classed as the least concern since their initial assessment. The species population has declined significantly and is predicted to decline further due to the spread of Gazelle in Europe, a fungus which is extremely lethal to salamanders and has already had devastating effects on populations in several countries. Additionally, ongoing habitat degradation puts further pressure on the wild fire salamanders. And I think these are coming along quite nicely. We've got loads to do, so I want to plow on. Let's get our next species. And you can see of these left, we're going to go for the Mexican red-knee tarantula and the Hermann's tortoise. So let's do the tarantula next. These guys live in groups of 1 to 5, and they're solitary, and they're likely to be aggressive towards each other if kept together in a terrarium. So it sounds like 1 female, 1 male, that's all we need. And presumably, if we put them in one of these 3s, we could put up like a divider and split them off. So let's get some of them. Who is available in the wild? Mexican red-knee tarantula. We saw them by appeal. There's loads of them. There's a rescue here that's amazing. Let's get this one. And then there's another amazing custom seizure there. Those 2 will serve our needs perfectly. Let's grab them and probably move them over. And then move them into the middle. And then we just need to rotate these habitats and add in all the decoration we usually do, as well as making them the right climate, which for these guys, 26 degrees seems good. Probably looking at more like 70% humidity though. Okay, these guys are in here. That's looking good. We haven't got any layout for them, but they should be fairly happy. So I think let's get our next one in here. And the next species we're going to get is the Hermann's tortoise. So I'm going to throw these in. These live in groups of 1 to 16. And they only spend time together to mate, but they do tolerate nearby individuals, provided there's enough space and food. So I think they're probably fine to go together. And they live to 90, which is so long. Okay, so these guys can be probably thrown together. We could have 4 in each one, probably, for a group size of 16. And then we're getting maximum breeding whilst also respecting their group sizes. So Hermann's tortoise. Oh, there's not even that many. Well, let's get all of them that are available. We've got... Oh, that one's got 0% fertility. So maybe we adopt them. They're not going to be able to breed because they're not fertile, but we can give them a good life because they're a custom seizure. And this one is going to breed, but has no longevity. So I don't think that's very ethical to be breeding that one. In that case, let's get the ones we have here. And we can probably put all 3 of these into one of the habitats. I'm going to just put them into the back one and then move them around from here. And now I'm going to do the same thing where we add in all the pieces and everything that make it look like one habitat, as well as all the facades inside. Okay, that looks pretty cool. We're getting there. And I've crucially forgotten to make it the right climate for them. Luckily, it is just okay. But again, these guys are 26. Maybe we make that like 30 degrees. And a 55 humidity. There we go. That seems pretty good. And look at them. Can see them already, the little ones. Do we have any more that we can get? Because that would be ideal. Yes. Okay, there's another female that looks good and another male that looks good, and then unfortunately our one that we're not getting. So let's put the other 2 into a different one. They can go into here. And then we should probably manage all of these as well. So I'm going to turn on manage populations. They're not going to breed this quickly, but I want to do it before I forget. So let's put it for peel and lowest first, as we've been doing everywhere else. There we go. They're all being managed now. Populations are safe, and these guys as well. I'm going to keep the numbers we've got in here. I'll maybe say 2 and 2. And we'll try and get 2 males and 2 females into each one. And that way, even if we can't actually get them in there, like even if we can't buy the right number, if they breed, we'll be able to get the right numbers. Because as soon as they have 1 female in this habitat, for example, we've now got 2 females. So now we're done. That one will stay. And then if they have any more babies, they will be sent to the trade center. I'm also sending all of them to the trade center so we can make a decision. I feel like we've reached a decision on the frogs, though. We have so many frogs, and it's time probably to sell all of these. So we're going to quick trade them. I'm going to say it's a breeding program. So we are giving them to another zoo that is going to reintroduce them to the wild. It's just annoying that we can't release them to the wild, because I guess it's a way in the game to farm conservation credits. But for the sake of what we're doing, we're basically giving them to another zoo, maybe in their local region, that is then going to reintroduce them. And we have plenty to give them. These guys are struggling with their nutrition. Which tank are you in? Ah, this one. Okay. That's not good. Is the keeper assigned? Can I locate a keeper? Okay, they're right there. Let's see if they do it. I don't know whether it's just the keepers are overwhelmed or they can't reach them. I feel like they can't reach them. But these guys are looking at them, so that seems odd. Or do they need to go to a keeper hut still? Well, let's put them here and see what they do. Ah, they're going to the keeper hut. I thought with the exhibit animals, they just wiped the tank and it cleaned them and fed them. But maybe I'm wrong. They seem to be preparing some kind of food. Is this for them? Preparing food for exhibit 30. Ah, yeah, it is. It's Axolotl. We need to rename these as well. Axolotl 1. And then we will do Axolotl 1 to 3. Okay, it's a lot of habitats we've added, though. I think what we're going to do is we're going to create a work zone and just give 1 keeper all of this area, because it is a huge amount to be occupying. It's going to give all of these exhibits and the keeper hut and the staff room over here as well. And we could give them that staff room too. I think I'm going to do this and call it the endangered exhibits. Because that's kind of what, like unites all of them together. The endangered exhibits. Let's put them in there. I know they're not all technically endangered. Some of them are at risk and things like that, but I think they're okay. And this is a disease risk as well. Okay, our keepers are having a massive problem now. I think we probably need to do some work zones for our keepers to stop this being a problem. But now we've got the iguanas in here. Let's learn a little bit more about the Lesser Antillean iguana. The Lesser Antillean iguana is a large species of lizard endemic to the Lesser Antilles Islands of the Caribbean, specifically Anguilla, Guadeloupe, Martinique, and Dominica, although I've pronounced none of those correctly. The Lesser Antillean iguanas can be distinguished from green iguanas by the absence of the large rounded scale on the cheek. The Lesser Antillean iguana is grey with a green belly and has a short, blunted face with white scales around the jaw. The males have pink jowls and blue scales around the eyes, whereas the females lack this coloration and are about 2/3 the size of their male counterparts. The eggs of the Lesser Antillean iguana are often eaten by snakes, birds, opossums, and lizards. The iguana also does not urinate, and instead it excretes excess salt and other uric waste products through salt glands, which is weird. The Lesser Antillean iguanas can see in ultraviolet, which is awesome, and they can also shed their tails as a decoy or to escape from predators. Lesser Antillean iguanas are solitary animals and only interact to mate and to compete over mates, so it's a a good thing we've only got 2 in this zoo. The males have a hierarchy where dominance is signaled by their coloration. The darker grey the scales are, the more dominant the individual is, and the more likely it is for a female to be receptive to them. During the mating season, they'll establish a territory and display to females by strutting and engaging in head-pushing behavior with rival males. After mating, the mother searches for a sandy area to dig a tunnel where she'll lay her clutch of eggs. These will hatch 3 months after and are immediately independent, so there's very little parenting that goes on. Unfortunately, the lesser Antillean iguana is a critically endangered species and is threatened by habitat loss, hunting by feral animals, and hybridization with the invasive green iguana. Currently, their population is very fragmented and is estimated to only be 15,000 left in the wild. So hopefully this zoo can do a small part to help them by breeding their numbers up a bit. And our exhibits look quite empty, don't they? I mean, the shell is in here. We've got the building built, but we do need to decorate these up. But first, I think we're having a few problems with our exhibits. So I want to set up some work zones for our keepers because I don't think they're doing everything that they need to. So we've set up this one for the endangered exhibits just here, and all I've done is thrown the buildings, the exhibits into a work zone with a couple of staff zones. I think I'm gonna add the education in as well, because then we can just assign one educator to do the talks on all of these animals, and I think that's enough. And I think now I'm gonna segregate all of the rest of our zoo into little zones that our keepers and staff can use, because it's getting a bit crazy. So the frog shops are probably fine. We could have one work zone that's kind of the entrance. I think it might be better. What I'm going to do is, instead of frog shops, I'm going to add all of this into one work zone here. And then our vendors can work on including the education here. And then this is an area. So our educators, this can be one zone for our educators. It can be one zone for our keepers. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got a few habitats in it. I think one keeper can manage this. Like one experienced keeper can manage it. So I'm going to put them into frog shops and then change the name to be, what do you want to call this? Maybe just entrance zone. And then we're going to have, we've got Tortoise and Gazelle shops over here. That's going to need to change. So I think let's add in this area and then all of these. And we can have the staff areas over here as well. Like they might as well use the staff. I'm trying to think of the name of them. The staff rooms, that's it. They can use the staff rooms everywhere. I'm going to put all 3 of the staff rooms in and then just make sure we get this education in. Because we want to make sure our educators are doing these zones. So this is a zone now for education. Don't worry about these bits because our mechanic is just going to be a no work zone. I'm going to let them free roam everywhere. The same as our security guard and our caretakers. I don't think there's much point in zoning them. They can just go to what needs doing. So I'm going to leave them out of zones, but we do need to make sure we put in the keeper hut into this zone over here, as well as all the buildings over here. That can work over here. And then we can actually have the black rhino shops can just be the shops there with the staff zones. That's just for vendors. So now we should be able to put our educators into zones. We've got an educator here with no work zone. Let's put them on the entrance zone. We'll get another educator can go on the endangered exhibits area. And then we're going to need to hire another educator. And they can work in, what did we call it? The Tortoise and Gazelle shops. That's going to need to change name because that's very confusing. I'm going to call this the Africa zone because it's pretty much like our Africa whole. It's like the whole of the African area pretty much, apart from these shops over here. And if we really wanted to, we could just throw all of the shops into one work zone. But I don't think it's a bad idea to split them up this way. We'll leave it for now. Maybe I'll change it later. But I think that these are far enough away where it might cause a problem if everyone is in one area. So I'm happy to just leave it like segregated for those two. And then keepers need to go into areas. So we're going to have one on the Africa zone. I think we're going to need an experienced keeper in the Africa zone. And then an experienced keeper in the endangered exhibits. And maybe another keeper for the endangered exhibits as well. The thing is, it doesn't take long to look after them. I'm going to see how one keeper goes and leave the other keeper for the Africa zone, because there's a lot of animals in here. It's 3 separate habitats, but they've got... This one's got 2 species in it. Although there's more to do down here. I think actually the extra keeper should probably go into the entrance zone, because we've got 3 different exhibits, which I think 4 of them have animals in them. So there's 4 full exhibits of animals, plus 1 animal here, and then 2 animals in here, like species. So there's quite a lot to do in there. And then this exhibit isn't in a work zone. Okay, well that's not good, is it? Oh, it should be. Is there not a keeper in this? Where are our keepers? Let's have a look at our keepers here. One should be on endangered exhibits. Yeah. So why can't you reach that? You've got a keeper hut. I think that might have been a false alert, because it seems to have resolved itself. Oh, and we've got this reward as well. We've adopted and placed loads of exhibit species. We've smashed that one. Get some cash. I think this will work a lot better. We still don't have ATMs, but that's fine. We could just throw a couple of ATMs in to stop the alerts. We could put a couple of ATMs in just near where the shops are. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe color them so they're a little bit less gross. Have like a darker green. I think that's pretty reasonable. We put a couple of these in. And then we put a few in over here as well. In fact, they could go here. Remove these 2 benches next to the bins that no one wants. And then duplicate these ATMs over. And then we put another set over here by the shops. I mean, they shouldn't really need them for these, but it's not the end of the world. And I think there's enough space here to have a few in. I don't think the queue's back onto them that badly. So they've got ATMs to use. I believe also they are free. I don't want to be charging for ATMs. Yeah, 0. Cool. That's what we want. I'm going to synchronize prices across all of them, because I don't want one of them to accidentally be changed. And we don't need to do much construction on them. They have a positive impact, I think. Oh, that's not good. There's a vandalized bin there. Let's replace that. Have we had many more things of crime? No, it's just that. Okay. Well, that's not good. I don't like that people are knocking our bins over. We should probably have a few more bins just around, because we've not got that many, especially in the new area. There's none inside. Let's put a few bins in where they seem pretty reasonable to go, because I don't want them littering inside. There we go. Okay, let's continue on with our exhibits here. I want to get these going. We've got our Herman's tortoise. We've got more females. Perfect. Let's get both of them. And I think they can... We need 1 more female in here. Let's put 2 females in this back one, because we want to have 4 of them in each habitat, each exhibit. So there's 3. And then in here, it's a male and a female. And here, it's 2 females. Okay. We'll get more as we go. We'll get more. If we can buy them, that's great. If we need to breed them, we can also do that. And now we just need to release an African spurred tortoise into the wild and have conservation rating of 2 stars. We've almost got there. We're on 1.8. Oh, and some of them don't have power, the ATMs. Ah, that's an issue. Okay, well, we may have to just switch around where these are located. Okay, that seems good. That seems to work. That's what we like. And we've had baby terrapins. Oh, awesome. I thought it was tortoise then. I got a bit more excited. But terrapins are also great. More babies of them is perfect. Where have they had them? Maybe in here. Oh, I suppose they'll go straight into the exhibit trading, won't they? Yeah, we've got 6. My goodness. We've stored 6 of them in here. Oh, does that mean it's booted out? The young ones are better than the old ones. Oh, okay, cool. That's good. I was going to say, these are quite old. Well, let's quick trade all of these. That's 3,000. That's loads. It's going to earn us loads of money, these. And over here, we do need to put a roof on the place, but we also need to decorate up inside. I think let's do some internal decoration and make this place look a bit nicer. For each of the animals, I wanted to give them some kind of prop that represented their animal. Even if they didn't have a specific animal construction piece for them in the game, they had something that could represent their general animal type. And then I wanted to put display boards in to have big screens to teach guests about the animals, as well as the smaller education boards, because I think they're quite small. When you're doing big exhibits, you want big education boards to go with them. And I love the decorated logs, so I had to continue them from the previous building and put them in here. There's basically like supporting beams for the building. And then I wanted to add in the same red lights that we had in the rest of the building, because especially for the spider exhibit, those guys are nocturnal, so I definitely don't want them to have these white lights come on when they're basically waking up and they go, oh, is it daytime again? I thought it was nighttime. So I didn't want to have any confusion or cause them any harm. We're trying to make them as ethical as possible. Okay, I feel like that is a huge amount of decoration we've just added to the inside of this building, and the place has come alive loads from doing that, which I really like. We do need to add in, oh, I've just seen there's like a, I'm gonna get rid of that. There's a piece of rope, which I don't like. I think this will join on fine. Is that joined? Oh, I'm not even sure this area is joined up. Now it's joined up, I think. Yeah, I think that's joined up. We could put flooring in here. It's annoying that like the ground is like this. We could probably flatten it out. No, it's the same anyway. I guess we just have short grass outside. It's a little bit irritating, but there's not a huge amount we can do about it. We could lay new floor, but I like the bamboo flooring when it works. And it just goes a bit weird in a few sections, like here. I don't fully understand why. If we connect it up, would it get rid of it? We won't be able to. We'll never know. But it's generally okay. And I think when the roof's on, we're not going to notice very much. So let's have a look for some more Herman's tortoise as well. Oh, there's another female here. Let's get this female and put her in here, because I think we're missing one from this habitat. Yeah, there's 2 and 2 now. And that hasn't booted anyone out, has it? We don't have any in storage. No, cool. So this is almost full. It's got 2 in here, 4 in here, and 2 in here. So we just need to keep getting some more of these. And our tarantula one is working well. We've got 2 in here. They're living their best lives. We don't have any layout improvements for these guys. Or, oh, we do for these guys though. Oh, the Herman's tortoise. Let's put them in then. Let's put in everything, I think, and see how it looks. Wow, that's like a huge transformation for the habitat. Look at that. It's so much more interesting. Okay, cool. I like that a lot. And it's got all our wooden posts and everything. Yeah, I like that. Oh, we're missing a thing on the top here. We do need one of those. Just to complete the roof area, because this will also... We'll need it there anyway when we put the PVC in, when we expand the building, because the building's got to go this way as well. But we might as well add that in now, because it kind of completes the look of the area. And to be honest, we could put the one in the middle too. There's probably good. That looks a bit better as well, rather just having a wall on its own. Well, now we've done all of this, and it's all decorated up with all these spiders on here, let's learn a little bit more about the Mexican red-kneed tarantula. The Mexican red-kneed tarantula is a species of spider that lives in the scrublands, deserts, and forests of Mexico. It has a black body and legs, orange to red coloration on the joints, and like all tarantula species, a body that's covered in sensitive hairs, and that's the freakiest part about them. They measure around 10 centimeters long with a leg span of 15 centimeters, and they're nocturnal, living in burrows during the day and spending their nights hunting for prey. They feed on insects, small amphibians, and small mammals. Mexican red-kneed tarantulas don't need to eat often. After a large meal, they may not hunt again for another month, which I could never do. The Mexican red-kneed tarantula has 2 small claws on the end of each of its legs that allow it to climb smooth surfaces, and it uses its legs to pick up tiny vibrations in the ground when hunting and ambushing prey. The end of the tarantula's legs are also able to sense smell and taste as well as touch. The venom of the Mexican red-kneed tarantula is not strong to humans, and the bite is said to be equivalent to a bee sting, although I still wouldn't want to chance it. The Mexican red-kneed tarantulas are solitary animals, and they're likely to be aggressive towards each other if kept together in a terrarium, so it's a good idea to only have 2 for our zoo. During reproduction, the females lay between 200 and 400 eggs in an egg sac, which they then guard in their burrow for 1 to 3 months, carrying it with them when they leave until the spiderlings hatch. They are protected by their mother in the burrow until their first molt, after which they will venture out and become independent. Unfortunately, the Mexican red-kneed tarantula is a vulnerable species, and its current population in the wild is unknown. So hopefully our zoo can help to put a stop to that and breed their numbers back up so they become a stable population again. I think we should get some vet research going as well, because we must have finished this one now. Yes, we finished our Terrapin research, so let's move on to the next animal we've got in here. I think it was the fire salamander we put in first. And let's also see what we've got for the Terrapins now. We must have loads more layout. Yeah, awesome. Look, let's put all of this in. I love the logs and stuff on the top. It makes such a difference. Whoa, these mangrove roots are amazing. They really make the habitats come alive when you have these things in here. So I am super excited to put all of them in. That's great. And hopefully we'll get our fire salamander research done quickly and we can carry on with that. I don't think we've missed any layouts for everyone. It's just the tarantula and we've done Herman's tortoise, the fire salamander and the tarantula that we need to do. That's what we're missing right now. And it looks like we've done a challenge as well. We've got a conservation rating to 2 stars. Amazing. So now we need to release an African spurred tortoise to the wild and have at least 2,300 guests in the zoo. Well, we could start a marketing campaign. Oh, I've just realized I've set that to be 20, not 10. Okay. What do the guests think of the price? Apparently it's great still, so that's good. And they could do with a drink. Okay, well, I don't think it's the worst. We have no marketing running at all, though. So let's get some marketing campaigns going. I'm trying to think what this is. I think it's in finances. Yeah, marketing. Let's just do some cereal box adverts and maybe, yeah, we'll do cereal box adverts. And I think that does families. That appeals to families mostly. So it's only a cheap one. We'll renew it. It's 1,000 a year. It's nothing crazy. And that should get the word out at least about our zoo. Now we do need to set up the education in here properly because at the minute, this is in May. This is in July. And there's nothing else organization-wise. So after July, we're going to want this to be September. And then this one to be November. Where's the tarantula one? Did I not put it in? I don't think I put it in. Let's have that here. So this is going to be November, and it's going to be about the Mexican red-kneed tarantula. And they can handle them. That'll be a cool talk. So then after November, we're going to January for the Herman's tortoise, which they can handle as well. And then March for these guys. And that is a perfect year. We've got May, July, September, November, January, March. So there's a month between every talk, which should give them time to go to the staff room if they need to and have a break. Many alerts about our work zones. We're going to train up everyone as well. Who has a problem? I'm gonna put this into the work zone as well. We haven't put any of the education in. What's wrong? They should all be in here. Oh, it's this one. This one in the corner they're gonna struggle to reach. Thinking about it. Yeah, that could be the issue. Is that the problem here? No, you should be able to reach all of that. Well, that's just gone away, though. I don't know if it's just glitching out a little bit. That is going to be a problem, the one in the corner. So I think we're going to have to hold off putting any tortoise in here until we expand the building. And then I'd like this to be one where they can walk around the whole way. But I think for now, in its kind of modular fashion, that is good enough for the building there. And we should probably decorate up these little areas in here, even if for now we just put like some long grass in. It should make this area look a lot better. I'm going to try to put it on like 2. I should be able to control it a bit more. I think that's a bit better. And maybe we have another couple of trees behind. Let's put some beech trees and sycamores in. I think oak is another tree that should be here as well. I'm going to turn off align to surface and turn on random rotation so we can get these in properly. But I'm pretty sure we found some naturally occurring oak trees. Yeah, we did. So let's put in a couple of oaks as well. And that can blend into this area here reasonably well. I'd like to have a sycamore as well, just because I feel like they match in well. Part of the same like family that we've got here. Cool. That looks a lot better to me. Having just some trees behind. Now it is obviously missing a roof. Thankfully the power seems to serve all of this area. Yeah, that's perfect. But we will need more power for the next one. And despite the sudden downpour of rain, I think let's start building the roof here. And I'm going to do something a little bit different than we've done for the other roofs, which you guys were saying I haven't done yet in this zoo, even though I have done it previously on the channel. And it fits in super well with our eco-friendly theme. I'm going to make a green roof here. And then what I'm thinking is if we expand the building further, we can go back to the straw roof, but we've got a nice green roof here that can be accessed via this ramp as well. So it makes a lot of sense to have it here effectively rather than anywhere else. Because we've already got the ladder up to the top. You'd only want to do it when there's access to the roof. And a few of these buildings do have it, but this is the first large-scale access where we can just make it flat, put a nice green roof in, give back to nature a little bit, and it's near the wetlands area, so I feel like its impact will be magnified a little bit with the cross-pollination with all the plants that we have there. So let's do that. For that, we're basically going to make it flat with mud. And then, or I think we've used wood in this building. So we'll use a wooden roof. So for now, let's put that flat wooden roof on. And I'm going to make a lip around the outside with the mud pieces. That seems to have covered most of it. That seems pretty good. The only slight problem now is this thatch area is coming through. So you might want to adjust where that is. I mean, if it could be like that, that would probably be better. Might just raise it up on the sides here, the 2 thatch pieces. I think that's pretty reasonable still. It still looks decent. It still works. Right, and then the mud along the outside as well. Okay, that looks pretty good. We've got the mud roof in. And now we want to search for the pieces called mulch. And I believe this is... it's in nature. Called mulch. And then we can get the nice 4x4 flat pieces. And we can snap it to this grid here. If I turn off random rotation, that's going to be much easier to get these in properly. We can lay these down to have a nice layer of mulch across the whole floor. In fact, the position snap isn't working super well on these. So I think I might turn position snap off. And do it just manually. There we go. That is a full roof there. Oh my goodness, we're about to have our baby rhino as well. That is a crazy exciting thing. I cannot wait for that. So hold on. We are going to... Yeah, it's October in year 28. I'm going to pause the game. And we're going to finish off this roof first. And then we're going to see the rhino baby. So if we filter these plants by biome temperate, which is where we are, and continent North America, also where we are, we can have a look for some flowers that would naturally grow here. And then we're just going to plant these on the top. I'm thinking maybe buffalo grass is a little bit boring. But it could be good. I think we want to go more flowers, really, don't we? Something with a bit more vibrance to it. So let's do random rotation, align to surface. We're going to have... In fact, I won't align to surface because it should be in the right orientation anyway. We're going to have cornflowers and what else? Meadow buttercups and tick seed and maybe a fourth one. Have we got twin flowers here as well? Yeah, maybe some twin flowers as well. That should be plenty and that will look really nice when it's all in there. I think that's probably pretty good. We've got a few of them. The twin flowers obviously stick above everything else, but I think that's quite nice that they poke out of the surface and then everything else just complements here with the other flowers. And that will be huge for the biodiversity in the area. This can hopefully have some like amazing life for insects. And we're not using that space anyway. You know, it's a roof space that we weren't using. We've still got a whole building under here that is completely functional and you wouldn't know otherwise, but we have given a huge space back to the environment. And you can think that this kind of offsets the level of the building because the space we would have used for this building, we've just raised up effectively and put the stuff back on the top, but even more rich for biodiversity than it was before. You know, you've got more plant species and everything, more insects can live here. It should be pretty good, I think, for them. So I'm quite happy with this. And now let's see our baby rhino be born. This is a huge day for our zoo. I cannot wait. It says the offspring is imminent, so... Oh, she's lying down. This is probably it. Oh my goodness. Look at them. They're so cute. She just had one. Yeah, just one little baby. Oh, they are adorable. I clicked the wrong button there. They are absolutely adorable. Look at them. Trotting away. Oh, they look so happy. Oh. They're adorable. They're probably my favorite baby animal in the game that I've seen. They're so cute. Look at them. Just walking around with their mama now. That is precious. Well, I'm super happy with that. And we've effectively bred a critically endangered species. Now you can see this species is only 3,150 in the wild, and now we've just created another one. We've bred another one in here. That's amazing. Well, following on from that success, I think now the Hermann's tortoise are in here as well. Let's learn a bit more about the Hermann's tortoise. Hermann's tortoise is a small species of tortoise that is found throughout the coastal forests of the Mediterranean. The carapace is patterned in yellow and black and varies based on the subspecies and by individual. The eastern subspecies is much larger than the western, reaching sizes of up to 28 centimeters long compared to 18 centimeters long for their counterparts. Females are generally larger than males in this species. Depending on their size, Hermann's tortoises can weigh between 2 kilos and 4 kilos. The Hermann's tortoises hibernate for 6 to 12 weeks a year, which is such a dream. And the shell of the Hermann's tortoise is made of up to 60 interconnecting bones. The exact life expectancy of Hermann's tortoise is unknown, but it is thought to be up to 120 years. Hermann's tortoises are the slowest growing tortoise species, and before their shell hardens, young Hermann's tortoises are vulnerable to predation from magpies, wild boars, foxes, and hedgehogs. Hermann's tortoises only spend time together to mate, but they do tolerate nearby individuals provided there's enough space and food available. So having them in groups like we do is absolutely fine. During the breeding season in February, when the Hermann's tortoises have emerged from hibernation, the males vocalize with high-pitched calls. Females locate and select a mate based on these vocalizations, so you have to do it right. Both the males and females mate with multiple partners over the course of the mating period, and the males that encounter rival males may engage in aggressive behavior such as ramming contests. So we'll have to keep an eye on that when they're mating in our zoo. 90 days after mating, the female digs a shallow hole and lays her eggs into it. Each clutch is made up of between 2 to 12 eggs, and up to 4 clutches may be laid per breeding season. After laying, she covers the eggs with dirt and leaves, providing no parental care whatsoever. Roughly 75% of the eggs hatch after incubating in the nest for a further 90-day period. This should mean that they hatch at the beginning of autumn. The sex of the hatchlings is determined by the temperature of the egg, producing only males at a temperature of 26 degrees and only females at 30 degrees, which is crazy. For the first 5 years of their lives, Hermann's tortoises remain close to their natal site where their shell fully develops and hardens. They are fully grown at 10 years old, which means they have so much life ahead of them after they're fully grown. Having said that, unfortunately, the number of Hermann's tortoises in the wild have declined due to habitat loss through construction, wildfires, and herbicides, as well as poaching for the pet trade. Therefore, they've been assessed as a vulnerable species, which is awful. Road construction separates tortoise populations and reduces mating opportunities and genetic exchange. Because Hermann's tortoises take so many years to mature, they are particularly susceptible to this, as they are often killed before having reproduced at all. Captive breeding and reintroduction schemes are in place to help increase the numbers of wild tortoises, but we need to do our part to help them as well in this zoo. I'm happy with how this building is shaping up, but you guys did mention that we've got the red lights inside, and unfortunately I thought the reptiles couldn't perceive the red light, but you guys are saying they actually can. Even though they don't see it as strongly, it's still enough that it'll keep them awake. So we definitely need to get rid of these red lights, and there's not really any light we can put in here that I can think of which is going to make this work. So I feel like our spiders, which are the only nocturnal animals in here, may just have to move into a different area of the zoo, and then we can have something else in here that's what's the opposite of nocturnal? Is it diurnal? I can't remember. The ones that are like humans, that are awake in the day and sleep at the night. We can have them in here instead, and then basically when it's dark, everyone can just turn out the lights. Oh, it looks like we've got a talk going on as well. Or it's about to start. When are you going to start? January. Oh, we've got a bit of a wait. Yeah, they do get here early. In fact, what are our educators looking like? They're super high workloaded. Okay, that's not ideal. I think money-wise we should be fine. Yeah, we're making a lot of profit. I do feel like it's important education, especially in like an ethical zoo. We want to be teaching our guests about all of them. So I think what I might do is I might hire another set of educators for each zone. That is going to be quite a lot of money, but I do think it's worth it. And then we can, I'm just going to dot them around the zoo as well. There we go. Let's hire 3 more educators, and we can assign them. We could even put them on no work zone to float between them. That could help. Or I think let's just put 1 on each. Seeing as we've got the 3, let's put 1 on each. And that should hopefully help. Animal welfare? What's wrong with you? Oh, has no one cleaned the cleanliness? We need someone to clean. Okay, request the keeper urgently. Where are you? Oh, you're there. Okay. But that's not good. We don't want to be leaving it like that. Are you not managing your workload either? Hold on. Where have you got? It says you've got an efficient work zone, so I'm assuming you're just not doing a very good job. Okay. Well, that's not ideal, but if you could get better at it, that would be good. I don't think we need to hire anyone else, particularly. And then, in fact, I'm just going to train up all of the vendors that we can. And probably hire another caretaker, because we've only got 2. And although it says their work zones are good, I like to have a clean zoo. I feel like it's important. We want a clean zoo. So they can get to work as well. Oh, and they've started their talk. Let's see if they bring out one of the tortoises. That'd be so cool. I love it when they bring out the little ones. You guys are also saying about the balloons. Obviously, balloons aren't eco-friendly. However, we can either, I'll give you guys the decision. We can either say that they're all biodegradable balloons, which you can get, like they do make those, at which point it's really not so bad. Or we can scrap the balloons and put in something alternative, like a souvenir shops. I mean, we'll do that anyway, but we can just sub out the ones we already have and get them instead. So we've got some souvenir shops with some toys or something instead. Oh, he didn't get the tortoise out. And maybe we missed it. Yeah, because he can handle them. Oh, that's a shame. Well, they're starting this one. They can handle the fire salamander. And that starts in March. Well, let's see if I can get here for the start of March. And we can maybe see that. Because that'd be cool. We've also got a breeder habitat species. We've got a reward. So let's take that. And then we just need to release one African spurred tortoise into the wild. We can do that when they grow up, actually. So we are getting there. And our otters are having a baby. Oh, my goodness. Yes, we're going to have another baby in here. Well done, you two. Going to be helping your species out super well. You can have more babies in no time. Okay, she started her talk. Don't these exhibits look cool as well with the trees? Let's see if she gets a fire salamander out. Because that would be awesome if she will. Oh, she has! Oh my goodness, look, she's holding them. That's so good. Oh, that's adorable. Like the kids jumping. Oh, that's hilarious. And it crawled up her arm. Amazing. Oh, that's cool. I like that they do that. It's a nice little touch. Okay, let's move these out, these tarantulas, because they can't stay here. They're actually only in this one, I believe. Yeah. So let's put these two into the trade center. And then these two are empty, so that we don't need to worry about that too much. And we can go exhibit trading, and I want to replace them with the Gila monster. Gila monster? Please let me know how I'm supposed to be pronouncing it, because I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to call it Gila. Please correct me, though, because I don't want to say that wrong for the entire series. Okay, so these guys only live in small groups. So they're solitary, and they only interact to mate and to compete over mates. So I feel like it's going to be a 1-to-2 situation. They live to be 25 years as well, and they can breed until death and from 3 to 5 years. So we're going to make sure they're at least 5 and younger than 25, really. So let's have a look. We've got, oh, some of these aren't that old. We've got a couple that are 5 now. Yeah, let's grab these two. They seem good. 3 to 5 years old. This one might be able to breed. Oh, it is a better one. I think genetically, it's got more conservation on it. Let's go for this one. And if it can't breed right now, I'll be able to breed very shortly. And then we can hopefully have better ones genetically that we're using. Let's move these into this habitat. And then we can move them along. I want to get all of the enrichments, you know, the background from this. So just move them along and then move them into here. And then we want to make sure that it's set up for the right climate. So if I pause the game, these guys need 35 degrees to 42 degrees. So let's call that 35 to 42. Let's say 38 degrees, 39 degrees maybe. I suppose 38. They should be happy. And then 15% to 25% humidity. That's just 20% to me. So they want a very, like, way lower humidity. 20% humidity, and that should work. I'm just going to do that for the other ones. And I don't know if we've got any layouts. We haven't. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the windows on. I think they've already got them from before, but we can just put all the facades on. So let's get the right climate in there and put the facades on for them. Okay, that looks much better. We can also change this to be showing the right animal. And the talk needs to be changed as well. Now, we don't have any enrichment on this side. I've completely forgotten that. And we also don't have any enrichment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take away all of these spiders, put in some decoration for these guys, and then remove the lights and replace them with these education boards, because we've missed education boards in here. So that's definitely more important than the lights that they don't like anyway. And with the lights, I think I'm just going to turn them all to be white lights. I'll leave these on the top for people to use, and then I'll remove the ones lower down. And obviously they don't need, they just turn them off. Like, they're not going to stay on overnight because they'll just turn them off when they leave. But if humans need to access this area, we will need lights to see. So I'll leave some lights on for like a health and safety perspective for our staff. But otherwise, they can just have white light for that as well. And otherwise, all the low-down lights will turn off because they're unnecessary. And I don't want to swamp them with light. In fact, I think it might be better to do the reverse. I think it might be better to leave the low-down lights because they shouldn't see them as much. I think they're kind of covered by here, whereas the higher ones, they might see more. So yeah, I think I'll leave the low lights, I'll take out the high ones, and then I'll put more education in for our Gila monster and our iguanas here. Because I've literally just missed the side of education. Okay, I feel like that's so much better now. We've changed all the lights over. I think we have anyway. Did I miss this one here? Yeah, I missed that one. But we've pretty much changed all the lights over now. Yeah, that's all of them. And we've replaced all the education and everything. We've got much better education for these guys. And the actual Gila monsters are in here. I can't see them, but they are in here. Let's have a look. Oh, you're like there. Well, who's gonna see you there? You're like sleeping in the habitat. Come on, you got to come out to play at some point. Where are the other ones? Oh, they're right there as well. Well, it's good that they've got the hiding spots, I guess. But that's not an ideal view for our guests, is it? Even if we take this out, can they be seen? Ah, you can see them if we do that. Okay. Well, given that that's the case, what I might do is slightly adjust where this wooden wall is. Just on this side. So that you can see them, like, in their thing. I might lower this down. Okay, I think that is good. And then at least you can see them when they're in there. We haven't got any education on them, though. So let's have a look at our vet research. And we have completed the fire salamander? No, we've just worked towards it. Okay, that's fine. We'll get them on the Gila monster next. And let's put in the layout stuff we have for these guys that we've just unlocked. So we can have some logs in here. Let's throw in all of them. Because why not? And we do need to rename this habitat as well. To Gila monster. And then change this to Gila monster X. And the other one, Gila monster XX. There we go. Now, the exhibit could do with better layout, but everything else is perfect. We probably... I don't know if we need to throw it back into the work zones. We've just got the next one for the fire salamanders. That's good. And we've got even more enrichment. Okay, well, we'll throw that in as well. We're just going back and forth. Leaf litters. Awesome. It is raining outside as well, which I'm a little concerned at with some of our warmer climate animals, but I think they're okay. How's our baby rhino doing? She's good. Oh, sorry, he's good. Not she's good. He's good. That's what we like to see. Well, everyone doing okay over here? Are you guys happy? Our baby Gazelle? Okay, cool. And these guys are quite a cool addition. They're near threatened, so they're not an endangered species, but they're the next closest one we have. I think at this point we have all of the near threatened and more endangered species in these exhibits. So that's a win for me as far as I'm concerned. And we've got another challenge. Breed 2 exhibit animals of different species. Well, we're definitely getting on that. And I think we've got loads here that we can sell, actually. So let's start getting rid of these. Yeah, let's quick trade these. Get some cash. That's an amazing axolotl, actually. Hold on. Because we've got a couple of... have we got more than one axolotl tank? I think we do. Where are you? I think, yeah, it's best to look in the animal tab for these, probably. Yeah, so some of them are really good and some of them are quite basic. So what's the one we've got? We've got a male. So I think let's get rid of one of the males we have here that's not as good. Perhaps this male here. Let's send to trade center. And then we can get our one that's really good and put them in to replace them. I don't actually know where they came from. Not this one. Not this one. Oh, they're the one on their own. Oh, okay. Well, we'll put them in here. There we go. And these lights need to be removed. There we go. And there we go. We get to see it with the lights on as well. Obviously, these lights will all be turned off when the guests leave, which they do very shortly when the sun actually goes down. And then we start a new day. There we go. That seems to work. That seems to work. The tarantulas need a home, though, so let's give them that. And probably we should just expand this building out because we want this to be a walk-around, like wrap-around exhibit anyway. So let's do that. Oh my goodness, the snow. That's not ideal, is it? Well, I hope everyone's okay. The terrain isn't ideal, but it isn't very long that it snows, and it's not very often. We get snow like maybe once a year, and I think our animals are coping because we've got heaters everywhere. I'm not getting any alerts that there's any issues with animal welfare, so I'm going to carry on. Oh, one of our bush dogs has grown up. Okay, yeah, they're having a drink. They're not super happy here. Look at you. Well, if you've got nutrition, I'm going to move you into the warmth over here. And then you will be back to normal because you've got your nice heaters over here. So your temperature should go way up now. Why isn't your temperature going up? Should be fine. Can't be cold. Yeah, you're in the heat. There we go. Okay, it's going back up now. And Keeper can't reach the exhibit. Ah, yeah, because they've probably broken everything. Right, the terrain's a little bit wonky here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to flatten the foundation, move this all along so it's the same level, and then our path should be much happier. Then I'm going to place in our exhibits. That seems fine. Let's do it. Okay, so I've done quite a lot of stuff here. I've just laid out the groundworks for this new building shell. What I'm going to do is put our tarantulas into these boxes over here. We're going to move them over here and then just shuffle them through all of the exhibits as we've done each time. So let's move them into this one. And then finally, we'll move them into the middle one, which is where they're going to stay. And then we need to make sure that the climate is right for them. So they're 23 to 29 degrees. It's going to be 26. So let's put all these on 26 degrees and 50 to 84% humidity. We're talking about, what, 60 or 70-ish percent? Let's say 68% humidity. Somewhere near the middle there. And we'll do that on all of these. So 26 and 68. And then I'm going to close the screen wherever it is on this one. In fact, before I do that, I'm going to rotate them so they're not all identical. We just adjust these by rotating them with the Z key. We should get some interesting results that then look a bit different. And now I'm going to put the windows on. So if we customize, I don't know where window 1 is. There it is. Okay, window 4, kind of a 3D facade, and then it's completely seen all the way around. So guests can come the whole way around this one and see the tarantulas now, which they probably need to because the tarantulas are a bit harder to see. And this room is kind of a completely nocturnal room, so we can put spiders everywhere. And it doesn't need to be super light. Now, I'll leave it for you guys to tell me in here, should we have red lights in here or not? Because I think spiders can't see the red lights, and that is a point where we could then put these red lights in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put them in for now, because I think that they can. And then we will, like, go from there. Oh, before I put them all in, let's change the color to the red. And then we can add these in all along. And we should get some nice lighting effects. There we go. Let's see how that goes. See what that looks like. And maybe we have another one over here. Because if they can't see them, we might as well have lots of light for the guests. But this is going to be a bit of a nocturnal room through here with its own PVC strip. So that seems good. Now, we do need to sort out these windows here because we don't want all these facades on. Let's turn these off. And now the guests can see through. Which also means we can use the back one, which currently is open. It has nothing in it. So let's put some tortoises in there. And this one is all good. Perfect. And we can probably drag around some of the education. So let's drag this education all the way through. It's probably not powered over here, but that's okay. Yeah, we're just outside of the power zones now. I think we might need our own solar panel situation here. So what I'm going to do is put this on the roof. When we build the roof, I'll put a solar panel here, and then it will cover the whole thing, and we'll be absolutely fine. For now, I'm going to set it up as if it has power, and then at the end, all of the lights should come on. Okay, this looks cool to me. It needs a few more spiders though. Okay, we've got animal welfare is attracting protesters. I don't know why. Oh, it's cleanliness. Let's call the keepers. There should be 2 doing this now. They should be fine. Don't know why they're struggling with this, but hopefully they get on it. And this one is in a work zone. Okay, that one makes sense. Let's add these into the endangered exhibits. We can add these in. And then they've got those buildings as well. Perfect. Okay, and our spider exhibits are in here. Do we have any layout for them? Not yet, but and they need renaming as well. So this one actually has the spiders in it. So this is going to be Mexican red knee tarantula. And then this one is going to be the same, but X. And this one is going to be the same again, but XX. So we know that they're empty. And this is looking pretty decent. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to manage population. We want 1. We're going to go appeal lowest first. And then appeal lowest first and have it managed. I believe all of these are turned on as well for maintenance with the, yeah, appeal lowest first, appeal lowest first. Cool. We could do with adding in some Herman's tortoise if we have any. So let's see if there are any available. Yeah, there's a couple of females and a couple of males. They're not the worst. I think we just get them. And then all 4 of these could go into this one here because it hasn't got anyone yet. And then these need to be renamed as well. Herman's tortoise 1. And then we're going to have 4 of these. Okay, they've been renamed. So now we've got 4. Well, actually, it's probably easier just to go on the animal menu and see how many we've got. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 tortoise. I believe we can have 16. So we are in the good books right now. We've got the good numbers. That's what we want. Let's add a roof on this place because it's looking pretty dingy. It needs some power. Let's get that in here and, yeah, get a roof on the building because it looks a bit odd. Okay, I feel like this is actually pretty good. I didn't put the power source in. I've just realized I forgot that. So let's add a solar panel on the roof here. And that will power everything over here as well. And then we just unfortunately need to move this tree. But that's okay. We can do that. And then add a little path that comes down here. And I'm trying to think where to connect it. It's probably best that it just goes down this way. Like this. There we go. And then it can line up and we can put the curb back on it here. In fact, we can put the railing on it. That's what we want. We want railings. There we go. And that's all linked up. And then if we just take that out, that should be fine. In fact, we can leave it on because it's basically a... that they can still reach over it, so it seems absolutely fine to leave it on. And I don't mind having the solar panel stuff here. What did we do? Oh, we put some of this on it, didn't we, before to disguise it. In that case, we'll do the same. We'll just put a little bit of thatched roofing, so it ties in a little bit better with the rest of the building. I think that looks pretty good, and now we should have power everywhere, which means if we go inside our building, we can, we should have all of the well, not the lights, but the screens and everything should be turned on. Perfect. Everything is educating our guests. That's what we like. Amazing. And obviously all of these lights will only come on when we want them to. We've got them on automatic, so when it's actually dark, they'll come on. Well, let's see if we've got any more vet research done, because I think we've probably finished the fire salamanders. We have. Let's put them to work on our new Gila monsters for a second. And guests think that tickets are underpriced. Well, that can be resolved very quickly. Let's raise our zoo prices up a little bit. Let's call it 24 and 12. I think that seems pretty reasonable. And it looks like we've got a talk here as well for our rhinos. How cool is this? Oh, hopefully they'll throw food in and everything. But this is a great education opportunity for our guests to actually learn about. Look, the baby running in the background. They can learn about our rhinos and the breeding program we're doing and all the great work that is for the species. So this is exactly what breeding zoos are all about. It's about teaching people what they can do to help the animals, but also what's being done. And if they can donate money like that, we can help continue to breed the species numbers up. Oh, they'd already thrown it in, I think. Look at them interacting with their baby. Oh, they're so cute. Let's also give the fire salamander all of the misters that we've just unlocked. That's going to turn into a very misty habitat, but I like that. It's exactly what they should want. So then they should be on 100% everything. They just need feeding. Yeah, perfect. Everything looks good. And I realized I missed the temperature in here, so we need to make sure that these are correct. This is supposed to be 26 and let's say 65. Can't remember if that's what we had before, but we're going to say 26 and 65 because they are both within the zones. Cool. They should have everything they need now other than layouts, which we haven't unlocked. So when we research them, we will unlock them and put them in for them. But for now, that's all they have. And these guys should be good. We didn't add in the crossbeams for their habitat, so we're going to do that now, actually. That's the only thing, which I think does help kind of tie it together. Like, it makes it look more like one habitat when you have them. There we go. So if we put those in like that, I think it does help to tie the place together quite well. And then we don't really need any wood surrounding them because they've got the 3D facade the whole way around. So that looks pretty good. We've also got, like, you know, the little access to see in here in case they're sleeping in there. And it looks like our vet is researching them right now in the other room in their little research desk. So what happens is they'll come in, have a look at them, and then walk over to the nearest research area. And I'm trying to think where that even is. This is something we might want to improve on. Because where is our vet? Let's have a look. It's all the way over here. They have to go all the way over there. Right, I'm going to pick them up and put them in the habitat. Because then they can come back, get some more information, and then take it to the research hut on the other side of the zoo. There you go. They've had a quick look. They're happy. They're like, yeah, I just want to confirm it is one tail per animal, isn't it? It's not a two-tailed animal. And then we put them back by the research hut, and they can go straight in. And I'm going to get rid of this little grass over here as well, because I don't like that, inside the buildings. And now when they sit down, they can start working on our vet research. And they've already finished it. Perfect. Well, we got level 1, which has unlocked the first level of exhibit enrichment. Let's put it in there for the Gila monsters and then learn a little bit more about them. The Gila monster is a large species of venomous lizard that is native to the arid regions of the southern United States and northern Mexico. It has orange and black scales arranged in a banded and reticulated pattern and measures 51 to 60 centimeters long, weighing between 350 and 700 grams. So they're not that heavy. The Gila monster has a very keen sense of smell that it uses for hunting and can often be seen scenting the air by flicking its tongue in and out of its mouth. In the wild, the Gila monster only eats 5 to 10 times a year, and it spends the winter hibernating. The Gila monster can't inject venom like a snake. Instead, it administers the venom by biting hard and chewing, aiming to put venom-laced saliva in the wound. And the venom isn't deadly, but the bite is said to be one of the most painful, so you don't want to get bitten by one. A derivative of the Gila monster's venom is used in treating type 2 diabetes, which is kind of cool. And its venom is also being researched for its potential uses in treating Alzheimer's disease. Gila monsters are solitary animals and only interact to mate and compete over mates. During the mating season, the male Gila monsters track down the females by scent. Approximately 2 months after mating, the female digs a shallow nest in the sand and lays a clutch of 2 to 12 eggs, covering them over and leaving them to hatch 9 months later. The young become fully grown Gila monsters after a period of between 3 and 5 years. Unfortunately, the Gila monster is near threatened, often killed by humans out of fear, despite the fact that it's too slow moving for it to be a serious threat to people. So hopefully our zoo can breed their numbers back up and keep these guys away from being endangered. It looks like one of our male Dama gazelles has grown up as well, and I think they're injured. Yeah, look at the little thing here. Bless them. So we need to get the vet to take them to quarantine. I'm going to call them now because they've been fighting with their dad. Obi has been fighting with, what was his name? Was it like Kevin or something? I can't remember what we called him now. The male. It was Kevin. It was Kevin. Kevin's been standing his ground and he's injured his son. So that's not good. We need the vet to come get Obi. And hopefully we can release Obi into the wild. Potentially with some of his brothers and sisters, we can see. Oh no, don't fight again. Okay, good. They're taking them out. So if they take them to quarantine, they'll bring them all the way over here. They'll put them in quarantine and then are in this black void in here. They can sit in here for a second. And then the vet will take them out and move them to a vet surgery. And I believe, is this one a vet surgery here? Yeah, it's right opposite. Covered in grass. Let's get rid of the long grass in the buildings because that's a little bit silly. Let's just make sure none of these buildings have long grass. And then, yeah, there we go. That looks so much better. So they're going to put them into the void and then we will take them along and bring them into surgery and make sure they're okay. And, you know, a cloth rubu and a wrapper rubu. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah, exactly. Hopefully that's resolved their issues though, and when they're done with their... Oh no, what's wrong with you guys? Are you hungry? Oh, it's not you, it's you guys. Why have you attracted protesters? You all seem fine. I think they're okay. I think it's all good. And we've got a challenge. We've bred 2 exhibit animals of different species. We've done 4, so we smashed that. Okay. These guys, I believe, have animals in each one. We're waiting for them to breed up, but they all can breed up to the right numbers now. Oh, except we need a male in here. Well, in that case, I think let's just grab one of these males and just move them into this one. And then we can spread them out, and they should all be managed populations. So when they get to 2 males and 2 females, they will kick the other ones out, which is what we want. I just want to double check that they're definitely all on that. Management 2 males. Okay, we want 2 females here. And management 2 males, 2 females here. Have you got any females in here? Yes. Okay. So when they breed, they'll when there's a baby female in here, they'll stay and everyone else will go. But they seem to be getting on well. A serious injury discovered. Oh, it's our vet. It's our gazelle. No, let's go check it out. Our vet's getting them now from quarantine. Oh, the poor thing. They really got hurt by Kevin. Kevin! We need to talk about Kevin, I think. Oh, and there they are. Being treated for their serious injury. That's not good. At least it's a nice vet surgery with like a beautiful view. That's that's the only good we can come out of this. But they should get them right as rain again. And then they'll try and put them back in the habitat. But I think at that point we take them out and we release them into the wild. Once they're healed up. Okay, I think that's it. I think they're good. They're going to run them back in. When they get in there, we'll just send them straight back to the trade center. Here they are now. There we go. Right, let's grab you before you have a fight and send you to the trade center. Do we have any other siblings that we want to get rid of? that have grown up now. Let's have a look. Oh, there's another one. Oh my goodness, no. Are you injured as well? Right, let's send you to the... I think they're not. They've just grown up as well. Lots of males. Are there any more males? Right, Dama Gazelle. Just Kevin, that's all we want. Yeah, outsider, yeah, outside, and then babies here. So I think this is a young adult, yeah. So they are amazing, but they're related to Kevin. What are their group sizes? Let's find them in the Zoopedia. So we click here, we get their information. They live in groups of 1 to 19, so 19 females. Seen as we're an ethical zoo, I guess this is the call. Do we breed the best ones and then release them? What group size are they living in now? I guess that's the main question. There's 8 females and 1 male, that should be. But then there's some babies. Oh, it's counting them as well, isn't it? So without them, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 females. I think maybe we just get some more females. We rescue some more. And then the babies we release. When they grow up, we'll just release all the babies until Kevin passes away. Because Kevin's still quite young, isn't he? Where's his information? Physical stats? No, lifetime. He's had 6 fights. Kevin! Oh, it's overview here. He's 4.7. He's super young still, because they live to be how old? They live to be 15. Okay, yeah. In that case, let's put the other young female into the trade center. Where is she? Here. And then we can release them all together, and they can go their separate ways if they want to. We wouldn't want to release them together, actually, because then she'd be with her brothers, which isn't ideal. The 2 brothers we can release on their own, because they can have a little herd together. Maybe for now, then, thematically, let's actually put that female back in here. We'll send her to this habitat, but we will put her on contraceptives. And then these 2, the 2 males, we'll release them both together into the wild. Get a few credits back. And here she is, coming back in. We won't rename her because we are going to release her as well. She's just not going to be released yet. Let's put you on contraceptives. And then you guys can all live happily together. That needs to be sorted out as well. I'm going to call a keeper. Oh, they're already here. Okay. No. Yes. Okay, the keeper's coming in. They can take away that because we don't want that. Stinky hay that's gone off. We've got a talk going on here. That's good. You handling them? I don't think you can handle the axolotls, can you? that doesn't sound like something you should be able to do anyway. And our Gila monsters, which I was pronouncing so wrong before, but the Gila monsters are here and they're looking good. They're both in this habitat in the middle here. And they seem pretty happy. Actually, if we unlocked more enrichment for these guys, because our vet was still researching, weren't they? Oh, they're halfway. Okay. They've almost got more. I suppose they had to deal with the Dama Gazelle, didn't they? So they've got distracted from their research. Here they are. Let's move them all the way over. Where are you headed? Over here. And you can finish your research. And then we can get some more layouts going for them as well. I do like getting the layouts. I feel like it's important now. And to be honest, we have the money. Maybe we hire another vet and get some more research going at the same time. I'm going to hire another vet. And they can share the same research huts. Or we could put another one in somewhere. Is there space anywhere? Not really over here. Maybe we do that when we build our next set of buildings. For now, they can share one research hut. That's not the end of the world. As long as they're not doing stuff at exactly the same time, we're fine. And they are walking in unison. Oh my goodness. I wish they could look slightly more different. Of all the randomized characters we could get, they've almost got exactly the same hair and everything. Like hairstyle. It's ridiculous. Okay. This one is our experienced one. This one is our new one. Okay, cool. Well, they can check up on all the animals, the new one, while the experienced one does the research. That seems fine. Let's find food. Everyone's on grade 3. That's what we like. And staff, I think we'll just train up literally everyone that can be trained up. Says that our educators still have really high workloads. So I am wondering whether we get another one. You're on Black Rhino shops. I feel like that's wrong. You're supposed to be on the entrance zone. There is no Black Rhino shop education. That's why they've got a great workload. They're literally just standing around in here teaching everyone as they walk past. Which isn't the worst thing, actually, to have someone just floating around. But, yeah, no. I think do that in your break time. Just, you know. Well, if you haven't got a talk scheduled, go then. Oh, my goodness. What's happened here? What are people doing? Why would you break a bench? And how did you break a bench like that? That's almost impressive. Well, hopefully we've done another level of research now for our little healer monsters. We have indeed. When do we unlock more stuff for them? So we've got education boost, and then next time we get in exhibit enrichment. So I will leave them doing that. I think now they're here, let's assign the other vet to do some research. And we can get that going as well, because we've got the tarantulas. So Mathias, Abonte, something like that. You can work on the Mexican red knee tarantula. Everyone else, we've smashed out the research, haven't we? That sounds good. Because they've got to walk here and everything. It's going to take them time. By the time they're here, hopefully the one that was just here is in the research hut actually doing the research. So, oh no. Diseased animal. Okay, let's quarantine you. MRSA. Right, in that case, let's move you off of the tarantulas and onto the active disease so we can hopefully get ahead of this. In fact, where are you? Let's see if we can grab our vet. Who else is diseased? Okay, quarantine. Just gonna quarantine anyone that's sick. Oh, he's here. Okay. If anyone's sick, you want to quarantine them to get this disease out of the way ASAP. Are you running to the entrance over here? Yeah, let's put you here. Go quickly. Annoyingly, you can't move them inside the habitats. They have to do it themselves. Who's coming to collect the other one? I don't know. I think we're okay. I think we have controlled it. But if they need treating, they can go from quarantine to the vet as they've just done. Unfortunately, there's a problem there then. So where is our habitat? Is it cleanliness? Do we need more keepers over here? Or is the water broken? That's another alternative. How's our water system doing? Okay, the temperature regulator is broken. Let's request the mechanic for that. But I think this is actually okay. The water treatment seems fine. Okay. So it must be that there was too much poop everywhere. They hadn't cleaned up. So I wonder whether we get another keeper. We've only got one on the Africa zone, so let's hire another keeper and put them on the Africa zone as well. Then we should have enough hands everywhere. I feel, you know, we're hiring a lot more staff. I think that's good. We could get more for the educators as well. How are you guys? Entrance zone seems, and the Africa zone seems like they could do with another vendor, but then you've got low workload, so probably okay. It's probably okay with the vendors. And that's just money that we're talking about with them. So it's not animal welfare, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, well now we've got our Africa zone over here kind of settled again. I think let's look to expand into the Asia section. I want to have a little Asia square over here and do the same thing as the Africa zone, where we have a little Asia zone here. We can just do pockets of different regions. I think that'd be nice. So let's continue our path this way. We need 7 meters. And it would be nice maybe to have a habitat that starts here and goes into this space here. So we could move forward a bit and then leave some space for another small habitat there maybe. And then go down this way. And then just slightly wiggle this tree. I think that works. Now, the animal I want to get in here is the Bornean elephant, and they are endangered. So let's get an elephant in here. They are awesome animals, and we don't have anything like this yet. So this is going to be huge for our zoo. These guys live in groups of 3 to 30. So 1 male and up to 29 females. That is amazing. So apparently they live in small interrelated groups with an average of 8. So they can live up to 30, but the average is 8 individuals. So that's okay, with several generations of female elephants. So I think probably we should release the males. Because it says young males will form small bachelor groups, of which mature males will eventually split off to live solitarily. In that case, yeah, let's maybe... We can see whether we want to release females. Let's see how many we can breed first. But if we can get a decent group going, that would be great. Of like a family group. The only problem is they're not going to be related, are they? Because if we get these from Frontier Zoo, none of them are related. They're quite small as well. That one's not got great longevity. But we could have them in the group. And then in the future, it'll be more of a family group. That might be better. Oh. What is wrong with these guys? Why do these guys keep having an issue? Cleanliness. It is all connected. Oh, maybe it wasn't connected. The pathing in here, I think, maybe didn't connect it up. Well, we'll see if that connects them now. And we can call the, request the keeper urgently. Because that could have been the issue. Seeing as it's female groups of minimum 3, I think let's just get some females in here. Because we need to start somewhere, don't we? And they are expensive credit-wise. So, although this has low longevity, I do feel like it's maybe worth getting that one. How old are you? 20. How long do they live? It's a tough call. They live to 63. I kind of want to save them anyway, though. Because if we imagine, you know, we're either getting them from a zoo. I guess we're getting them from Frontier Zoo. But let's start somewhere with them. I think let's get all of these. All of these females. They're also polygynous, so I think all of them will breed, which is good. It's not just the alpha females that will breed. And now you've attracted... Oh, okay, no, it must just be our keepers aren't doing a great job of managing you guys. So let's see. Don't we have 2 keepers on this area? Oh, we only have 1 keeper. Okay, fine. Let's hire another keeper to get to work on the endangered exhibits. And just double check that that work zone is doing everything we think it is. Yeah, it's all of this. Okay, cool. And where is the keeper hut? Is that included these? Yeah, it has. Cool. That should be good for them. We could also think about getting another mechanic. Because I think we only have 1. And there's actually quite a lot of stuff now for them to do. It says they've got an efficient workload though. So I'm going to leave them. If they think they're doing okay, we'll leave them. And everyone can be trained up. Train yourselves up as much as you can. Yeah, because you guys, yeah, you're fine now. But you needed a keeper as well, so... It's good that we're doing this. They just needed a little bit more care and attention, which is what we're supposed to be doing in this zoo. Oh, it looks like there's some more females as well, some more cows. I don't want to get anyone with 0% anything, unfortunately. This female is amazing. So let's get them, definitely. And then, how many more credits have we got? We're going to need some for a bull. I think maybe let's get 1 more. This one is probably a good one to get. All from Frontier. And then we've got, was that 5 females? So we have 5 cows and we want 1 bull. Let's lay out the area. How much do they need? So let's say we do have a bigger group. I don't think we're going to have that many. If we manage to get hold of 10 adults. So it said 8, didn't it? Let's say 8 then. That's an average. Or maybe we'll build it with 10 in mind. And they all have a baby. Well, we'll throw in 10 babies. Let's say that's, so 4,000 land requirement and 550 water. That's the minimum we want to be doing, let's say. Okay, cool. We can do that. And it just needs to be taller than 2 meters, which is actually less than I thought. I thought they'd want a higher fence than that, but they probably like looking at the humans. So that's not the end of the world. We can just put in a fence for them and they're quite happy. In fact, some of this might be able to work. I don't know how tall this one was. I think it might have only been 1 meter. So we can test that out by grabbing a wall piece. Yeah, it's 1 meter. 2 meter is that high. So it's taller than that. But that's not the end of the world. Our design here would be absolutely perfect for these guys. If only they could see through. That was the problem we had before. If only they can see through it. Seeing as they're from Borneo, so Indonesia and Malaysia, I think probably the best shout is to use the Indonesian pieces we already have. We've got a load of Indonesian construction pieces. So if you're theme Indonesian, I think they're probably the best ones. And then if we filter by material, let's go for organic, wood, and that's probably it. Maybe glass. We can go with them because we're going to want some glass they can see through. But if we can avoid it, that would be even better. But we want to try and use these pieces to make the habitats if we can. To keep it on theme and to make them as sustainable as possible, because we want all of our habitats to be eco-friendly where possible. So seeing as these guys need 4,000 square meters of land area for a herd size of 10 with 10 babies, I think let's give them 8,000 square meters of land area, and then we're completely covered if the herd size gets a little bit bigger and they've got that extra space just to move around and feel like it's a more ethical habitat than it would be at their minimum requirements. And then they also want 550 square meters of water. So let's give them 1,100, just double it again. So they've got that extra bit of space to play around. So in total, we're looking at a 9,100 meter square habitat. Let's lay out the boundary for that and see how big that looks. And to do that, we want to be using the barrier pieces here and selecting the null barriers. So seeing as they have a 2 meter requirement on the fencing, I'm going to put the habitat gate over here near our staff buildings, because we've got our keeper huts just in there. And then that will align it nicely with the path, and I can turn on angle snap and then build in some null barriers to map out this territory. I'm also using the 12 meter long barriers because it's a multiple of 4, which means that hopefully we can map on the 4 meter construction pieces quite easily, and it should align nicely with the habitat that we're making. Okay, let's see how big this one is. So this is 6,000. That is not big enough at all. Let's keep expanding it out. I think we may even move some of this here and make it slightly larger. I don't want to eat into our wetlands. I want to make sure the habitat is big on its own. You know, it needs to have its own defined space. We don't want to eat into the area we set aside for the environment. Okay, that is bigger than we need. I think let's just take it down 1 notch here. There we go, 9,200. That's kind of perfect. That's what we're after. I might extend it slightly because we are going to add in some trees, and I don't want to have that, you know, take away from what they're allowed. So I think maybe we'll just take it up 1 here and give them a little bit of extra space. Maybe another 8 meters this way. I think that should be good because, you know, you've got the tree trunk space, and I want to make sure they actually have what we're giving them. And then I'm just going to very slightly move these bushes. I don't want to eat into the wetlands area, but I think it was quite undefined. So let's push these back slightly. And then that is quite a nice area set out for them here. That seems good to me. And it is 9,776 meters squared. Perfect. In fact, this tree can also move in a little bit to make sure it's not overhanging the habitat if possible. We can try and work on that to see if we can get it to work from here. And now we can use the pieces we were talking about and set about making like a little fence or something that needs to be 2 meters tall. So in our construction pieces, we don't have anything that... Oh, this is 2 meters. So it needs to be this high, effectively. If we turn off random rotation as well, it'll be much easier to build a fence. And also if we put on angle snap, now we should just be able to move this panel up. And that is a 2 meter high fence right there. So we can create something we want, but it needs to be this tall. And I'm going to try and use just these wooden log pieces because I think they're fairly nondescript. We're going to use these as well as the Indonesian pieces just so we can get something that maps on a 4 meter grid, because none of the the Indonesian pieces have 4 meters on them at all. So unless we use East Asia or something, which isn't, even those don't. Yeah, I think there's not much for the Asian side that map onto the 4 meter walls, at least not that are sustainable materials. I wanted to create like an Indonesian fence that had a big open section in the middle, because obviously the elephants aren't going to fit through an open section, and that way we don't need glass, because I really think that the elephants are going to enjoy seeing the guests as much as they're going to enjoy seeing them. So I've managed to do this with the wooden Indonesian pieces and decorate it up. They've got some really beautiful pieces in there that are very ornate and I think work nicely together. And then when I finished the fence, I just added a 1 meter log piece to it, which I'm going to delete later. And that let me use the whole fence piece as a 4 meter placeable object that would snap to the grid. So it was much easier to place out all of the fence pieces along the barriers that we've just made. Okay, that is a lot of progress, and we've got kind of a pretty decent fence going, I think. Like, I guess we're gonna see when the elephants actually go in here, but hopefully it means that we don't really need much in the way of glass or anything, because they shouldn't be able to fit through the gaps, and it should be tall enough for them that they can't break out. So, in fact, I think I've made it 4 meters tall, looking at it now, which is not what I meant to do, but it's not the end of the world either. It seems a bit more sturdy that way. So let's see how we go. We do need to fix up a few corners. They don't all look the worst, actually. Like, these are fine. It's more if we have gaps anywhere, like here. But to be honest, again, they're not gonna, you know, be able to fit through the gaps. As long as they're, you know, fully, like, concreted in the ground, I think it's fine. Or however they're fitting these fence posts, I think it's actually okay. Doesn't look the worst, so I might leave the corners as they are. We're gonna have to see how they do the terrain, because this is a bit shorter here, but again, only needing 2 meters high means I think that might be fine. I don't think they'll be able to get out either way, so let's see how we get on. We've got some facilities without power. Why is that? Is that because one of our solar panels needs fixing? Yeah, let's request the mechanic to fix that, and then hopefully they can get back up and running again. But for now, let's get our Bornean elephant into this habitat. I think it's ready for them, which is crazy. We do need to fix up the door slightly because we don't want to work like this. So let's do that. Okay, I think that's reasonable on the door. And look, we've got our first elephant in here. Oh my goodness. Taman? I think it's Taman. Oh, they can enjoy the space. Have you got enough room? You do. You don't have any water, which you're not happy about, but you have enough space generally. You're going to need more hard shelter and more water, but don't worry. That's absolutely fine. The main thing is, can you guys break out? No, you can't. Awesome. So these guys can't break out and guests will be able to see in. So let's pause the game before they get unhappy, and then we can make a nice water area for them. I'm trying to think where we want it to be. Water area, probably around here. So perhaps even in this area, we could build a little pond that stretches out into here. That might be nice. Let's do that. And in fact, let's use our cube stamp tool, because then we can make the height 4 meters and the width we can make maybe 15 meter width. And then we know we need 500 meters. I think I'm going to make it slightly shallower than 4 meters deep just to start with, so they can paddle in it. That's probably good for them to paddle. Let's hit X and then we can click and then it stays stamped. So in fact, we might want it slightly deeper than that, I think. Let's push it down slightly. That's probably good though. Have a few of these. And that's 15 by 15. So I think 3 of those is 450. We can probably, if we're going for more than that, we can probably expand it out now up here and have the area just come out of here. And in fact, I might turn that off and just smooth this out along here so it seems quite a bit more natural, and then continue it into this section here. That is 1,070 square meters of water, which I think is about right. We're going for 100, weren't we? So that seems pretty good to me. We need to add it into a work zone. For now, I'm just going to add it into the Africa work zone because we don't have anyone else here to look after it. So let's throw it into that one. And then the keepers can at least look after it. And these guys are very happy. They've got 935 that they can navigate. So we could maybe make it a bit more. I don't know if it's because this area is too deep for them. And if that's the case, yeah, maybe that's the case. Let's get rid of the water and just bring this up a little bit down here. Because we don't want it to be too deep for these guys. That seems good. And then hard shelter. I'd like to work in hard shelter with some paths as well. So my plan here is to kind of create a bit of a viewing area up here. So if we have a ramp that goes to there, that seems good to me. And that will also lead us onto the rest of the zoo, which is on a slight elevation. Then we should be able to branch out over here a little bit. So I believe they'll be able to navigate under here, and that should be fine for them. And we've at least got a bit more hard shelter now for them too. So hard shelter is actually completely fulfilled by this because they can walk most of the way under. We could take off the struts, and I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to take off the path supports and add in our own because I don't think that's ideal here. I think that's much better, and now they should be able to traverse a lot more of the area. Yeah, there we go. They can go all the way underneath. And we can even make this a little bedding area for them. We could corner it off even and make it a bit of a bedding area, but it gives our guests a way better view into the habitat as well. So they've got a lot more area to look at them from here, and you can see they can already see them through the fences that we do have. We've got an ATM broken down. Let's request a mechanic for that. And then let's also go about building them some shelter. So these guys for shelter, I don't know, do we just create more of these? I do quite like them. The only problem is I don't want them to all be under guests. That's the thing, because the guests might be noisy. And I suppose the guests aren't going to be here, though, at the times when they're here. Maybe we leave this as like their main shelter. We could even extend it to be bigger. I think I might do this. Let's extend this out, and this will double as their shelter. But remember that the guests aren't going to be here most of the time. So for these guys, it's probably not that bad to have them here. They're not going to mind at all. Oh, I should have brought this one forward as well. Let's have this in the center. There we go. That seems good. This is going to be quite a large shelter for them, but the guests aren't going to be here when they're sleeping because they're not nocturnal or anything. They're going to sleep at night when the guests aren't in the zoo. So this can actually just function as their shelter, and they're probably quite happy with that. And at which point we can put in some bedding for them, which we'll definitely do. Let's filter by species, and it is the Bornean elephant. Let's get some extra large bedding in for them with some random rotation turned on. Okay, it started to rain, but they've got their shelter. What else do these guys want? They want less long grass and more soil, but that can easily be achieved. Let's paint that in now. There we go. That seems pretty good for them. Just got like a bit of a soil path on the routes. They'd probably take a bit more, like through the habitat. And they need enrichment. What do we want to put in for them? I can't believe it's such a miserable day. This is such a great day. The elephants are here and the weather is horrible. We still don't have any males, so we're holding out for a male, but we should probably put our ticket prices up. I'm going to say this should be 28 now and 14, maybe even 30. Let's say 30 and 15. Because this is definitely a hugely appealing species for our zoo. We're a 4-star zoo now, so, you know, we've got to get up there. For enrichment, the things that the Bornean elephants like, they're like the beaver pool. That's interesting. I think let's get some of these water things in that they will use, because they're a lot of fun, aren't they? The water frames. And then they can have a little water pool over here. They've got the massive one, so it seems a bit silly. Let's get a tree scatter feeder. And then a sprinkler. And a mud bath. Yeah, the mud bath can go over here. Along with another feeder. We'll get a fixed roller feeder over there. And maybe a third feeder. Yeah, let's have a gyro feeder down here. Now, as far as enrichment, we can give them a skittle and maybe something for the water. I don't think they have any. Oh, a large ball. That can be used for the water. We'll throw that in the pool and they can use that for games. That seems like quite a lot for them because we can swap it out at different points. They're super happy that they want a bit more food enrichment. Ah, okay, fine. I think maybe we just duplicate some of these. Have another fixed roller feeder over here. That they can use. That seems good. Maybe we should actually spin that round the other way. Because I think they access it from the other side. So we want them to access it from the habitat side. Is that sufficient? Yeah, that is everything that they want. And then we are going to need just a food tray. Let's get a large food trough in. Maybe in here, just in case there's any extra food that can go in there. And maybe another one over here. Just in case they overdo it. And look, they're playing with a skittle already. Oh, they're very cute elephants, I have to say. They've got a funny little walk. Look at their walk. The one walking away is hilarious. Oh, I love them. Let's get some education for our guests as well. We're going to put some habitat education boards. If we turn off random rotation, some habitat education boards up on these over here. And then we can set these to be teaching them about the Bornean elephant. Maybe we have them like every few, because it's quite a large habitat. We're going to lack power for a lot of this, so I might just put a solar panel in this area that's like going to be added properly later, but for now it can just service this area. We know that it's going to do this area. And then let's have some entertainment over here. And we can do the rest of the habitat. If we need more entertainment, more education, we can do that. I think that works out quite well. They're also going to want some speakers. So let's put some educational speakers in. This is a great spot for one there. Can have it on maximum range. Oh no, it's going to clash. What's it clashing with? Oh, it's clashing with the rhino. Oh, okay, no, let's move that then. We can have one maybe over here. And that can be on maximum range. Yeah, that seems good. And then for the rest of our education, where's our power? Okay, we're going to need another thing, another solar panel, because I'd like to have some up here. So maybe we put a solar panel on there, on this area here. I think that might be a good idea, actually. I actually kind of think that works. We've got a little solar panel on here now, so there's power all along here. It looks like we've got... Oh no, you've attracted protesters. You got stressed. Why? Let's move you there. I don't know if you got trapped. Maybe they got trapped in the reeds or something. You're also stressed. Why? Move you there as well. I don't know if that was a bit of a glitch or not. Whoa, there's loads of guests here, but they're quite confident around guests, so I don't think it's that. Look how many guests we have here. That is amazing. We've got so many people. We might need another entrance soon, because they are getting clogged up around here, and they're not pushing themselves out over here, so it would be good to have another entrance maybe over this side somewhere. But we'll carry on for now. Oh no, we got a spot fine for protesters. Oh, it's especially annoying when I don't think that was even our fault. Like, I don't think we did anything wrong there, but doesn't matter. We will be okay. Let's put some habitat education boards in up here. And we'll teach our guests about the Bornean elephant. And we're going to need some donation bins and some normal bins. We don't want litter around here, so I'm going to put some conservation bins along this way. And then also some donation bins to make sure our guests can give us some money to help look after these guys. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And all that's left, I believe, is for this habitat to have the right plants for them. So let's move this sycamore that's slightly creeping into that habitat. So these are the plants that these guys like. They're like plants from Asia that are aquatic, grassland, and tropical. And that list of plants is here. So these plants, the elephants would like in the habitat. However, of this list of plants, only this subset of them can actually be found in Indonesia. So I assume they're the ones they actually would have in their natural habitat. And we're in North America. So of that list of plants, this subset are the plants that could feasibly be grown in a temperate North American habitat like this, where the zoo is located. So these are the subset of plants that we're going to use in this habitat. So let's start placing them. I don't want to put too many plants in here because I feel like they're going to want space to move around. I'm going to shuffle this cypress tree out of the way as well because that's encroaching on their territory. And then I think that's probably quite good. I could put another couple of like fig trees in around generally, but I don't want to provide too much if they're not that bothered for it, because like we're putting it in to get coverage that they're not really bothered for. That's not how it's supposed to work. So we're halfway through the coverage that they want, and I think that that's probably good. They seem very happy with all the trees in here. They should be found in their natural habitat, so I think that's appropriate for them. And look, it's feeding time as well. So now it's feeding time. I think let's learn a little bit more about these beautiful animals. The Bornean elephant, also known as the Borneo pygmy elephant, is a subspecies of Asian elephant that lives in the rainforest of the island of Borneo, part of both Malaysia and Indonesia. It has grey-brown skin, large ears, a long trunk, small eyes, and a long tufted tail. Males measure from 2.5 meters to 3 meters tall and 3.1 meters to 3.8 meters long, with a weight of 2,950 kilos to 5,000 kilos. Females are slightly smaller at 2 meters to 2.4 meters tall, 2.5 to 3.2 meters long, and weighing around 2,000 kilos to 3,000 kilos. In fact, the Bornean elephant is the smallest subspecies of elephant. Although also referred to as a pygmy elephant, they are only 10 to 15% smaller than mainland elephants or nearby Malaysia. Bornean elephants were once thought to be the remains of a domesticated herd introduced to Borneo by the Sultan of Sulu in the 1700s. However, DNA testing has now confirmed that they are a genetically distinct species that separated from the mainland elephants 300,000 years ago. Bornean elephants are quieter and gentler in nature compared to their mainland counterparts, and have longer tails and straighter tusks than their Asian elephant ancestors, so they're very cute. The Bornean elephant was formerly recognized as a distinct subspecies of Asian elephant in 2024, so it's only been recognized fairly recently. Bornean elephant cows are very social and live in small interrelated groups with an average of 8 individuals. These groups will contain several generations of female elephants, and their juvenile offspring are often closely bonded. Young males will form small bachelor groups, of which mature males will eventually split off to live solitarily. Little is known about the specifics of breeding in the Bornean elephant, so much of the information is based on mainland elephant behavior. Bornean elephants can breed year-round, though peaks in the rainy seasons are recorded, and solitary bulls have been known to approach female herds in an attempt to mate with their receptive members, and likewise, female herds may vocalize to attract a bull to them. When with the herd, the male will give chase to fertile cows who will eventually mate with them. He will guard the herd from other males and mate with the females throughout their fertile period. Gestation lasts from 12 to 22 months, and twin births are extremely rare. Usually the elephant cows give birth to a single offspring. Other members of the herd crowd around the mother to protect her and the baby during birth. Alloparenting is common in the interrelated herds, and baby elephants remain close to their mothers in their first years. They begin to eat vegetation at 4 months old, and the weaning process lasts until 4 to 5 years old. Female calves remain with their natal group as they reach maturity around 10 years old, while the male calves will slowly begin distancing themselves from the herd until they eventually join a bachelor pod. Males usually remain in these bachelor pods from ages 8 through 17, and as they age, they become more and more solitary. However, it's unlikely that a male will get to mate at all until he's around 30 years old, as older and stronger males will win fights over access to female herds. Unfortunately, due to the ongoing deforestation for logging and palm oil plantations throughout the Bornean elephant's range, it is an endangered species. The Sabah region of Borneo has lost 60% of its forest in the last 40 years, and due to this fragmentation of their habitat, the elephants are more likely to be injured or killed in traffic accidents by ingesting agricultural chemicals or poachers. Elephants also get ensnared in illegal traps that intend to target smaller game, and an estimated 20% of Bornean elephants have been injured by these traps. The already naturally small population of elephants on Borneo is therefore under strong risk of inbreeding depression. legislative and conservation efforts aim to protect the Bornean elephant, targeting alternative hunting practices and research into agricultural chemicals to reduce the human-elephant conflict and poisoning. The Bornean elephant's recent addition to the IUCN Red List helps raise awareness of this species' plight and the difficulties that the island of Borneo faces. But it's not looking good for the Bornean elephant right now, and they really need our help, with an estimated population of only 399 left in the wild. Aren't these elephants just the most beautiful animals? Like, look at them eating. I think they're very, very sweet. And we've got a herd of how many? Is it 5? Yeah, we've got 5 females in here, just living their best lives. So that's definitely a good start. And hopefully our guests like them. I think they're the most appealing animal already. Yeah, they are. The most appealing habitat species is the Bornean elephant. But we can do a bit more with this. It's actually something we've lacked so far, is that our marketing is absolutely terrible. So I think what we should do is we should go around and put habitat cameras in, and these can improve our marketing. And I think the best way to do this is probably we can put them in the bedding areas, or we could put them in key viewing locations. Like, I actually think that this might be a better viewing location. So if we do a line to surface and turn off random rotation, this should just then easily slot in there. And we can enter the habitat view, and look at that. Beautiful view of the elephants. I think if we put a couple of these cameras in each habitat, we'll have some really cool views of these guys. So I think I'm going to do that here. Let's put one here as well. And you can see that. That's a cool view. And then if we do that for each habitat, each of these contributes 0.05 marketing stars. Apparently that one. Does this one do the same? Yeah, all of them are 0.05 marketing stars. But they do add up over time. And I might want to embed them slightly into the tree there. The same over here. I might embed it slightly. Although, what's it standing on? I guess it makes sense that is what it is. Yeah, okay. I'll leave it. Let's go around and add these into each habitat that we have to get a better view of our animals for the guests. They can put this online, they can see what the habitats are like, and we get some bonus marketing from it. That one looks good to me. And that looks good to me too. A cute camera. And another cute camera. I think that's a cute one, isn't it? So we've got all the rhinos done, and now the Dama, Gazelle, and the Tortoise habitat is having this one. And this one. That looks good. This is quite a cute one for the otters and the tapir habitat as well. And I think this will be a nice one. If they're swimming around or something, that will look really, really cool. And the same for the bush dogs. It seems quite nice to have one kind of low down on the water to capture them when they're having a little splash around. And then we've got to have one of these little huts cameraed up as well. So we've got this one. You can even see them there. There we go. I think that's pretty good. We've got all of our habitat cameras in the actual habitats. The exhibit ones don't have them, but that's absolutely fine. We could put them in probably, but it gives us a little help towards marketing. I don't know if that's actually done anything, but I feel like it has. I feel like it's really helped. I swear we were only on like 1.5 before, so that's done a good job for us. What is an issue? We have an issue with our spurred tortoise. What is that? There's not enough food enrichment. Oh, because there's more of them. Well, don't worry at all. Let's go species, African spurred tortoise. What would you guys like? They want more food enrichment. At the minute, I think, this is a melon feeder. Let's put a veggie jelly cake in for them as well. Have that over here. How does that look for you? In fact, maybe we should move it closer to the water, because they've not really got anything over here. Yeah, that's done it. Food. Oh, and then a bit more as well. Let's have another fruit spike trap. Now that there's more of them. Put them together. And now they should all be good. They're happy with everything there. Nice. We're without power over here. I think our solar panels are struggling a little bit. Let's request the mechanic, which probably means that our mechanics aren't going round and like we don't have enough mechanics to go around and fix everything because we weren't having any issues before. So I think let's get another mechanic and they can get on this. We'll leave them on no work zone the same, but the zoo is just getting bigger now, so it makes sense that they're going to struggle to do everything at the same speed. And while we're talking about staff, actually, let's have a look at our vet research. Because didn't we put them to research the disease? Yeah, MRSA has been researched, and so has the Gila monster. So we've got both of those done. That's awesome. Well, the next research we want to do is get probably our better vet doing the tarantula research to get that for them. And then the other vet could work on the Bornean elephant already. Get some more information for them, get some more enrichment. It's all good stuff. And now we've done this research, the Gila monsters can have the rest of their layouts. We'll have unlocked all of them. So let's put in everything. I want to give them all the trees. I know they're not even in these, but I think it looks nice to continue it. We're treating this as one big habitat here. So it makes sense that we'd add in everything for them across them all. And I think they're doing their talk. Can you even handle these? It's too large for them to handle. Yeah, and probably too dangerous based on the fact that they might bite you. Where are they? Oh, there's one there. There's one at the back. You can see them just chilling out, living their best lives. Sticking their tongue out occasionally. Go on, do it for the camera. Do it for the camera. Oh, I think it went underneath them. Oh, that's weird. And then the other one is probably hiding in the rocks somewhere. They have like these little caverns on the side. So I think they're probably in one of those. Where are they? It's just going to jump scare us now at one point when it actually is in one of them. Oh, it's not in there. Is it in one at the front? Oh my goodness, are they okay? Where are they? Hold on. Oh, it's back here. I didn't even think there were ones at the back. There we go. You can see them in there. Well, maybe... There we go. There's the tongue. They stuck the tongue out for us. That's what we're after. Cool. Well, we've got lots more in here now with all these trees. I think that looks a lot better. And you could even take one of the trees out in each of them and make it look a bit more natural. I think that seems to work. It looks like it's completely different now. And then through here, we've got the turtles you can still see, and then we're into the nighttime one for the tarantula. And these lights will be on reverse, so they can be seen. And that should be everything. I think everything's good in here. Everyone seems happy. Let's exit the building. And what a beautiful roof. I love the green roofs. They just look so nice. When you look at your zoo, they just stand out as like beautiful little space. So I'm happy with them. We've also got some challenge rewards. Wow. Okay, so our guests are happy with it too. We've got at least 2,300 guests in the zoo. Let's claim that. And adopt and place 2 different exhibit species. We've done 3. Wow. We just need to release an African spurred tortoise into the wild to get even more. How are these doing? Wow, we have so many. Okay. That is crazy. I think... Are we still looking for female Herman's tortoise? That's the only thing I'm wondering. Wasn't one of these missing? Okay, so we've got 2 in here. Yeah, there's 1 female missing from here. So I think I might put one of the ones that we've already bred into this one. Probably this one. Let's send you into this habitat there. And then this one has missing a male. And it's got pregnant female in it. And this one's missing a male as well. Oh, I think we've bred everything we need. Oh, there's one male here. Let's put you in this one. And then when we breed another male, we can put them in the other one. But for now, that is pretty good. We're doing very well. So I think we just get all of these now. All of the other ones. And we quick trade them to another zoo for 12,000. Oh my goodness. They're raking in money for us. These are super profitable. But we're also doing our part for the environment, which is great. And have we got some plants coming through? I don't think it's supposed to be like that. That's so funny. Let's move that one to there. That's what we're after. Got some twin flowers falling through the roof. Well, let's get ourselves a male elephant if we can. Oh, we can. There's one here. Okay, this one is too expensive for us. This one's from Frontier Zoo, so it won't be related to anyone else. And we can afford it. I think we grab this male. And we send him to quarantine. Now I'm thinking, I don't think we quarantined the female, so I'm glad that they're okay. We should probably just double check and send the vet to this habitat. Just to double check. There they are, they're a bit stuck. Let's put you here. Just to double check everyone's alright. Want to make sure if anyone's injured or sick, we're catching it early. And what's wrong with you? No power. Because of the health of this one deteriorating. Okay. Well, honestly, I don't know how much we even need this one. Yeah, I think this one could just be moved over to, like, here. That is actually probably better. I think that works. And then that can be fixed by a mechanic as well. We're getting the same issues when these are... Basically, when they get low on health, their range starts to reduce. So where we've got stuff sitting on the edge of their range, it then goes out of range, which obviously you don't want. We can fix that with more frequent routine visits, but they're kind of almost on it. I feel like if we do just train up everyone, our mechanics should be able to keep on top of everything. I don't think it would be too much of a problem. We need staff healthcare in this staff room. One other thing I want to do while we wait for our bull to go through quarantine is oh, this one's gone as well. What's happening with all of our solar panels? They suddenly coming under stress. I think it must just be the mechanic situation. Even if we hire another one in the future, I'm gonna let it go for now. We'll get the ones that we have, and then and we'll go after that. And it looks like our bull has passed quarantine, so I'm gonna pause the game. Let's add a bit of shelter up here, because this seems super exposed for our guests. And I know we want to have it as a shelter for our animals, but it'd be good if we did both levels so our guests don't burn in the heat as well. So I want to make these from the theme, ideally Indonesian pieces, to tie it into the Indonesia theme, because that's where they are from. But I would also like them to be sustainable. So basically using organic and wood pieces here where we can to make a little bit of a shelter for them. And I'm sure we can do something with this Indonesian pagoda roof. I feel like that's... Have I even pronounced that right? Probably not. But we're going to do something with that and make a good roof. There we go. I feel like that's got a bit of something. We've added some Indonesian drapery and some patterns on the back of these screens that are a bit boring. We've got a little seating area, and crucially, we've got some shade for our guests. So if they're getting hot, they can sit under there and have some shade. We could even add in some stands. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't want to make it too noisy though. So I feel like I was going to say we could add some like water or something that they could sell on like little market stalls here. But I don't want to make it too noisy above the seating area. Oh no. We're attracting protesters. Why is that? Stress. They really don't... They're getting stressed somehow. I don't know if it's because of all the people. Well, I think we should probably do, if we already put these in, we have put be quiet signs in. Yeah. How are they now, though? Because you should be able to get away from the guests. You have all these quiet areas to go. Okay, if you run in here. Yeah, I think they're just getting stressed about seeing guests. But all the guests are supposed to be being quiet as well. I'm not sure there's much more we can do about that. I don't like the snow, but we have put in heaters for everyone, apart from our elephants, actually, and our rhinos. And we've got these rewards as well, so you might as well get them. How the rhinos? Habitat isn't ideal, but they're actually okay. What we could do is make sure... Well, it's all heated in here anyway. I think they're actually fine. Because the snow level lasts... The snow, like, never lasts very long anyway. So as long as they can get shelter, I think they're all pretty happy under here. Okay, their welfare is low because they're cold. Okay, that makes sense. Let's put this in for them then. Where's our heaters? This, at the very least, needs to be warm under here. So let's add some heaters in that can cover this area off. Okay, and what temperature do these guys like to live at? Let's look at them in the Zoopedia. They want 13 to 42. So actually 30 is probably good for this on maximum temperature. Let these heat up now and they should get much warmer. And then their water is also temperature controlled. So that is at 20 degrees. That's fine. And then if they wish to venture out, that's kind of on them to do so if they want to. Okay, their temperature is going back up though. Now they have this. It is going back up massively and their welfare is going up loads. Because they don't like the snow. But I actually feel like elephants would enjoy the novelty of snow in the very short term. Like, as long as they have somewhere warm to go, which is their actual area. It rains for such a short period of time in this zoo. Sorry, not rains. It snows for such a short period of time. And now all the snow is already leaving. Because it's heating up. So I feel like that's not going to be a problem. Or at least it normally does. Yeah, 0 degrees. And that would be 1. And now all the snow is going to leave. And it rains. There we go. It's like it's not very long that they've got to deal with it. I think that they're probably fine. Oh, you've attracted protesters, but you're fine. So I'm going to let that go. And same for you. Isn't our bull still in quarantine? I think they are, bless them. Let's grab them. And move them into this habitat. And then we're going to need names for all these guys as well. Please do suggest names in the comments. If you haven't already, I would love to get some names for these guys. And rename them very soon. And what is our zoo lacking for the guests? Oh, they're kind of lacking toilets, thirst, and hunger. So, kind of everything. Let's put some more of that in as well. But if we pause the game before our bull gets here. Or are they already here? Oh, they're here, they're here. Let's have a look at the bull. Whoa, they're huge. Oh my goodness. They are enormous. It really shows you when you put them next to a human, doesn't it? Like, how big these creatures are. And they're straight into the water with a very funky little walk that they have. And look at them, enjoying the rain. Bless them. Oh, and they've already found the females as well. There we go. Straight to the females. Well, if you could breed, guys, that would be awesome. We would absolutely love that. So, please do. And now they're in here, I think our guests need a bit more focus on them. Let's add some more toilets in. Where are the toilets in this? I think they've got toilets They don't have any toilets over here. Do they have toilets over here? No. Okay. So the only toilets they have are down that end. Is that all we've given them? That's quite funny. Okay, yeah, I understand why they might want toilets. Okay, let's just add a little bit more into this section here. We've got lots of stuff over here for our guests. Let's add some toilets in as well. Another little toilet block. We can move this tree to here and add them in here. So if you go guest facilities, turn all the blueprints off, our toilet should be there. And then we can add in a couple just along here. There we go, and I'm going to decorate it up in the same style as the African ones that we have here. There we go, we've got some toilets in. Hopefully the guests are a bit happy with that. The toilets need just shot straight up. And to be honest, we could just duplicate this whole building and put another one on the other side over here. I feel like our guests do need this. Wondering where we can fit it in, but actually this space here wouldn't be the worst that we've got. There's kind of a dead space there. I'm thinking maybe we adjust our plaza slightly and put this in here. Way more toilet capacity here. I think that's actually helped things out loads. Hopefully our guests appreciate that. We've got 69% already, so it's going up. It's going up. Now we do need more hunger and thirst in order to get everything else up there, because you can't really do much without that. And the litter needs to come down. That's not good. Our crime is really low, and we are making money. So I think staff-wise, let's hire another couple of caretakers. I have like one over here and one over here for now. And they can just patrol the whole area. I don't know if we'd assigned them actually. Yeah, we haven't given them work zones yet. And train all of our staff up. The ones that are really worse are the educators. And I actually do think now is the time to hire 3 more educators. I think we get another few educators in. And then we just add like 1 each to each work zone. Where are our educators here? You're going to go on the Africa zone. You are going to go on the endangered exhibits. And you are going to go on the entrance zone. Oh, there's another educator here that's not in a work zone. Why is that? 2 on endangered exhibits, 3 on endangered exhibits, 2 on Africa, 3 on entrance. You need to be on the Africa zone. There we go. So now it should be 3 educators doing each zone. And I know this is probably overkill, but I actually think that that's fine. Because I don't want them to... Why are you on 0 again? See, they shouldn't be able to see them underwater. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put one-way glass in here for these. Because these guys are getting too stressed by the volume of guests coming through. But what I was just saying was, I know we got overkill with the educators, but if they have not enough to do, they'll just walk around and educate our guests in those areas, which is kind of what we want anyway. I want both going on. They're almost like mascots of the zoo if it were like a theme park. But here, they're educators. They're going to go around and talk to all our guests. So let's do that. Before I forget, let's have a look at our vet research. They are plowing through, but they're not done. So I'll leave them on that. And then let's sort out this privacy problem over here. Because these guys aren't super happy about everyone just being able to see through. So I'm going to edit this habitat here. And all we're going to do is I think actually we don't need to change much. We can just fit in some one-way glass. So one-way glass, let's get a 2x4 meter panel. And if I turn off align to surface, that should align a little bit better. And I believe we can just slot these down into here. And effectively, we just added glass to the fencing. But it should really help our animals out here. Because basically they're not going to be able to see now. Okay, that should help. Because now they can't see the guests, but the guests can see them still. And this side is open. Well, I suppose we could just put it on this side as well. If they don't really like it, there's no point in stressing them out, is there? I was just leaving it because I know that some animals like to see humans. Like, it gives them a bit of extra interest in their day, rather than feeling kind of isolated. But if they're not enjoying it, they're going to see our keepers, aren't they, for a bit of fun? So that's probably enough for them. And I can understand why at the start that wasn't overwhelming, but now with the volume of guests we've got coming in, this habitat's just become a little bit too much for them. There we go. Just those two sides we can block off. I think they'll be much, much happier with that now. Yeah, the stress seems to have gone away. I mean, this one's right here. And they're social. They're at 100%. Perfect. So they're not stressed anymore. I don't think our bush dogs really care. Which is great. I mean, I think they're quite happy. They've got such a huge habitat here. I'm not sure they're that bothered. And our bull seems to be settling in. He really doesn't care about the humans. They're right there. Really not phased. And why would he be? Because honestly, we should be scared of them, if anything. Let's have a look at the food situation while we're here. Because we have done a bit more research. We've got grade 2 food for these guys now. Oh, and we need to rename their habitat. So this is the Bornean elephant. If I can spell. Oh my goodness, I really can't spell. There we go. I think that's right. I've looked at it too many times now. I think I've spelled it correctly. All right. We'll move on as if I have. And it's feeding time for these guys again. So they're having a great time. I'm so glad he's integrated so quickly as well into the herd. Like, everyone's immediately accepted him. There was no quibbling or anything. And hopefully they can get on the breeding program. Now, I do want guests to walk through. I think the easiest way... Obviously, we have guests leaving this way too. So it does seem like there's more guests congregating around here than there probably are. Because we've got all the ones coming in and all the ones leaving. But I would like to pull guests through if we can. And I suppose there's quite a few over here. So we are pulling them through. Why are we attracting protesters for you guys? Stress as well. Right, well, we're going to have to employ the same tactic of one-way glass, aren't we? I would have liked to not have to do it on here. But if it's going to be giving them stress, it's really not worth it. I think I'm going to try and just add the one-way glass in here. And if it doesn't work, we may just have to put a different habitat boundary in. Because again, as we get more guests, it's working less than it used to. But that looks somewhat doable, like in real life. And it means that these guys can't see through. It doesn't really work with the fencing though, does it? No, I think I'm going to strip the fencing out and put a new habitat type in. Let's get rid of all of this fencing. There we go. I think that's a bit better. We've still got some of the fencing in. You can see over there the fencing, but this now gives them a lot of one-way glass. Oh, that's hilarious that that's there as well. Let's just move that to there, where it's a bit better, like hidden away. I don't know where the other speakers are. Oh, they're not there. Okay, cool. So that should stop all of the stress because, yeah, now they can't be seen by anyone. As far as they're aware, they can't be seen by anyone. But the guests can obviously see them super easily, which is what we want. And it looks like we need to fix this path over here. I don't know what I did over here, but I've definitely messed it up. It must have been when we added the toilets before. Let's put that back in to create another way through. And then this can be long grass here. Maybe we just add a couple of the bushes as well that we've got over here. We've got arrowwood and some grass. Maybe even just put some daisies in, just to kind of fill out the spaces between. Okay, that's just a bit more interest. I think it's nice to just put a little bit of grass and some flowers back to spice up these areas a little bit. And we can do that elsewhere properly when we're completely done with areas, but I'll just do a little bit as we go now, just to make it a bit more natural as we're building it in. And look, they love the toilets. They love the new toilets. That's what we want. So there's toilets there, there's toilets here, and there's toilets over here. That should be pretty good coverage for toilets. The food and drink, we can add more in, but there is loads, and they're not using it amazingly well. So I'm wondering whether it's more, like, where are the people guest needs? They got happiness here, so hunger. Who's hungry? They're kind of hungry in here. And there's not much we can do about that. We've maybe given too many habitats close together, but then they get hungry and they come to eat here, or they get hungry and they come to eat over here. I don't think that they've not got the provision for it. They just aren't walking to it. And now our bull elephant is in here. I think I'm going to call the video here, and we will continue this series in the next Supercut video. If you've enjoyed this video, please give it a like. It really helps the channel out. And I'll see you in the next one.